Soundboy underground. Sound,
I feel good. realistic.
Welcome one and all to day one of EMEA's Golden Spatula, our regional competition where our best 32 players across Europe, Middle East and Africa come together to play for your entertainment to become our regional champion for Cyber City and to join our 9-player cohort heading to the Cyber City Crown on July 11th. Of course, this is all taking place the same weekend for our friends in the Americas and APAC as well. If you're here for the first time and that seems like a lot to take in, do not worry yourselves because I have some of the biggest brains in TFT alongside me today. We firstly have, to my immediate right, the international man of mystery, the chef extraordinaire cooking us up some quality TFT. It's Impetuous Panda! And to the right, on my right, veteran of the EMEA competitive scene, and owner of both the high ground and the high brows, it's Kenobi.
Hello there.
We'll be meeting our amazing Game 1 and 2 casters a little bit later on, but for now, gentlemen, how are you both feeling about what our EMEA players have been up to this season, leading up to this point?
I'm super hyped. It's been maybe one of the most important seasons of to date when it comes to competitive TFT, with so much at stake for next season's pro circuit, and also with EWC qualifiers happening in Set 14. It's been absolutely insane, the performance and the time and the investment players have put in.
All right, David, let's get...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, absolutely, Kobe. We'll come back to that in a second, but just before we've got this here, David, can you lay us out for us, the specifics of how we got to this point?
Sure thing. We're back into one of the longer seasons in TFT, starting on the 2nd of April. The floodgates opened. Everyone started spamming games on the live server to try and climb as quickly as possible to make either snapshots directly into the first cup or have to qualify to the grueling trials format and then qualify to cup through that. 3 cups in total, and now we've made it to the end or near the end of the set with the EMEA Golden Spatula, and we're seeing here the route players can take to qualify. 3 cup winners get a ticket directly into this weekend's competition. 14 different players qualify via ladder, so consistently being at the very top of the ladder and getting all those snapshot points. And then the 15 top players from the qualifier points accumulated via the cup. So rewards for being a good ladder player and for being a good tournament player. And now we mesh together on this weekend with 3 days of competition. And the key things to remember: 2 days, no cutoff these first 2 days, 6 games on each of the days, try and accumulate as many points as possible. And the top 8 players will be making it into that day 3. And that's going to be really the prize moment for most of our competitors in this set.
Yeah, and
Well, speaking, Kenobi, I want to bring you in here to specifically to talk about one of the kind of the prizes effectively that's specifically true here of day 1, the Tier 1 circuit coming up next season.
yeah, exactly. I was jumping the gun here and going. I was too excited to talk about it. The season has seen some changes, as you could have seen on the competitive roadmap before. We've had a longer season than the previous one. And what matters the most is what's on the bottom right corner of this image right there. There is a new Tier 1 circuit that will be put in place, and the top 28 players from this tournament, the Golden Spatula from EMEA, will be participating, and the last 4 slots will be invite players. And this is going to be the new top of the competitive scene for TFT. So it's super, super exciting, and it adds 1 level to the stakes that the players have today.
Yes, it's been described by our players as the most important day 1 in TFT competitive history up until this point. But let's start, gentlemen, to get into some of the details here as to what our players got going on. David, you already kind of mentioned it in passing, but Kobe, could you start to lay out for us here? We've mentioned already our cup winners coming in as well, but the other routes as well.
Yeah, so you have the 3 cups winners. For the ranked ladder, it was 10 players from the EU West region. You can see it on next to the lane on the bottom side, bottom left side, and then 4 players from the smaller region. So the Turkey, Nordic and East, the Russian server, as well as the MENA server for Kemkitade, and then the 15 qualifier points player. And if you're familiar and you take a closer look, you can see that there are a lot of French players in there, right?
More than a few, it could be argued to be said. We'll definitely get more into that because, for anyone who's coming to our stream for the very first time, may not be aware of how much influence the French side of things has had in TFT since the very beginning. But Panda, just before we bring in our interview for today, I do want to take a moment to shout out the kind of the live component for our players taking place in Poland on July 11th to 13th.
That's right. One of the things at stake for this tournament this weekend is qualifying to the TAC Crown. And in this case, the TAC Crown will be happening live, at least for the EMEA hub in Warsaw from July 11th to 13th in a fantastic stadium as well. I believe the tickets are sold out. So clearly a lot of the fans in Poland want to go and watch live and want to cheer on the EMEA players as well. And for the first time ever, I believe there'll be a local hub in EMEA in Warsaw, in Dallas, in NA as well, and then one for APAC and CN. So just a really exciting time to be a TFT fan.
Well, gentlemen, let's narrow our focus back in here again. One of the things for this tournament, of course, as well, in bringing us kind of in line with some of the other events, is our players being able to draft in the picks that we play against. I mean, Kenobi, you mentioned that we've got a lot of French players playing here today. When we look at Lobby 1, which we'll be seeing in our second round of coverage, there does seem to be a particular theme around those players. What's going on there?
Yes, so 8 out of 8 players, French players in the first lobby, and that's not an accident because this set, for the first time, we've had a draft. It took place on Wednesday. The players, each player at the top of the lobby decided who was the next player going to be in the lobby, and then the following player choose the next one. So in lobby 1, what happened was Likoko thought to himself, well, I think I kind of want to play with Voltarix in my lobby. I think I can beat him consistently. And then Voltarix went, yeah, I'll just get taught, man. And he went on to pick Paddable, who picked Experian, and then the French team just, well, not team, but the French participants just rolled out and picked 100% French player. And by the end, I'm half confident that they were doing it for the meme factor as well, double picking Lires, who then picked Bensack. And it's just very, very funny. But lobby 1 is not the only one that we have here. And you can see a kind of a story being told here. The bottom players on each lobby should be considered the players that have been feared the most by the other players, and I think that's really nice.
Oh, for sure. So we're going to take ourselves to look at some of these players in a little bit more detail then as well. David, of course, we mentioned the season just passed, but we did see, of course, the 3 cups being played. We have 3 winners coming in, and of course, all of them get that guaranteed spot in this tournament.
That's right. Kubik's maybe the least surprising one, considering he's been on a tear the last, 3, 4, 5 sets now, one of the rising stars from Poland. But in the case of Snooty Boo, he's someone who's been competing for a very, very long time and now just finally was able to get a big tournament win in that first cup. And Raiko on the tail end, I don't want to jinx it, but last time Raiko won a cup, it was the 3rd cup of the set. And when it came around to EMEA finals the week after, he went 32nd. So hopefully it's the complete opposite and Raiko is going to be a champion this weekend.
Oh boy, definitely getting thrown a little bit under the bus there. But, it's an amazing thing to have both Kubikson and Raiko winning their 2nd cup in this set. That's never happened to my knowledge in the entirety of competitive TFT for 2 different players to get their 2nd cup wins all at once. But let's talk about some of our other players here as well. Kenobi, we've already mentioned the French side of things. You mentioned to us before, coming on air, that some of the French players, some of the top French players especially, have been prepping together.
Yeah, and it's been going on for a while. Honestly, this set kind of feels like the culmination of all their efforts for multiple sets now. In the previous sets, they were doing fantastically well, and we're talking about especially Jedusor, Experion, Tartman, Lires, Opal, and Le Coco. The 6 of them work together very, very closely, and they've all made it here to the Golden Spatula, which is fantastic. And they're also very all poised and want to all go through to Worlds together, not meaning that they will go easy on each other. I don't expect them to do any kind of things like that. I actually even expect them to be harder on each other, if anything. But it's honestly one of the nicer things to be able to follow around. It's been in the works for a few sets, and the results just keep piling up. And right now they are just steamrolling through the ladder and always send someone to the very final day of each cup. So it's so impressive, and it shows that there is a new era of TFT that has been brewing and that everybody now needs to catch up to them.
And this is not new to this set, right? Kenobi, we had this exact prep group. 4 of these players finished top 16 in the world in the TAC round last set, and the 2 players who didn't were part of the prep group that was helping them prepare in terms of doing analysis, doing stats, and that's Lides and Opal. So just insane performance across the last 2 sets. I think they've really leveled up to a level that I think is not going to be matched in EMEA. I think every single cup from now on, these 6 players will have probably the best meta reads coming into the cups and the best analysis of stats and game plans really coming to the weekend.
Well, gentlemen, let's move from our established players who, of course, have proven themselves already to our players coming to for the first time. Because we've actually got 4 different players coming in who've never played the regional stage before. Of course, behind them isn't necessarily different levels of experience outside of that. But, Panda, for you, between Sova, People like Vomendeth, and Coinid, are 4 first-time players. Who's catching your eye the most with the highest potential for you?
I'll lump together 2 players, Sova and Peopleglad, because they share a country, which is Poland. And the same way we saw the DACH region and Germany rise back in set 8 with Salvi and the New School and Dark Hydra, etc., we are now seeing a massive rise from Poland in terms of amount of representatives sent to the cups, in terms of development of the younger players with the TRCs in the case of Sova and Peopleglad. Also someone like Zertex, for example, last set. 18 different Polish players qualified to cup number 3, which was, I think, a record high in the history of TFT for their country. So I'm expecting a lot from these 2 young players, and I think they can prove a lot this weekend.
Yeah, and then Vomendeth is a veteran of the French scene. He's been performing well back when the French TRC was there. He went to the finals several times, also has done well in lands, and it's his first time getting to the EMEA finals, but he's been playing for such a long time. He feels like a veteran. He's just a rookie at this specific step of the tournament. And Coinid also feels like it was a long time coming for how long we've seen him in Tactician Cups. He finally gets his breakout set, and now he's going to look to solidify himself and not just have a Panda or Alan throw shade at him for not making it to further than day 1 at the start of the cup.
That's
I'm
never
holding you
happened before.
accountable.
Well, just before we move on to our next set of players, Panda, is anyone else you'd like to shout out at this point in terms of our, less spotlighted players? Any dark horses you want to kind of bring front of mind?
I think there's always a dilemma with the smaller regions sending a direct qualification spot for MENA, for example, for the Russian ladder as well, with Kenkitade and Sacred Norris, respectively. I think they always have a chance to perform at a very high level. We saw, from MENA, Bricks back in set 7 made it to TAC round, and that's a great example of someone that was a breakout player for their region. So I would definitely keep an eye on both Sacred Norris and Kenkitade. I think they have what it takes to play among the best.
Yeah.
All right.
They've both been there once. One of them had good success and the other one went dead last. So we'll hope that for both of them, it will go better, even though the threshold is a little lower for one of them than the other.
All right, well, let's swing the spotlight back to the big time again then and close out our player section. We're talking about some of our previous regional champions that are returning here. I particularly want to bring up, Salvi, Gubuster, and Kubix, and all who didn't necessarily have the most, shining of the last season, maybe in the last couple of seasons, but all three of them especially have been performing really, really well this season coming into it. Kenobi, what's your kind of read on those three particular?
Well, on those three particular, it's kind of impressive how they've been so consistent and that they managed to always get there in the end. And every time you look at one score sheet, they're always going to be lurking around there. And in a game where RNG plays a factor, and you can see some players like Snoodibo or Raiko can go entire seasons without getting results and then get there in the end, it's always even more impressive.
All right, we are just waiting to see if we can get Vomendeth on the line to give us a little bit of insight before we do get started here today. In fact, we have established that we will be able to bring him in. So, of course, can I be mentioning him before as one of our players to watch? Vomendeth, welcome to the stream just before we get started here today. Of course, you've been playing since 2021, but this is your best ever season. What has changed for you?
Hello everyone. What have changed? A lot, I would say, because even though I played since a lot of time, I don't know, it was maybe a mental thing, but I always have this lack of, the things that made you gonna more far in tournament. So maybe it was just a mental state. And as well, I stayed with the same group, but now we're trying with some people furthermore. So it helped me a lot, I would say.
Well, it's great to see you progressing.
Yeah. And so shout out to the group and shout out to them. So initially I was playing a lot with Clemu, GoBuster, Yaroy, and Bensak. And now there is also Double, Cambiz, Zico, Armatric, and a lot of other players. So it's a great experience, I would say, a great collaboration.
Absolutely.
Yeah, study groups really have been taking over the scene, and it's very nice to see that you have found your place in this one and that it's working out for you. But what is your hot take on this meta? Because it's been going on for a while. We've had one cup already on it. So what's your personal spice that you think is right and that people don't necessarily agree with?
So my hot take is that Exotech is overrated, like big overrated, because if you don't have perfect Exotech or True Attacker or stuff like that, it's not that great. And maybe people don't reroll and they need to reroll more, I would say. Like people think it's Vanguard or Exotech every game. I disagree strongly. You can play Shaco, you can play Gorilla, you can... I would rather take a good reroll plan with a big comp that contest Exotech with bad Exotech or playing Vanguard Marksman with a bad spot.
Okay, a very, very confident word saying Exotech ain't that good, guys. You are just wrong. Thank you for this word. Panda, if you've got a question for him.
Yeah, talking about confidence, Vomendeth. I think realistically, coming into this weekend, players are in two different camps. One, their goal is to make TAC Crown and to make a day 3 and to maybe win the entire thing. And for a small group of players, I think the goal is to not finish in the bottom 4 of the standings and just try and play safe and lock in qualification to next set's tier 1 system. Where's your confidence at? Where do you classify yourself in these two groups?
Actually, I don't really know because I'm not that stressed. So I'm just gonna play like my game normally, and maybe with the 2 or 3 game, I will see my points, and maybe then I will go. Okay, I need to not go bot 4, but for now it's just normally at the office. I queue up, I see my spot, and we see.
Sounds like a smart
Alright,
answer.
go.
Best of luck, Vomendeth.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Roman, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go for now. Hopefully, we'll be catching up with you during the rest of the tournament, hearing how well you've done. But it's great to hear that you're relaxed and in the right kind of mindset for today. But gentlemen, we are very close to getting our first game started. So just want to shout out, of course, before we get into things properly, our co-streamers who are going to be bringing anyone who would like to see today's performance, such as it were, in a language of their choice. Indeed, we even have other English language streams as well from Sen, but if you'd like to hear it in your native tongue or across any of our fantastic co-streamers, you absolutely can. Of course, with it all coming in towards today, Game 1 is almost ready to begin. Remember, of course, this is one of the highest stakes day ones in history described by the players themselves. This will not just determine their future in this set, but in their next set as well. So let's get ready to get our high stakes action started. Let me introduce you to our casters for these opening games. First off, the first ever Legends of Runeterra World Champion and the beating heart of EMEA's co-streaming scene, Alan CQ, and alongside him from the LPL, the NLC, sorry, got an extra E in there, and EMEA Masters, a self-described rap and a me-described troublemaker. It's Trouble Inc.
Thank you so much, guys. Fantastic work on the desk. Great interview. Alan Skew, thank you so much for joining me as well. This is going to be a banger of a cast because we keep exchanging XDDs in the chat, so that's going to be great.
Yeah, it's nice to know, fellow rat. And I wonder if Peter will be one time mean in his introduction. He's always been such a nice guy with all those glazes. But one time, throw some shade maybe. It would be wholesome to hear. How are you feeling, Trouble, about the weekend? We are getting the first game almost ready.
You know what? It feels so good. First of all, it feels so good to be back, and we're going to have a lot of fun together. And the other thing is like the draft system. I think this is the first time I ever cast with like the draft system where the players choose each other. So it's just going to be really cool to just keep an eye out on who's chosen who and who ends up going 8th in the first 2 lobbies, because the first 2 lobbies will not change. We're going to have like a reseeding after those 2. So technically, it would feel really cool to feel like somebody who chose someone else, because I thought they were like lesser good than them. Ending up going 8th in this particular lobby.
I mean, I'm super excited. I love draft system. We've had that in the TAC round already for some time, and then now that being brought up to the regionals is, I think, fantastic because, again, the dynamic between the players, you can throw in some shade, as you mentioned, like you pick someone and then you go 8th to someone, or maybe there will be some little targeting, but make no mistake, we have some players being coming from the same study group, from the same team, but again, this is the competition where each player play for themselves. So no matter how much beef you have with someone, no matter how big someone is a friend, they will do their best to go the highest they can, and they will send other players bottom if they have to.
Of course, I want to ask you, because they didn't have time to cover this on the desk, so we're going to cover majority of, gameplay as we move into the games as well. But I want to ask you your opinions in terms of like compositions with the new patch. Where do you think that things like Exotech, etc., are standing right now?
Oh, I was listening to the Vomendeth interview. It was actually very interesting because players we've seen during the cup, they were selecting the Exotech even with the suboptimal items, where the last item was the premium one, and alongside the way we've seen some less optimizing, like
you
Lantern one.
Cybercoil and Holobow as one too.
Yeah. And there's like a chassis at the end, and then you pick something like Vanguard emblem for the Mordekaiser Giga Tech, for Mordekaiser Tech with Vanguard, then with the chassis. But like it's so far away, you have to reach that level, you have to get finally the chassis, that's last item, you need 7 exo. It's a bit different when it's first item or second one, but when it's so far, it can be actually a huge blowback. We'll see how the players approach, except of the Vomendeth to the Exotech on this day.
And I feel like it's very similar to kind of marksman, right? A lot of people, if they choose to go for the AD builds, it's either that exotech build or the marksman. A lot of them bleed into the ergot as well if you have the good economy and you can go towards that fast 9, a very expensive board overall. But when it comes to the more underrated compositions, what do you think has not been played enough or has been played a lot but to bad success?
Before going into that, like I want to touch on that marksman note. This is excellent point because what happened when we get the items changed from the like old Rage Blade, old Hurricane to the Kraken and new Rage Blade, those comps started excelling so much more from the new items because before you had like some kind of suboptimal items that sometimes went there but they were lacking power. And now that you can make more optimal items, the comps actually started to thrive. And on the Urgot node, this is very interesting when you see that you are like 2 freeway contested. However, if you have excellent tempo, you can lean towards the Urgot instead of the marksman, which is very cool. So those lines, when you go into the AD especially, you can pivot out if you have good enough spot, or if you find in like your first 2 rolls, for example, the pivotal unit.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of like, when Kraken was like a league item and it was a mythic item. I don't know if you've played League of Legends back in that era, but we had a thing called Gale Force as well, and I think Mordog might get his hands on that. It was a displacement item where you could just like sort of like dash to a different position, so that would be really fun.
Oh, I was ADC main. I know.
Of course you were. Of course, Gale for ADC main, kind of like Prowler's Claw. If people are not familiar with how it works.
Echo Enjoyer as well on the meet. So like.
Okay, Alan, just don't speak about that anymore. We're going into our first game of the day, game 1, day 1, and we have Aurelion Soul Encounter. Any juice you got for us about that one?
Oh, don't get me started on this. This is so interesting. This basically there is solid chance. You have at least with like 20 gold, you have 40% chance of getting either random spat or pan from the cash out if you roll enough gold. That's that being average 20, and you can lean towards the vertical lines. Like the most easy one to get is like 7 Syndicate if you get offered +1, but players will be opting for the Wandering Trainer or for the Giga Winout for some vertical lines or Golden Ox if they have a good enough opener with the Graves, because you can get the emblem and you can get the juice going, or Marksman perhaps for the MS setup.
And as we're seeing right here on our screens as well, Blast, pretty good start for Gorilla, I want to say right here. And of course, this is kind of a line that you would like primarily to play when you've got scaling augments. So investment strategy is one of the best augments for this particular one. Spiritling, another great one as well, as you lose HP and trying to roll. Could you tell us a little bit of the difference between going for something like a reroll augment when you're playing Gorilla? Oh my god, Mundo 2 as well.
Jesus.
And so yeah, Econ augment versus scaling augment for this comp.
So basically both works. If you don't have the scaling one, as you mentioned, you need items. Like that comp thrives of items. You are having a free, really good unit, 4 actually, but you want to focus on 1 tank and 2 DPS, where you want to focus on that either Alistar or Mundo, depends which you 3-star first, and then you move on to the Seraphine or Zyra. Again, depends who are you hitting, you are itemizing first, you have multiple removers to work on, and go from there. We've seen at Blast Moon excellent opener with multiple upgrades for the Gorilla, and Prismatic Argument is one of those where you want to pick it, and there is hacked one. There might be spies, some pirates perhaps.
Okay, rolled through all of them. Lifelong learning. I don't know if there is an opener for that. That's fantastic. Quality over quantity, usually something that you want to play with Anima squad, because all of them are pretty good holders for like all the best items that can be raided. And there is an Anima squad on his bench right there. As we've seen, a yellow tomato, fellow Greek as well, moving towards more of an item-oriented rune augment. There you go.
On the quick quality over quantity note, there was a change where like we shifted from the Shiv into the Void Staff. With the Shiv made the comp shine a lot, and after changing it, it actually balanced out the argument, where it's no longer broken, it's just the balanced, because the Zaps were really powerful and shredding whole board permanently. On the other note, we have Enzo with the Morgana free from the body. This is very potent.
And also, we have to mention here, we talked about how many French players we have overall in the entire tournament. Enzo is the only one in this particular lobby. Starting with the Build a Bud, Morgana 3, straight into that Gunblade as well, when you have the itemization to support that. I'm pretty sure this can very easily work into, I'm never going to roll again, I'm going straight to 9 to probably find Aurora.
Okay, there is some juice at the solo. I think we've seen that him have the unstable anomaly. If I'm correct, we'll get to him in shortly. However, Salvi is sitting already on 50 gold while having the hedge fund. You can see the power of the icon opener with the hedge fund, and there is a reroll Graves with unstable. A reminder what the argument does: it gives the stats to your units each time it's upgraded. So once it's this Graves with 3-star, he will be absolutely a demon.
As if he wasn't already. Graves is playing in a solo queue as well. Let's say that. But of course, one of the techs that's like really interesting also about Graves is when you usually pump your gold. So if you have the gold to pump to between level 4 and level 5, when you're 8 gold down, you usually pump your first 8. And the most important pump is on 3-1. We usually see a lot of the pro players pump 3 and then roll down when you are naturally leaning over towards 6 on 3-2 to possibly get that extra gold, maybe look for Graves 2 or any Javans, etc. to try and get to that 4 ox.
All this math, don't get me bored on this. Like, all I need is just some coins dropping from the units and let me roll down to 0 every turn. Cheers.
Rolling down to 0 every single turn. I mean, hey, especially in like a goal-inducing portal as well. It could be the thing, but right here we have something that I believe Kenobi wanted to talk about. And I don't think they had actually the time on the desk to chat about this. It was the Kog'Maw line and how much it has actually been underperforming in terms of the tournaments, etc. Why do you think that is the case?
I think this is a really good line, however, not in a prismatic opener lobby, and especially with the golden ticket. It can thrive of the Ice artifacts. It's excellent with the Despair on the Vi or Skarner, depends what you 3-star in the first place. In the prismatic lobby with the ticket, I know you have gold opener, but starting it off the lost streak, it's not the optimal line selection anymore.
However, right
While
here,
we have
got
the
Spat.
hacked carousel with the extra components, pretty much guarantee you an extra spot and the pan on the lobby. And we already know it's a dragon encounter, ASOL encounter, so we'll be having those additional outs for the spots. And we see that Blasted Moon is at +1 Exotech, so if he has good enough opener, maybe he could lean towards the 10 Exo. He didn't get to spot or pan here, but, well, he might still get one.
Yeah, we'll see what the Exotech looks like in general, but the first item is great off the get-go, and that was actually the player that we were looking at, that we were thinking, hey, that's a fantastic gorilla opener. You know, you've got the Mundo, you've got the Alistar, you've got the 2 backliners, the 2 techies as well. So it was a great opener, but hey, if you have really good Exotech items, why would you not lean to it?
Yeah, and we see that there are 2 DPS ones that are pretty okay, and Lantern, so where the items are not very optimal, and one can be the best one. This is exactly the case here. However, his other options might not be. We've seen him roll past all the hacked arguments, and he ended up having Slam Rageblade, so he's like, yeah, why not? I have upgrades, I have a good line selection, let's just go for it.
There you go, more upgrades as we're just talking about this. Of course, not quite on that level 6, and you don't really want to lose Street Demon yet. It is one of the strengths of the comp right here. And of course, Enzo, I think we talked about this a little bit, but like the rest of the board just looks so good. He's already level 6, he's pushed levels, he's found a Gragas and a Mordekaiser, as well as an Elise. So sporting 3 Dynamo with 2 3-cost frontliners, it's an absolutely banger of a board. At least for stage 2 and 3, I would say.
Yeah, if he can maintain the win streak, this would be pivotal for him. And with his facing the Solo, and the board should be just quite fine beatable. We see Solo slamming the early Rageblade, so leaning towards the slams for the Aphelios as a duo carry. That can be treacherous because again we are rolling on 6 later and we are pushing 7. We might be finding ourselves not finding a single copy of Aphelios because again Marksman is pretty contested, so it might be good, but the problem is I still can go on the Senna. You know what? I changed my mind. You Senna also likes the Rage Blade. It might be fine, and we've seen the Aphelios for the other player.
Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate right there. What I also really like with this line by slamming the Rage Blade is that usually the only thing that you need from the two components that make it is the bow if you want to go towards something like a Last Whisper, right? So usually the rod is not as useful. So I've seen a lot of pro players over in EMEA as well just slamming the Rage Blade, and then you can either slam it on Senna. A lot of them can also put it onto the Vex later on. Not the best case scenario, but if you don't find the Aphelios, can also work onto the Annie later on. I feel like the rod in this particular line is kind of a dead item. That component, rather.
Yeah, it's atrocious. I think the Rage Blade is the best you can make. Graves really like early Nashor for the attack speed. So like if you find yourself a belt, which is pretty good for the front lane and the Sterak, but again, the comp is all about the tempo. If you find yourself in the spot where you have to slam it, you just take it. Meanwhile, on the Salvi, we see 100 gold making 10 around with the hedge fund. Salvi will be playing here his trademark most likely, which is the just amp strategies. Comp he practiced so much that he can do a fat roll down of 100 gold in a round and do a complete board shaft.
And as we were talking about this earlier on, we actually have Snooty Boo with the Gorilla line. Still level 4 on 3-1, 40 gold, roll down just a little bit, hit most of the pairs. And now, I want your opinion on that, okay? I saw the Radiant Adaptive. I just had to look at the stats. It's probably the worst item in the entire game right now, in terms of Radiant items.
Yeah, like, it doesn't provide you that much stats. Like, the mana generation is as good as Shojin, as long as the attack speed doesn't meet certain thresholds. And it's an okay tank item, but like it's nothing in comparison to like Warmog, Vow. It's just like the amount of the armor it provides or AP to the back lane. If you compare it to other Radiant items, it's not a very good one. So, and the units, most of AP units do want attack speed still because they don't have that long of an animation cast. So if you would probably look into the stats, it would be the best on like a brand who just wants the damage multipliers.
Thank you for the breakdown right here. And as we're seeing, Enzo just keeps pumping those levels. It is a case of use that Morgana 3. You do have the items, slam the items. You go towards more of a combat augment right here to try and soul ball onto a 10 streak. I feel like Morgana is still like not a champion that you want to reroll anymore, but if you get gifted it like this and you do have items to slam on her, and then you can transition those items into either an Elise or what I would assume right here Enzo is looking for is probably the Fast 9 into some sort of Aurora composition. It would really work wonders in stage 2 and 3.
Yeah, excellent hindsight here. We have from the Morgana. I wouldn't be surprised if the Morgana would be holding the item for the entirety of it, unless it's gonna be like something like Aurora 2. It will only be better. Like Elise 2 is still weaker, Aurora 1 is still weaker. So we see that he picked up a pretty good the front. Having the Sedge is pretty good and denying it other players where they will be leaning towards that Exotech. On the other note, we have a Yellow Tomato buried into the reroll Cypher, it looks like, with the team building.
That's actually really interesting because this is a line that very recently started popping off. I feel like with the buffs towards Cypher, you're looking to mostly reroll when you are level 7 just to have that chance of getting that 5 Cypher by getting that Z into your composition. And I know that a lot of the times you don't really care too much about completely loose streaking. You'll just take the cash shot that makes most sense, that will either give you econ or some extra components, or a lot of the times the blue Nico as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was just trying to fix the cutoff from the.
All good.
On and off. We're gonna see the second carousel. We have the Zaya and Ziggs. Not a very optimal choice players. However, Aki would love to get that Zaya from the carousel, and he gets it. He's playing the quality over quantity Anima Vertical. Had already ice slammed, and getting a frontline item from is just crazy good for him.
Yeah, and honestly, when you get the Zaya early with the anima as well, it really does help. You can get to the 5 anima real quickly. When I'm looking right now, we have... Okay, we're on a different board, but we'll see how much anima he's standing on currently. There was unfortunately no Z on the carousel for Yellow Tomato, and he is looking to go towards that level 7 that we talked about. Now, on the more towards the anima board, 4 anima right now. Looking potentially for the 5th real quickly. We're missing Vayne and Yumi from the easier to get ones currently. But pretty good items so far. Radiant, the Radiant frontline looks really good. With the Even Shroud, one of the better items, gives a lot of MR as well as the penna that it provides. And the Infinity Edge plus the Morello, a lot of damage for the backline.
Yeah, we see that the players aside of the Salvi are not very rich due to the Krags not being too generous of the gold. However, look at the Salvi spot. It's a hedge fund into late game specialist.
Oh my
this
God.
guy, we need to see this guy's roll down. I don't know if it's not gonna be Creeps roll down. It's probably for 1, but he might just go full send it on Creeps. Even he might think like, okay, this is even too much for me.
We'll see what the FPM looks like for our players right here. Solo.
What is that?
With a stage 3. He's laughing. He has a stage 3 Graves 3. What is this sorcery?
Wait, he has 40 gold. Graves.
Look, he's laughing. He's laughing all the way to the bank.
I mean, he should be. I don't know if it might be just the Graves is chilling in the middle, thinking how he wants to position his Moses opening. And oh my God, on the other side, what are we seeing? This is 4 upgrades at the stage 3. Who is stronger,
Right.
4 upgrades or solo Graves?
I feel like it depends if the Graves can sneak into the backline, but with Vi making her way onto the front line, let's see. This is also a 2-item Kog'Maw right here, and it can't just quite pull out enough damage. I feel like, especially when you don't have the raids, we can start ramping up that attack speed to get more of the Kraken Slayer, as well as more of the DB that he has on him. Is more on the weaker side. And right here, I mean, this Graves board is spiking, right? Stage 3 with Gragas 2, Kane 2, Graves 3. Like, you've got frontline and your backline sorted. Oh, here we go. Next round. You'll see the roll down.
Yeah, it's not gonna be Amp. It's gonna be Urgot Flex Legendary. We have Boombot Slam already. Definitely towards the Urgot. Really,
and maybe even another one.
Into the pan. Yeah, hoping for the. Didn't think about the Bruiser emblem. He's opting for the Boombot just to drop another useless unit.
And there is
70 gold rollout. Yeah,
all right,
he's gonna
let's see.
pre-make it probably. Yeah, pre-made it and rolling. 100 gold, level 9. Let's go.
Here we go. 100 gold. I think more than 120.
V2. Doesn't see 5 cost he needs. No Urgot. There is Kobuko. There is Urgot. Yeah. There is Chol. Garen too. That's very potent. Needs Zac.
Vex too as well.
I don't know about making Vex too. I mean, he does have blue buff, Morello, and another Boomblot emblem. This is so strong.
That is a damn solid APM roll down board for 4-1. 26 gold in the bank as well. That is a very, very strong board. Unfortunately, it has just run into a fully upgraded Gorilla, but...
Oh, it does not matter. It's a 7 Boombot, not even 6.
Boombot 7. Who cares if there's a Kog'Maw on the board, right?
Absolutely. All he needs is just Urgot 2. Reminder, the odds of printing gold or components increase throughout his upgrades. On the right now on the level 1 he has 30% to do so. However, on 2 it goes to 50, and then the components being 7% on top of that.
What are you looking for here? I mean, you could go for potentially Candelaria. You do have a lot of Boombots or Cybernetic Implants or Pierce Lotus.
Yeah, I thought about it for a second, but given he has Vex, it could have been good, but he already slammed Spark, so he does not need it. Yeah, he went for...
Hey, I have idea.
Instead.
He has a Reforger, man. That Spark could be anything else.
And I don't think we're taking that gamble. It's good enough. We just need frontline items now. No point risking. And
He's staying on 40 gold.
Yeah, like... I'm thinking if it's worth it, but he wants to econ back up. I think he's good enough for this stage. I think he would roll down if he had Urgot pair to increase the odds. However, on the Aki side, we have Zaya 2, Leona 1, that comp really needs Leona too. However, with this quality over quantity, the other units such as even Sylas or Eloy will turn into quite tanky units, on top of having Cyberbulk, which is Giga Astral Beast with the quality over quantity.
Yeah, but I feel like right here, especially because Leona is your pretty much solo frontline, right? Doesn't matter if you have radiant items on your other front lines. I feel like Leona is usually the one that holds the line. Although right here, it seems like the Gorilla is struggling just a little bit.
Oh, we see that Xayah tanked the whole cast from free item Xayah. This is uncommon, but again, quality over quantity, providing the percentage of HP on top of the bulk is making her tanky enough to withstand that.
Also, reminder, Snooty Boo is sporting the Spirit Link, so he's kind of scaling by losing fights right here. Gain more and more healing as the time goes by. We do have actually 3 players with Spirit Link, and the most that we get out of it in terms of the healing is for Salvi as Solo right here, level 7, 16 gold. He's pumped 40 already, and he does have 4 Javans.
This is really strong on Graves, because Graves only does auto attack, and his every second attack does trigger it as well. So look at the 3 damage he will be pumping on top of that. This is some insane setup, unstable into the overheal with such an early upgrade. Solo is looking into winning out the lobby right now.
Absolutely, he has the BT as well, right? Which really does help into that healing that converts into the damage. And now he's also converted the Rage Blade and the Last Whisper into an Aphelios 2 on 7 from his roll down. So he's absolutely
well on
win-streaking
bench
right
chilling
here.
already for the level 8. And there is, oh my god, there is Salvi looking at the Zac with Pan and the Reforger on the bench. Will he get it? That's best unit as well for him. There is no way.
Oh my god.
That could be also Bruiser Zac.
It could be Bruiser Zac or another Boombo and you get rid of Fiddlesticks.
He did have a Chain Vest. He did have Chain Vest on the bench. I mean, I think that will be the play. Like, honestly, another free Boombot emblems. We talked about vertical, or it could be fun. We have Dragon coming up. He had the gold saved up. So again, reminder, he can get either Pan or Spat for the +1.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And getting the Zac right here as well, starting to get those blobs. This is where he starts rolling down.
Oh, he reforged the chain. He doesn't have it anymore.
Yeah, it's actually a rod in the inventory. Oh, there you go, the Bruiser emblem that he talks about, even though I'm not sure where the belt came from. Not sure
I mean, he had a belt. He had a belt on the
Okay.
Kobuko, and he popped
Okay,
it
fair.
with the Pan because, like, Kobuko is already a bruiser. So he caps out with level 9, 6 Boombot, 4 bruisers, and having already the executioner from Vex. This is extremely potent board, and he's gonna face the teammate solo. We'll see if this is strong enough to beat Graves. However, I think that Graves is just too strong for him right now. Against the Urgot one with only 1 item is not gonna be good enough.
Yeah, it kind of looks scary, actually, towards the end right there, because Garen, towards the start, sorry. Because Garen
Kobuko
going
is
to the
doing his
backline. There we go. Kobuko's doing his best, not good enough. Needs to try harder. But yeah, the Garen getting into the backline of Solo right there, kind of soloed, no pun intended, the Aphelios, right? Which is your secondary damage. And a lot of the times, I feel like what people don't talk about a lot enough is that you actually do need some sort of frontline for that Graves composition, because you do thrive off of the secondary damage, whether you go for that Senna 3 or the Senna 2 with items, or whether you have the Aphelios or the Annie from the Ox. You do still need someone, usually the Jarvan, to have some more defensive items in the frontline so that your secondary damage dealer can thrive as well.
Excellent point on that. We are on the Blasted Moon board right now. We see that he was hard committed pretty much to Exotech since the 2-1, and we see he hit pretty well. Has the main tank Mordekaiser, has the Zeri 2 already, even Urgot with the Exo emblem, rocking the Flux Capacitator, which is, I believe, scales with his cast machine gun.
All right. And we are seeing right here how the combo has actually scaled, it seems like, but hasn't scaled enough for, what was it? The hate for Exotech right there. But we did say that these items looked really good for that particular line.
Yeah,
Oh, and let's
I mean,
see.
the
Here's the
Lantern...
treasure armory.
Yep, and we're gonna see if Spears Wheel is not too shabby, gets a tier, also gives him a slam, could be a Reforger. Spears Wheel provides the AD for the units, but he opted to roll past it. Bros for Life is okay, not the best. However, we have to remember he's at 9 gold, so he's looking for something better.
Oh.
Pan was okay, TG Big Friend, okay, this is good. TG Big Friend with
Never mind.
you have all the units were benefiting out of it, and he goes for the clockwork at the end with the Sterak. This is also very strong. A combat argument that scales your Zeri past that with Aeglos. And
have
Salvi
misconnections right
picks
here.
up.
More
Together
gold?
with the, what did he get as well? It had to be some components. He got
He
Warmog,
did slam
I
a
believe.
Warmogs. Yes, he did slam a Warmogs onto the Zac, and I'm pretty sure that he only had a rod in his inventory, so it must have been the Warmogs plus the misconnections.
Misconnection.
And I'm assuming right here you don't need to roll, right? Too much. Or are you rolling for potentially Ergo too? I don't know if Vex is
think-
enough to carry you through. You don't have items on Garen either to carry, so I'm guessing you're looking for the Ergot here, right?
He's just rolling for blobs as well, you know? The thing is, he's technically at 2 HP, he should be only losing to the solo. So, what's his plan is? The reason why he shouldn't be losing to anybody else, given to all the stacks and the blobs, and funds the Urgot too. And if he's gonna lose to solo, it should be only by 1 unit to Graves. And if you consider the HP the Salvi has, 1 unit loss, he will be still alive. So Salvi should be safe throughout the stage 5, and only should be threatened dying at stage 6.
Yeah, and also because you have converted a bunch of those item choices from the carousel into spats, right? Boombot is one of the best straights to actually sacrifice items for, because Boombot itself acts as extra items due to the damage of the 6 trait that you have right here. So Vex pumping extra, Garen pumping extra in the front line, and eventually you'll get to the next dragon, the next PvE round, you'll get the next carousel, and you will add more items onto that Ergod. But right now with the Bruiser, Zac over in the front line, the Boombot emblem that helps massively for the lack of DPS and items onto the Ergod will help him through stage 5 for sure.
Yeah, the reason to roll there on 9, again, you want that Urgot 2, as we talked about, to get the scaling, to get the components. Again, you are playing for first. Right now, you should be pretty much guaranteed to top 4, unless you get some severe matchmaking scam and you get solo too early. Because we have 2 scaling players. We have Solo with all the gold he's getting throughout the early Graves hit and scaling the argument. And the other note we have Salvi, who needs to scale the Urgot components together with the maximum items.
Okay, Spirit Link is working wonders for this one. Can Zara do it? No, quite. Aki lives another day. As Ken Kitade that we talked about earlier on, Alan, we said how he went for the Prismatic into the Cogmo, didn't end up working out. You don't quite scale enough with just the Prismatic, and the 3 stars are not enough to carry you through, right? So Kenobi was talking about this, a little bit disappointed again that the Cogmo line doesn't end up netting a top 4.
I mean, again, we've seen 4 golden units on stage 3. You would think, oh, he is in a great spot. And the truth is, not really. Even though it was a fat items from the cracks, it wasn't quite enough. Again, you need to consider in what kind of lobby you are, and where I'm not talking about player-wise, when you're choosing your line. Because again, the line is good, but you need to be aware at which spot. And Snooty faces the cash-out player, which will be the bane of his.
Oh, he just straight up killed him from 11. That's quite unlucky, actually. And you see the power of the Zac, right? The Zac dived the backline and it almost instantly one-shot the brand. So there's a lot of backline access with your tanks in the front line as well. So Snooty going over out in the 7th place. And now we do have that Aurora and the Renekton. Are there any players that are looking for that? Blast going straight for the Zeri.
HP diversity. We have like whole lobby getting smoked down by the solo early upgrades and just raining through. I'm pretty sure like the problem with the solo board, like players might not be killing much there, because there's even Jarvan 3 already with like a solo
and Senna 3.
Wow. Yeah, so like he has no mercy. Like he can actually outskate Salvi. It's just now in the matter of matchmaking who will get the solo next.
I just want to give a shout out right here to Solo, because he has also been doing a lot of his prep on stream, right? And he's been hard focusing and reviewing his games. He's still level 7. He actually rolled for the Jarvan and the Senna. And while doing that, you also get to pump more gold into your Ox Force. So if he's close to probably the 50 mark, at this point, 50 to 52 mark, his Graves, not only, but his Senna and Jarvan as well are extremely, extremely strong. As you can see right now, 56 mark for the Ox Force.
Yeah, we see that the Blasted Moon, it still cannot hit that Sejuani to having 3 items with that Spirit Link. Being unable to find that upgrade is quite sad, and we see that on bare
Graves down.
HP, they try to stay alive,
Never
and
mind.
yeah. See that Morgana is putting up work late game.
Yeah, and on the other side, it looked like Graves was almost going to lose, but wasn't quite the case. I think Aki has been defeated right here as well, and we should have our top 4 as we pan out. Blasted Moon in 6th place, Aki in 5th place, and right here, Solo with the most HP in the lobby. Are we potentially looking, since Salvi did get the cash out and his board is looking absolutely insanity,
Look at
right?
the
We're going
matchmaking.
towards... Yeah, we're going towards the next
He's
PvE
facing
round as
Solo.
well. So 3rd item on Urgot.
Oh, he might not leave. He's facing Solo. This is now very crucial to not let Graves go to the back lane. This is the positioning you want, because this way, if Graves is on the left, he will lean towards the Zac and he will not jump on the Urgot. Oh god,
my
the
God,
Zac disappeared! Jesus, this Graves is unholy.
Oh
And he's
no,
still
and
going.
all of the tanks went to the right.
Yup.
Okay,
I mean,
Boombot's still
now-
superior.
I mean, you have at this point so many carries that even Graves cannot stand.
All right, and also, let's talk a little bit about the positioning that you mentioned, because it has been a very popular position, especially when you go up against Graves players. If you do place tanks right in front of Graves over on the side, what will usually happen is in his first dash, he'll move past that tank, and once this tank is dead, he'll move straight into your back line. This is why you always want your tank to be positioned on the front line, 2 hexes off of the side border. So on the 3rd hex starting, and then your carry's placed right underneath that Albert in the corner, so that then that Graves, as Alan also mentioned, dashes more towards that front line rather than your back line.
Nicely broke down position in the tech. While we're on the Enzo's board, blink of that Morgana leaving a bot. And this is exactly what you would expect for the leaving bot placement. Just getting a combo top 4, you got Morgana, play tech. And yeah, there's just leftover. We didn't leftover cash out players and high roll players. We didn't talk much about the Yellow Tomato playing the Cypher reroll. How do you feel about the comp and his spot right now?
I mean, I feel like he has really great items on all of his carries, and that's the most important thing, right? But the position right here might not favor him. I think
Oh, it's really good positioning.
Draven is on the opposite side of where he needs to be throwing his axes.
So this is good positioning because Galio is
Oh, it hit.
your main tank is tanking the Graves, but the issue is there's so much damage that like even that Galio went down. However, the Zed and the LeBlanc will be able to pick off where the Draven dropped it.
So usually what you want to do with your Draven and your Galio, right? You put them on the same side. So if you position your carry on the opposite side of Draven, it gets sniped. If you position it on the same side, it gets sniped by Galio, right? And knocked up, as we do have Enzo going out in top 4. And it's kind of a crazy lobby, I would say, Alan, because Enzo started with, I think, almost a 10 win streak, if I'm not wrong, right here, getting that Morgana 3, pumping items, but he just couldn't just find that Aurora 2, the Zac, to start pumping the Blowblitz in as well.
I mean, can you really blame it? We have a 6 Boombot Giga board since stage 4. We have Solo who just got spoon-fed Graves free on the stage 3, just blasting every player out of the existence in the lobby. And then we have a Yellow Tomato with a cash-out Cypher reroll, which is an absolutely amazing line from the spot he picked it up from.
And that's where Graves usually starts falling off, right? Stage 6,
Yep.
unless you do have 6 Orcs and you farmed endless items and your whole board is completely upgraded and you start getting legendaries, but reminder that...
I was to break it through, but Yellow Tomato actually got lost probably to the
Ghost?
Salvi's closed board, yeah. So it's just Solo and Salvi, 2 teammates standing as last. Together, and as we talked before the game that teammates will not collab together, they are certainly happy that they are 1 and 2 here, holding hands.
Absolutely, no momentum shifting over in Germany as we have our 2 German players going head-to-head for this one. Again, I do believe that the Boombot composition has that scale, right? Because the Zac kind of goes infinite.
Solo
Move his Graves.
Yeah, I mean, he did move Graves, but he didn't move the Jarvan in time. He's trying to the other side. Last second swaps are very important in this, but like, oh, it might be enough. The Graves is tanking. but the problem is Zach is pulling back the unit, and there's just so much damage coming from the boom bot. However, Salvi is only on 1 HP at this point, so if Solo manages to just try to get to the backlane once with the Graves, he might be able to scam a victory.
Let's see, if you actually manage to snipe the Urgot in the backline, right, or the Vex, that would be it. But I feel like Salvi's positioning has been so fantastic that it just doesn't allow the Graves to get into the backline. And no matter how much Graves does tank, it comes to a point where there's just too much damage. And I feel like the Zac has become such of a problem as well. A lot of the damage that he does is AP. He's got the spark on him as well. So you saw the second he dived into the backline, the Sen and the FL is just melted.
Yeah, we see another mod picked up. This is 4 mods, Garen stage 6 with Boombot, Urgot printing gold left and right on top of the component.
Oh, he's gone for a Philius 3. One more.
Oh?
Sell board. Sell board.
I mean, he did! I mean, it's not there.
Not quick enough.
I don't think that... I'm honestly uncertain if that Aphelios 3 would be even enough. Like, low-key, if you think about it, look at the board strength that Salvi put up together.
I mean, that has been a fantastic play, and this is exactly how you use a cash out and also hedge fund and everything econ related to just get to a board that actually doesn't care about combat augments, right? This is why we're talking about Boombot being so freakishly strong, because you get the extra cash out from the Cypher early. You had the hedge fund. He's level 9 or 4-1, rolling 120 gold. And
I mean, his cash out was even more gold. It was the Mundo Alistar cash out and the emblem. He collected so many emblems in this game. It's just crazy. But again, excellent. I think Salvi is one of the best fast 8, fast 9 players. His roll downs have been exceptional so far. And like we see often some fluke, some delay. The players loses 1 HP because they cannot put the board fast together. But this is not the case for the Salvi so far.
All right. Well, Alan, it's been fantastic as in the first game with you. And I feel like on the second one that's coming right up, we might have a bunch of French players in that lobby. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after the quick break.
Snooty here. I'm joined by Vixon, Unid, and Lelouch. We're going to find out who's the best TFT artist. We're going to draw TFT terms. The rest of us will have 1 minute to guess, so it's looking like a fun afternoon. So are all of you guys ready to go?
Yeah, of course.
Nafiri.
Can I say? What?
Nafiri.
Oh, you're good, bro. Holy.
Really?
Yeah, that's Nafiri, yeah?
Nice.
I just try to make a dog, you know?
I just saw 4 legs and guess Nafiri on go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Welcome back, one and all, to EMEA's Golden Spatula for Cyber City. Gentlemen, that's quite a statement first game, particularly for the guys from Maus. It's worth noting, coming into this one, there's only 3 German players in the entire competition versus 14 from France, so that was a hell of a showing. As you can see here, locking down the first 2 spots. You know, Panda, of course, we got some face-to-face experience of the Maus squad before, but talk to us a little bit about where the org is at the moment.
I mean, the executives on Maus Sports must be very happy with the pickup of Salvi and Solo this time, because they've been performing at an insane level across the last few months, qualifying DWC, making a great performance as a team, and now coming in here as well with 2 players finishing first and second is pretty insane. Especially considering that the playstyles I think are pretty similar as well, with Salvi playing the high-risk game plan and Solo playing more kind of tempo, more around stage 3 and 4 especially.
Well, Kenobi, can you talk to us a little bit, because of course we had to rush things to get everyone in to start off with, but for anyone who's maybe coming to the stream for the first time, can you give us a little bit more background on Salvi, especially as our winner from that game?
Yeah, well, he's an OG, one of the true OGs, been playing from set 1, and since he's been having some, dry spells on the game, but his most recent really high-profile performance was winning the Golden Spatula back in set 10, actually. So that was quite a while ago, and then going on to the Tactician's crown. But now he's back, and this set, he is in such incredible form. He's been extremely consistent throughout the whole Tactician's Cup, which is very rare. Most players get a couple of day 2s or a couple of day 3s, but he's been every single one on point, not getting good odds enough to win one, but he felt very close, and he's been so consistent. And this game, you could really see it play out because he was in control from start to finish, not worried. Even in stage 4, when he was still on just a couple lives, opting to wait for a while before rolling for that Urgot 2 that ended up winning him the game.
Let's be honest though, I think the best game of TFT here was played by Enzo. The top 3 players, I mean, their spots were just too illegal, I think. We saw with the early Graves upgrade, the Cypher for Yellow Tomato as well, and Salvi's game, I mean, just all illegal spots. I think Enzo played the best game of TFT in terms of hitting Build-A-Bud, leveling to 6 on stage 2, putting in the work and saying, hey, I know my comp and my game plan is not high cap. I'm going to try and just smurf stage 2 and 3 and hope it's enough to get a top 4 and start off with a consistent placement in this first game.
Yeah, and I mean, Kenobi, we were talking about this in the green room while this was all going on. Enzo, of course, we came in with this regional performance before and played incredibly aggro, basically took over the first 2 days of the regional by himself. Maybe this is the chance we get to see, some of that same level of aggression coming out again.
Yeah, and honestly, it's it looks super aggressive. Going to level 6 on stage 2 sometimes can look dumb, but in this situation, honestly, it's just incredible spot recognition. Because of the 2 Cypher players that ended up having such great board, and Solo Gesang, honestly, just being, classic Solo Gesang, Grace 340 gold on 3-5, just nothing to see here, carrying on with their day. And Enzo realizes, well, these guys are going to be absolute monsters. There is no way I can compete either in economy or in just final board. So I'm just gonna save HP, try to get a good, because his final board was nothing to scoff at. He was on level 9, upgraded legendaries as well. But he banked on saving enough HP to get into the top 4, paid off hugely for it.
Well, David, let's, since we've got a few moments before we start moving towards game number 2, let's expand a little bit on what we're seeing from the game. You mentioned, we both mentioned, of course, the Cypher having such a big impact. But something when I was watching that game, I was thinking, surely there's no way both of them can make this Cypher approach work.
I mean, the 2 lines are very different. In this case, Salvi opted for Urgot Flex instead of Amp, which is maybe what he was considered to be a one-trick of after WC, but now showcasing that he has, the pedigree to play the Urgot line as well. And Yellow Tomato played more just Cypher reroll. So the comps, they are both Cypher. You are having some mix and match in stage 2 and 3 where you're trying to break each other's streaks, but because you're going to different lines altogether, there isn't really that much interference later on. And Yellow Tomato especially stayed healthy enough to not be too scared of getting eliminated by Salvi, who was essentially on 2 lives from stage 4 onwards.
Yeah, and the important thing is that when you're playing the reroll version, you can afford to save HP and to get stronger in stage 3, because if both went on full loss streak, then there's a high chance that they will kill each other very quickly in stage 4 or early stage 5. But because one of them is able to save a lot of HP due to wanting to upgrade the Cypher units, then they end up in a situation where they can get the top 3 that they got in Yellow Tomato, because their board caps lower. It's very, very strong, but it still ends up being a way lower cap than the absolute monstrosity Salvi has made up.
I think that's a good way of describing it. I know Kenobi coming into this one as well, you were hoping that we get to see some of the Cogmore reroll stats being defied from what we saw from the Cup, which did seem like it was maybe a little bit of a trap composition. What we saw from Ken in this game, was there anything you could see that could maybe have moved him up, from the 8th place to a better finish?
Well, the thing with this kind of composition is that it's comparatively cheaper, It shares a lot of similarities to the other AD lines in terms of itemization, so if you end up playing it, then you need to have a great reason. And having money just doesn't lead to a strong Kog'Maw board. You're playing 1 cost units, yes, you 3-star them, but their cap is not even that high. So you need to have the resources or the extra stats for the board. You don't want to be playing with double Econ Augment, just like he did with the Prismatic Ticket and the Kingslayer. That's way too much, and he ended up not having any kind of power spike at any point in the game, really.
Not just that, I think it's the disparity, right? It's a Prismatic Augment starts. We're seeing the spot that Solvy's working towards, and you're playing Kog'Maw reroll. It's not going to be enough in a lobby like this. If it's a Silver Augment start, you have a lot of gold to work with. You can hit a big spike and then stay healthy in stage 3 and 4 and bleed out to a 4th. But in this lobby, you were completely overrun despite hitting all your upgrades in stage 3. So it's just not going to be determined for Kog'Maw, I think, except for maybe Silver Augment starts.
Silver Augments or something like no scoot, no pivot, that could make it work. But there's also the fact that, what you described is exactly what Enzo did, and because of Build a Bud, Enzo was just, so much further ahead than Ken Kitade in that situation. And playing the same game plan with the 50 HP loss at the start just doesn't work at all.
And we are just waiting on our last few games to conclude before we'll be able to bring you the overall standing. So do want to take the time to recognize, of course, I wanted to try and find a way to fit Blast Moon into the conversation here. But, I think with what you guys have been saying already, this has kind of been partially answered already, but, he was the only one running the Exotech line in that game, had the Exotech emblem even as well. We knew that was the most played composition on the same patch this tournament is being played on, 14.6. David, what do you feel like really was the missing pieces here for Blast?
I think his initial augment, Exo +1, is not going to be that strong coming to the late game. The cap is lower comparatively to other prismatic augments. It's not like a +1 that gives you that much more power. You just drop an Exo unit because reaching 10 Exo is pretty much impossible outside of like having a trainer golem with an emblem and then having 2 extra emblems. It's a very rare thing to reach. So I think he knew his cap was kind of lower, and stage 4 and 5 with the monstrosities that were stitched together by Solvy and Solo, he just wasn't strong enough to really stay alive.
It's honestly...
Oh, no, please, Abby.
Yeah, sorry. It's honestly one of the compositions that has an about average cap. And this lobby was not average at all. You've had Snooty and Ken Kitade getting eliminated rather quickly, and then Blasted Moon and Aki playing 2 good compositions, but when 3 players are just 1 full stage ahead of everyone when it comes to power, you just can't contend. And if Blasted Moon does not find this Garen that will carry the Exotech emblem and allow him to ramp up, then there's just no way he'll hang. And that's what Vomendeth was talking about, I believe, when in his interview.
All right, we are receiving word that our next game, it should be coming pretty darn soon. Just before we do, tell you what, I'm going to hold that thought for the next desk, because it looks like Alan ZQ and Troubling are ready to bring us into the second game. So we'll leave you guys until this next game is over. For now, Trouble and Alan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Counterfeit. I kind of have FOMO now, because he was about to drop a banger, and we'll just never know. We kind of have to wait for the next desk,
I think he wanted to throw a shade this time, but he didn't have enough time.
Yeah, and you really wanted this to get going, But from what I know, we're gonna move on to lobby number 2, and there's a lot of French players that you have faced too, competitively or in solo queue. So please do tell me, who do you have your eye on?
So in terms of the lobby 1 game 2, because that's what I believe we are having, the 8 Frenchmen in one lobby.
Yep.
I love it, how the desk broke down the draft for us, how the Kenobi talked about it. But just think what these players had in mind when they were drafting. This is this is for content, or this is just a pure disrespect towards each other. What's your take on this?
You know what? I'll tell you what. There is a huge thing specifically because I come over from League of Legends, right? I see KC, I see Gentlemates, I see Solari, I see a lot of organizations that literally go head to head, right? When it comes to League of Legends. So right here, may the better French club win.
That's a fair point. We have a pretty good amount of the clubs, but the players, again, playing for each other, it's as much as they are representing the orgs, it's still a solo game. So,
Absolutely.
in terms of the players, we see that in terms of the first lobby, Xperion took the W, and on the other spectrum, Tarte took an L. So, we'll see if that impacts anyhow the game plan for the players. Again, reminder, points do not reset across the day one. Players do have 12 games across 2 days, so it's pretty much a marathon, not a sprint. It's not like a cup where if you tank an AVE, you immediately start thinking, oh, I need to play a win out. I need to go for like at least first, second to make up for the points lost in the previous games.
And I feel like it's really cool that we're seeing a lot of the big names, right? Because when we're talking about the French scene, the reason why it's so big in TFT is because these guys have done so fantastically well. I remember a time where like even Mordog was talking about Voltairix as his dark horse at Worlds. I believe it was maybe set 10, if I'm not wrong. He has participated in 3 of them, right? And he has consistently been doing so well from EMEA side, like Coco, Double 61. Like you look at all these names that have always almost been there for majority of the competitive seasons when it comes to TFT. Now moving into that next lobby, who will you have your eye on considering their placements from game number 1?
I mean, I'm known Coco Glazer. I just like, there are players that either they put up a lot of reps, they put up a lot of either just watching, just studying the game, or talking about the game, but the man just does plenty enough of both, and they have a perfect balance between, and on top of having a proper mindset to the game, where I feel like he's just one of the best players we have in the EMEA, and absolutely root for the mate. However, in terms of Volta, like he might not be the fastest person who rolls down a big amount of the gold, because I believe he's one of the slowest, but he does make each roll impactful. You might think it's comical, but when you roll each time, he will think about all 5 slots of the units, not just the units you usually put up in the Flounder.
That's actually a really great insight right there, because we have seen some slow APMs going around. Roving Song's been another one. He did win his set of regionals, if I'm not wrong. And Voltairix has won over in EMEA as well. So fantastic breakdown of pretty much it doesn't matter how fast you roll, it matter how impactful your board can be with whatever each roll is every single time. And that's why Voltairix pops up towards one of the top names, or some of the top names that EMEA has to offer. As we are moving into our game number 2, we have shifted over to lobby 1, and if you've just tuned in, that is a full French lobby.
Yeah, you might say quality over quantity in terms of the place often enough. I think we've seen Aurora in terms of the encounters. We'll be seeing pretty much from the players defaulting the Exolines and Marksmen most of the time, or should we be having like 1 Graves per lobby. So, and per like 1 or 2 rerolls as like the standard TFT plan when there is no gigantic shifting encounters.
Oh, there you go.
Or like triple prismatics.
Well, you did mention the Graves. We had the BT as well, right? We did mention finally when we're doing our rehearsals, and I was like, hey, what do you think is a really good Graves spot? There is no good Graves spot. It's always a Graves spot if you get dropped a Graves and you do have components for like a QSS, a Sterax. Even those are a cloak and a belt, these are good enough,
Absolutely. We see the multiple players having Graves drop from the shop. However, Xperion having a better spot due to the Alistar too, but his items are not so cold. We might see like a Striker's Ladle Slam for the tempo, but again, depends on the exotic items altogether, because the players may be playing like a Graves tempo, farm a bit of the gold and pivot into some fast level 8 board instead to not find themselves contested on the line that is premium. However, it's not always the win out, especially if contested.
Yeah, and Prize Fighter being considered right here. Of course, you would need a very strong board to be able to cash out, right? You gain 2 components initially, and every 5, you win an extra, which means that you technically have 3.5 more items completed through 1 augment. It's not it's no longer going to be the case. Crown Guarded instead. What line do you usually go for when you are looking for Crown Guarded? Are you looking for like Mordekaiser lines, potentially like bleeding into Exotech?
I mean, it's just a generic good AP frontline item if you're not playing some sort of hero argument. Like Mordekaiser loves the item, Morgana loves the item, like some Jarvan. Just a generic champions that scale of the AP. However, it's not the best for units such as Sejuani. They just care about raw HP, resist, because their AP scale is just the damage, which is pretty much non-existent. So we have to focus rather on the defensive side, not multiple casts. Maybe Galio. Galio is one of the probably the best, alongside the Mordekaiser, the best holders, especially if you can pair it up together with like artifacts such as Despair.
I couldn't quite see who was the player playing the Graves right there, but there was a Wandering Trainer with a Techie and a Bruiser spot. And the cool thing about the Graves line is that it's so versatile in terms of if you have extra spots, you pretty much have so many lines that you can sort of like sneak into it with the Techie. You technically later on, it was Lyrus, thank you very much, Kenobi. With the Techie, you can slot in a Viego later on. With the Bruiser, you already have an Alistar, so you also technically open potentially a slot for more Oxforce early on.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now we are on the Cocos board. We are seeing just a generic frontline slam. The first item being the Anima Visage recently reworked, slightly buffed, given that it's pretty much underperformer from all the tank items. Picking up the Gold Collector from the Argument, just leaning towards a generic AD line, can go Marksman, can go Urgot. Again, depends what kind of the units you'll see and what kind of streak we are looking at. And Coco is pretty much chilling. Just a spot being very simple. You don't have to do much brain work here. It's just like you'll see what's in the shops essentially.
He's just speaking a champion, putting his hands behind his head. Also, shout out to him because he has a fan. There's like a massive heat wave right now in Europe, so everyone is trying to cool down. I don't know how hot it is for you over there, Alan.
Oh, we've had just a nice rain. It's pretty chill here.
Okay, fair. Okay.
Yep. Bezak decides to go for the 20 instead. It goes for the for the shop glitch, and this looks like a Cypher reroll to me. And will pump to probably level 5 during the creeps, trying to find that Galio, will try to find that Vi, go for the 4th Cypher cash out, and might go for the reroll. It might be any reroll, we have no slabs, but like looking at the board and what he's holding, he will be looking for the Cypher from the carousel, and one of the comps that benefit a lot from the shop glitch to spike throughout the stage 2 stages, not stage 2 but stage 3, stage 4 is the Cypher. Just to kill enough units, you don't have to slap much items or just DPS items, not to not make Galio much of a tanking beast, and just kill enough units to maintain the loss streak.
And let's look at the carousel right here. On his side, the Draven, it'll be much easier to grab that Vi through the shop right now with the odds that you have for the 1 cost, and it is going to be the case. Draven picked up. However, items not very much in his favor yet, and also you gotta think about what kind of lobby you're playing for. You are playing for Prismatic Finale, which means that I know that players have voiced very vigorously how much they dislike when there is a Prismatic last, because there's not too many great choices to go for, right? So especially when you're playing for the loss streak, you need to be very aware of that Prismatic coming last. You are getting majority of your combat stats through the Cypher later on, but currently he's just sitting on 1 LeBlanc, 1 Draven. This line doesn't necessarily require you to have a hefty cash out. You literally just cash out whatever makes most sense for your line.
Yeah, absolutely. We are now on the Lyrus board. We see that, as you mentioned, Techie's Bruiser, which looks like just a reroll line, or perhaps going into some 6 Bruiser plus whatever. And now Double, who was on the BRB, has won actually 2 fights while being AFK. That's, you can see the power of the Graves himself while having the Jarvan now. Very potent board from getting from the BRB anti-heal and IE, just generic item for many comps. We'll see if he tries to stick to the Graves. However, we've seen Padeball already with the Not Today and the Graves, which might be in the contention.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes on that one, because I do see a couple of Nidalees also on his bench. We're seeing the Nafiri pair. Yuumi now picked up. It kind of indicates towards an AMP board. Later on, you do have the Morello, you do have the Infinity Edge way later on for when the Samira comes through. And right here, as we're looking at experience board, we're seeing probably like a generic board that can pivot into anything like guard breaking. You can slam pretty much on any carry over in the backline from the Misfortunes all the way to the Marksman.
Yeah, exactly. So here the Coco has already the Rage Blade plus Collector
Still chilling.
Yeah, just leans toward defaults now Marksman. However, if he finds like a Urgot or 2 pair, he might still pivot, even though Rage Blade is not very optimal on it. Like I think he would still take those. The problem is like those items are mostly for the Aphelios. They're okay on Zaya, but the Aphelios might be contested due to Golden Ox being played at least by 1, if not 2 players. And here we have Pat the Ball holding pair of Senna for the cost of Econ, making only 20 before the creeps. No goal, no streak. This is the recipe for the bottom graves, given that you don't have upgrades, you don't have streak, and going with 20 on into the cracks. If this is items cracks, oh, this is not gonna be looking too hot for Pat the Ball.
Yeah, and again, it is a little bit scary because you need to pump 3 on 3-1, right? You need to make the 12 cut by 3-1. That is usually the typical if you want to dig for graves on 3-2 and head over to that level 6. So not having the econ right there might actually hurt. Here comes the shop glitch that we were talking about, and let's see if Bensack is going to be able to get that LeBlanc too. No pair even yet, and it doesn't look likely right here. That is a very low value shop glitch.
I mean, to be fair, you don't care too much about the early upgrades because, again, you are on the 5 loss streak, you are on the Cypher, you are looking for the cash out, 10 loss streak here, and just maintain HP. 73 while being on the 5 loss streak is very, very healthy. And the thing about the shop glitches, if in this spot you find yourself not hitting many units and you maintain the loss streak, you might actually just pivot out of it. You might play something else. You might go for like a level 8 and didn't find many units. You might just play like amp default from here.
All right, let's see what Bensack's going to choose to do right here. Of course, with the next augment coming right up on 3-2.
So
73 HP, as previously mentioned, yes.
Just a little explainer. If this is exactly the situation you find yourself in, players tend to treat shop glitch as something like get Cypher on 3-1, 4 Cypher at 3-1. There are pretty good odds of getting there, and you just treat it as like an eco argument that like helps you to get the Cypher on 3-1, and then helps you with the level 8 roll down on 4-1, on 3-7 essentially. You don't have to reroll, play reroll from this spot.
All right, let's see. 3-2 coming up. We do have our second augment of the game. It's going to be a silver augment, as last one is going to be prismatic by default due to the Aurora portal that we're in. Fire Sale, Pandora's items, and Corrosion being considered right here. I mean, Pandora's items, you only have 4 on your bench, and some of them seem pretty generic as well, that you can slam onto pretty much anything. So Fire Sale is going to be the one for Bensack, more econ.
Yeah, I mean, the Fire Cell is just so crazy good. It provides the amount of the gold it provides is crazy. And going into the reroll, either reroll fast 8, fast 9, you need all the econ you can get. However, on the Lyra's side, we see that he picks up the Titanic. So that extra HP, the Carousel Prio will come handy. But very good items slammed so far. Choose not to go for the Striker's Flail. Will go for the Warmok.
Also known as a Guard Breaker?
Not anymore, it's Striker's Flail now.
Oh, the new one, okay. Striker's
Yeah.
Flail, okay. Fair enough, yeah.
You thought I got infected, but I did not.
Hey. I heard you saying Stridebreaker earlier on, and we're talking about League of Legends. I was like, haha, I got him this time around, but it wasn't quite the case.
I made sure I don't fall in the same hole twice.
It's okay, League of Legends brain rot exists. Not always proud of it, but hey. Alright, as Xperion gets that win over Lyris right here. As we've seen Le Coco with a pretty good streak so far, a 7-win streak, could be going up against Double 61, who's also on a 5-win streak right here. And it has been a pretty chill stage 2 and stage 3. We've mentioned both about Le Coco. It's pretty much been just slam items on that 2-star Kog'Maw. It'll carry you through until you find your marksman later on. This can also turn into what we were talking about, the Urgot later on. So first you find the marksman, and then later on you can transition your board into more of an Urgot with heavy legendaries in front line.
Yeah, so like we talked about the game before, as now you mentioned, like this is exactly the spot you wanted to play the Urgot from, because you are healthy, You have a good board throughout the stage. We are looking at the potential hit-10 streak here, because if you are now beating even double who is ahead one weapon item on the board, you are good to go for that fast 9 potentially. The Collector providing you enough resources where it's actually feasible.
Oh,
We
very
see-
importantly here. I was wondering if we were going to get something like a Z potentially for Bensak right here. It would actually be huge to be able to get the 5 Cypher buff super early. It's not going to be the case. He's gonna grabbing the glove right here with the Galio, at least to me, it kind of screams like he wants to go for that reroll towards Cypher. He does have items slammed onto his Draven, open BF sword, potentially an Infinity Edge coming through.
Yeah, I believe that LeBlanc is slightly better curve than Draven in this comp. Like, if you play Draven, you play around. Like, it's either Z Draven or it's LeBlanc Z. Like, you prior either one or the other, but Z is pivotal in the comp. But to not forget, Galio. Galio is a demon incarnated. The problem is, this is the tankiest unit in the game if restart and provided good enough items. Like, he scales of AP so well. He not only have a crazy DR, but also the sustain that comes of it. If you don't have a good burst damage, such as we've seen last game Graves, he can heal multiple times and will just outlast pretty much anything.
Yeah, and I think his durability as well during his spell is what makes him so tanky. Now, this is something that we haven't seen very often. Voltariix went into the line.
Sorry. This is too good. You say this is not something we don't see very often. Volta angling reroll Morgana Poppy, clicks random emblem and
gets Bastion!
Yes, and even if he didn't get it, he already rolled to it with the Pandora so early is something that we see very often from the Volta. Saying that we don't see that very often is an understatement when you have Volta in mind.
All right, correction. We don't see it very often in the current patch.
Oh, wait, sorry, we have a confirmation. Actually, Branching Out just gave him the Bastion right away. There was no rolling. He just got it. And now the player's coming off to his board to just ping it.
All right, we have a little ping going for Volta right there. He seems unfazed in his camera, completely
this is
unfazed.
what he's used to. This is exactly what he's used to. This is not an uncommon situation for him.
Really great part of this comp also is the Poppy. If you have the Poppy on the same side as the Morgana, Poppy does scale a lot off of the armor and her buckler as well. So she can snipe the backline together with the Morgana damage that does split towards the backline. So it's just a very great pairing to actually reach in the backline without having to overextend as champion. So there's a lot of pinging going on. I'm not sure whose board go ping this time around because it was
I'm sure it's Volta. I'm sure it's
on
just
Volta's
Volta.
board.
Yeah. Yep. If we're gonna hopefully see soon the Bensax board with the shop glitch. Yeah. And he decides to still go for the reroll, given that the gold is not quite there to go 9 perhaps.
23 HP as well. This is kind of cutting it close. And Morgana too, as you mentioned before, and just Galio too is just not gonna cut it. You need the 3 stars to come through. As he does get the Zeri too. No items yet for the carry, and we do have 0 items for LeBlanc for the time being as well.
He kind of low-rolled the cash out. I believe it was focused with the duplicator. This is the very much the worst cash out for him. Gets the Zeri too early on. I'm curious if it will shift his game plan anyhow. That given that he's pretty far on the Cypher units. But you cannot disregard that Cypher, when it cashes out, getting the huge 70% damage above, makes it just outscale completely the Zeri, where she's nowhere close to be as good as Raven, or just LeBlanc too.
A little bit of a low roll right here from Le Coco. I think he rolled a bunch of gold, I think 50 or 40 gold. Doesn't find the Aphelios, only one Zaya as well. And primarily, we did talk about the Kraken Slayer, Kraken's Fury, and the Rage Blade, the primarily items that you want to be slamming onto your Aphelios who's ramping up into the fight and hasn't necessarily been able to hit so far. 17 gold, still has the chance to hit over on 4-2.
I mean, the board is like hitting the 6 Vanguard is the biggest spike, given you are facing level 7 player who are sending at 4-2, because again, the Encounter plus the creeps didn't provide enough econ. Coco was able to send it on just to get ahead of the lobby, and getting more Leona too is very, very potent. but finds the Aphelios eventually, and I'm curious if he'll continue rolling because he's contested in the lobby, or he'll choose to just sit on 1 stars and try to econ back up, go to 9 perhaps. And we see Bensa getting called to chaos, where she's on half of the time econ argument, gets the pretty much just front line. Yeah, this is a really good spot.
All right, most of the items are catered towards, of course, the Draven. 6 Dravens, 7 LeBlancs, only 4 Gallios. Does have the golden duplicator if he needs to use it for the time being. You were mentioning how you kind of need items for your Galio, one of the tankiest units in the entire game. I feel like the items for the Draven are not necessarily the most optimal, particularly mostly the Raids Blade, because he's more of a caster than he's an auto-attacker, and you don't necessarily have a lot of items for either your Zed or your LeBlanc. Where does this composition pick now that we're in stage 4 and a lot of the other comps have already hit?
Yeah, the thing is, he has Zeri 2 and Sedge 2. I wonder how many players actually get screwed over that. Because I think there was like 2 other exotic players where Tartman and Experion were aiming towards the comp. And I will be very unhappy that Benzak just casually hits both of them at level 7. However, now we are looking at the Volta, who picked up a Blazing Soul, which is like an okay argument for your backlaners, but not that crazy good for the comp itself. You'd rather see something more like a bulky body, something that scales up your front line even farther, gives you more time. And yeah, the biggest problem for Volta will be if he will find the Seju. I think he will, or like at least Shyvana, because he needs to push 7 ASAP to get the 6 Bastion Spike, which is just like where the comp stabilizes off.
And of course, all the damage that you do through the Bastion emblem, this is why he's on Morgana as well. One of the most potent lines for Morgana. That and the Blighting Jewel, I think, are the 2 telltales to play towards that Morgana. But Bensak hitting 3-star LeBlanc. We didn't see that 3-star Draven. And now this is where he starts snowballing.
2 of a Galio is... Oh no, that's a 4 of a Galio. I'm sorry. Well, curious if he utilized already the big Nico to get the spike right away. But... or he's gonna be holding this towards the Galio, which is the unit you want to hit the most in the comp.
Yeah, and he actually grabbed the Zed off of Carousel together with a chain vest right there, so you could slam the 3rd item onto your Galio. You do get the Zed pair, if I'm not wrong. I don't remember if he has an extra one on his bench, but he does have the golden Nico as well. And this is going to be Vow for Galio, as there is already a tier on that front line.
Meanwhile, we're on the Lyra's board. He did opt at the end for the Gorilla, given the dummy provided. It should be giving him early spike enough, but the problem is that spike never came. His Lyris is staring at 9 lost streak, picking up one buff, 2 buff, getting him a solid 3 item each carry, having 3 item Mundo, which looks pretty good, and that's still not enough to stabilize pretty much.
And again, it shows you how those 1-cost reroll lines, the Kog'Maw, the Gorilla right now, the Morgana a lot of times without the Bastion Emblem and the Blighting Jewel, right? You really truly need scaling augments to make them more relevant over in the late game. Because once those boards with the Exotechs, the Marksmen, the AMPs, etc. start coming online, it's so difficult to just outcap. And you can see here that Voltarix's board, even though he did get the 6 Bastions in, it seems to be struggling. Like once this Exotech board really takes off, it's going to be really hard to stop.
Yeah, that was just Zeri 1 and Sedge 1.
Yeah.
Because again, the units are so contested, but Volta barely taking it down, given that this isn't really no combat arguments from the double, it's just a BRB. The cash out looks like it was some sort of econ rolls from the call to chaos. We'll need a confirmation because it wasn't TG, it's just 1. So yeah, the board looks really weak given if it was. On the other side, we have Experion with also Call to Chaos, which I don't think it was XP, but he has pumped
more
46. Gold? It looks like XP, but it couldn't be XP. It would be a bit more. Actually curious. I don't think he also pumped. It must have been not sure. But again, this is where Bensak pretty much screwed up the whole lobby, given that he is on the 2 Zeri and 2 Sedge. Now we see on the other side the Tarte with also playing contested Zeri. Do we have 3-way contested Zeri Sedge and Bensak chilling with both of them upgraded at level 7? This is the nightmare for those players.
Yeah, and this is where things like the Vars and the Jin are gonna come through, right? A lot of the times you've got Pulse with Jin, Holobow with an Infinity Edge, you've got Hyperfangs onto a Varus. This is where you can actually start trying to rely on secondary carries to do the damage while Zeri ramps up, and of course upgrading your front line. I feel like this is the danger that you go through when it comes to playing for Sejuani and Zeri lines. They are so damn contested. There's a lot of Bastion lines that you can play through as well, especially when you have Cyphers in your lobby. You know that Sejuani is going to be a contested unit. The Zeri too, as you very rightly mentioned, from the side of Bensak as well. But that is a 1 HP Bensak sitting all the way down the last place so far, staring down the barrel pretty much. He's still looking for like Galio 3.
Yeah, we'll look for the tier from the Anvil to finish up free item. Not sure,
there
which is amazing. Not sure on Gunblade. Okay, it's a Gunblade. Oh, goes for Glove, so he will shift items. Interesting. And Rageblade here is GS. Okay, that's a pretty good distribution as well. We have a confirmation in terms of Call to Chaos. We've seen the 40 rolls for the double being just not good enough to hit those upgrades. And then Xperion, we were confirmed XP due to he pre-pumped most likely to level 8 on 7, then he picked up Call to Chaos and it ended up giving him over XP.
Yeah, and I really like the switch here for Bensak. Again, Draven is more of a caster than he's an auto-attacker, and I think LeBlanc really does get a lot of strength through that raid play, especially the attack speed, the AP that she gets as well. So I think it was a very, very good swap right here. The more damage that Draven does towards the backline, you've got the 3-star LeBlanc as well. I feel like right now, this is where you start focusing more on getting those Z items that you mentioned as well, the backline access. His frontline is fully upgraded, backline fully upgraded, as we do jump to Padaball, who's going to find a Senna.
Jarvan. I mean, if you have to sell that Jarvan, there is no way around it. Like, you're at 1 HP, you are not locking one round to maybe hit Jarvan in the unknown future when it's a contest by at least what we have.
Do you swap items here?
And sorry.
Ooh. I was expecting him to swap some of the affiliate items to the Senna, but instead he swapped the TG to Gragas.
So this is actually rough. I don't know what is better, given this is 40 stacks Golden Ox 3, Aphelios 2 versus Senna 3. I'm not certain what's stronger. I think Senna might be still better because this comp is so fast and you need upfront power, and Aphelios is like more of a scaling champion, and like it does output the damage to the backline if it clamped. So it does spread out the damage which you don't want. So I think Senna itemization would have been slightly stronger. I don't know if that would be enough to beat the Coco, who was looking extremely strong at this point.
Yeah, and Padaball, unfortunately, is our first contestant to be out of this game, number 2 in Lobby 1. Graves haters rejoice. That was a Graves going 8th right there. I feel like there must have been some mishap in terms of like the way that the roll downs happen or the gold that he had in his inventory, because 44 stacks by stage 5-3 is kind of low. You're still looking for stage 5, you're looking at that 50 to 52 Oxforce mark, and it wasn't quite the case right there.
I mean, trouble. We talked about like stage 2, like he was looking at 20 gold going into the crowd.
The 2 Sennas, you mentioned the 2 Sennas.
Yeah, this was just like, we don't know how, so when did he hit exactly the Graves, but like this is not the spot where you're what you're looking for when you're playing Graves. You want that Graves to stabilize you early, farm you gold here, gold there, which was not the case for the Padaball, which pretty much dragged him all the down to the bottom of the well.
Lyrus
will go down, yeah. Bensak finally managed to find the stabilization Galio upgrade, which was pretty much the most important unit, and he did utilize even his gold to get the Draven 3, which did not help enough.
Okay, I love how Tartman literally beelined that Zeri. He doesn't care. He already has a red buff on his Jhin, but it doesn't matter at this point because this Zeri, I'm pretty sure, is going to give him Zeri 2, which is very, very important, right? Especially when you're sitting on 18 health, you're pretty much 2 lives. If you take a very huge loss, if you play Bensak, you might actually end up being 1 life here as well. So that Zeri 2, very, very important. You can also slam that Morello over to the Varus, helps a little bit more with the AP damage, or give it to the Mordekaiser, it gives you more shield to the AP. You get the extra health from the Morello as well. But yeah, that Zeri 2, very, very important. Again, we mentioned no players have been eliminated that are carrying Zeri or Sejuani. So there's 4-way contest between those 2 champions.
It's kind of funny that like we have a 3 players plus Bensak contesting each other, and none of them went like a dead last. It's just the players that when that decided to play uncontested line, try to go for something else that no one else do, and they still managed to get outplayed by those players.
Yeah, so far, double reroll, 8th and 7th for anyone who wasn't here. Graves 8th and Gorilla going over in the 7th place. As right here you see Experian. He's trying to play a little bit more cheeky, can't find the Zeri, cannot find the Sejuani 2. He's playing more towards the Executioner with the Urgot over in the backline. Again, the items for Zeri can very easily translate into an Urgot. However, right here, he has been put on 1 life as well. We have 3 players on 1 life, but don't be fooled. Bensak is a cash out from Cypher with 5 Cyphers. He's got 3-star Gallet, 3-star LeBlanc, and 3-star Draven. So far, Experian and double 61 on the chopping block.
Yeah, we see that there is Astra Bizak on the triple vow, pretty much having instant cast, so no matter on the amount of the blobs, you'll get the value, and after he spreads, he still gets that pop. So no matter when you get the Zac, you do play it. It'll be like a final cut for the double will be something like Garen, get the exotic on that Zac, but it's not gonna be happening since we're still on 1 of Zeri, 1 of Sedge, not even looking at the upgrades anytime soon, because there is no more Sejuanis or Zeris in the pool left.
And I will say, since Aphelios Zaya are uncontested, look at Lecoco's bench as well, as he is winning this match pretty easily right here. And double 61 is going to go out. It's Zeri 1, Zeri 1. He's holding Zeri zone. There's 4 players. That's double 61 and Experian both out. Those 2 were both Exotech players.
Oh, and the pings are coming through.
The most important thing, Lecoco is holding extra Zayas, extra Aphelios, and extra Leona. All those 3 units not contested at all currently.
Yeah, absolutely. Tartan has to be very happy about being top 4 while playing in so many ways contested, hitting
He took the carousel Zeri, man.
Yeah.
With the Morello, who cares?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure if someone could have denied it, they absolutely would have went for it. And meanwhile, Benzak's spot was looking pretty rough, but he ended up stabilizing. I believe he is the only player that managed to beat Cop. Or maybe it was Volta. Volta stabilizing at the end while after hitting that 6 Bastion spike.
And again, the Sejuanis have been taken away. We see a 2-star Garen on Lecoco's board. And if I'm not wrong, he already had a 2-star Garen on his board. He's rolling on level 9, so I'm not sure if this is 6 Garens or 3 Garens. We're going to have a look very shortly.
Right now we're gonna watch some Bensak and some beauty of the... Oh, those items are interesting spread. So basically, red buff is really good on the Z because of the appliance to the back lane. And again, he knows if there is in the pool Morgana. So, and he was holding Striker's Flail to put it either on the LeBlanc or on the Z, depending, I believe, who does he want to pressure. If he wants to play front to back, he would put it on the LeBlanc and scale up, but if he wanted to go for pressure a bit more back lane, he decides to put it on Z, which was exactly the case. This generic, like, removing items, and like if you have multiple carries that are the same about the value strength-wise, and then you putting items based on the positioning is something commonly done across players.
Fantastically done right here. Bensak has been shifting around items for majority of this lobby, and he's done well so far. 1 HP is all you need with Cypher, usually. And right here, Tartman, he has solidified, as we mentioned, he's top 4. There are a lot of pings. I think they are going towards the Coco. I saw Volta earlier. He's holding 2 Zayas over on his bench as well. And this is the most annoying thing, right? When you know that your win condition, when there's a cash out, and your win condition is probably a 2-star 4 cost, as you can see on Volterix's bench, there's 2 Zayas right there, is to hit that 3-star 4 cost. And I think this is what Le Coco is aiming for.
So basically my guess is Volta is pinging Coco's board that, hey guys, look, we need to hold this, while Tarte is on 4 HP, can't find his own units. Benzak is barely breathing, there's 0 gold, and he just wants the other people to help him hold while they're almost done. So pretty much Volta
Also-
is like his... Oh,
Also,
will
while
he
he's at
able to-
64 gold, right? He's like,
Yeah,
you guys need to
exactly.
roll down. I'll be on
Yeah.
65 gold, and I will not roll. All good.
Yeah, and Benzak beating out the Coco, so Coco is rolling plus the amount of his gold, going down to 10 gold as we see on the HUD. Also, reminder, if you are watching on the Twitch, you can click on the player profiles to get the extra information from the extension, worth checking out.
Wait, he's selling quite a lot, and he's rolling quite a lot. So I'm wondering if Lecoco was actually close to hitting either a Leona or an Aphelios. I would assume he's leaning towards Aphelios because there's a Leona. Yeah, there is the Aphelios. 7 copies right now because there's 2 Zayas on Votelix's bench who's pinging, but he's level 8, 75 gold. Not rolling for that Aphelios whatsoever. He's looking to go to that level 9 himself. However, that Aphelios 3 is going to be a win con for Lecoco for this lobby.
I mean, right now, Volta is helping Coco by holding those Zayas because Coco already sold long time ago them and he like pivoted into different forecast plan due to the Volta being holding. And like,
huge win.
You should be selling those units to not... Oh, there we go. That's exactly what Volta did before going into the next shop. And we'll see if there are any forecasts that would help out Coco. But it's not been the case. It's just Vex and the Ziggs.
Oh, and a Void Staff actually right here from Benzak as well. I think this would be very helpful for the LeBlanc. You get the extra shred, you get the extra mana as well as the attack speed through it. More pings going down. Most likely on Lecoco's board.
Maybe it's
again.
Benzak pinging for Volta.
7
Benzak maybe sees the gold Volta has.
He's like, just roll, man.
And he's like, dude, roll. Wait, Volta didn't sell. I thought he sold the Zayas. He's just holding it still. I think Volta didn't notice that Coco ended up selling them out.
All right, we're swapping items right here over to the Jax and some onto the Elise 3. We got the Aurora in as well. Ready to throw in the Kobuko. Coco 0 gold. Let's see if he did manage to find any extra copies. You see, there's still 2 Zayas on Volterix's bench and 1 Leona on Benzak's. Still 20 HP for Voltarix, so if he loses here, it's not the end of the world. But it still gets pretty damn scary, because he will be 1 life after this.
I mean, it looks pretty good.
Morgana's
The
good
trade
work.
got sniped by the Elise, and there is a 1 HP Morgana still kicking. This is actually so crazy. This was perfect positioning from the Volta, sniping out the backlane, keeping the Morgana safe, and not hitting with the Draven the backlane Benzak needed. So what we thought was the win-out spot for Benzak, at the end happened to be just top 3 because of how well Volta positioned that.
And now this is a very important and pivotal part right here. Like Coco is on 1 HP, Volta is on 2. The problem right here is that you need your Morgana same side as enemy carries, because you need to start spreading towards the backline. This is very important. Let's see. There have been too many swaps around from both sides. Has he matched? He has.
He did. So this should be a dub for the Volta, just pure of the Poppy. Like, this is all pretty much all in matter for the Poppy, unless she dies here. She's getting chunked quite a bit, and we have a bulky buddies on the back lane, where the shielding is just there.
I felt like it's on Morgana.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid. Too much damage. Still 6 Bastion, like... And that will be it. That will be just enough to take the Coco down, and Volta will win out of the of the random Bastion from the branching out while playing Morgana. What else can I say? It's
actually such a great play, right? Because who really angles Morgana if you don't have the Bastion emblem and if you don't have Blight and Jewel? Like, we're not 2 patches ago where Morgana was very prominent, right? Especially with like just a blue buff, you just slam it on Morgana and you re-roll it, right? It's no longer a line that is as prominent or a line that can so easily top 4 without one of the 2 conditions that previously mentioned. And lo and behold, Volta pulls out a Bastion out of the silver augment. That silver augment was more of a prismatic augment for the particular line that he had already pre-decided to play.
I mean, for those who are in the TFT scene longer, it's a perfect flashback to the set 10, where Volta was committed having an emblem towards the Slayers or Damacia, and just gets branching out the other one perfectly from the branching out as well. That had exactly the same vibe, and it's just what I was saying, this is exactly what the player like Volta would have pulled off. Just having hard angling a comp, pick the branching out, and hit it.
See, it shows you that you don't need high APM to play and win TFT. All you need is just aura, just like Volta. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we're back, there's going to be game 3. Let's see which lobby we have. Stay tuned.
I try to do the items.
Kobuko? I think looks like Kobuko to me.
Tivers. No?
Diego.
The term was donkey roll. And I can't even draw a D key. Hedge fund.
Win streak.
Welcome back, one and all. What a great second game to get us really kicked into gear here at the Golden Spatula. I really liked as well, between our first game and our second game, how many parallels we saw before, between what was being played there. I mean, David, let's kind of start off here with talking about, in our first game, we saw Blast that may bring out the Exotech being uncontested, but ultimately ending out 6th place. In this game, 3, maybe arguably 4 different people deciding this is the best way to go. Why such a big difference?
Let's be honest, I think this second game is a more accurate reflection of what we'll be seeing this weekend. We're still on 40.6. There haven't been changes to Exotech. It's just a lot of stats. It's a very comfortable and strong comp. I think most of the times it comes down to, if you have a Rageblade or a Kraken's Fury Slam in stage 2, there's not really that many outs outside of just Exo or Marksman. And with double Crown Guard starts for Tarm and Experian, they really wanted to play for Exotech as well. The biggest problem is that Bensak did not follow the script. He didn't play the traditional LeBlanc reroll in the way that it's supposed to be played. He slotted in a very early Sejuani 2 and Zeri 2, and this made it so difficult for all 3 other Exo players to actually hit their upgrades, and it was a disaster in stage 4.
Yeah, honestly, you can see one thing that's funny. We mentioned the prep group, Experion, Totman, and Lekoko all, and Lyres all being from the same prep group, so they have the same read on the meta. So Experion and Totman both picking out Crown Guarded here in the early game and going for the same gameplay, just echoes that. But we also mentioned that even though they are from the same training group, they will have no quarter towards each other. And you can see that as right now on screen, Lekoko holding one Zeri, making sure to send them all to an early grave as soon as possible, bleeding them dry if they wanted to find that Zeri too. And it really worked. Tatman just barely manages to get a 4th place, and the other 2 going 5th and 6th.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit about Bensak as well. Of course, we already mentioned him in passing, but actually to pull this game back from the 1 HP, it felt like it was going to be a huge contrast from our previous game. Of course, we saw the 2 different Cypher players both finding success. For you, David, was there anything which you want to draw from Bensak's play in that game to future Cypher players?
I think the scarier thing was the double econ augment and the fact that he didn't have that much power outside of just hitting his units. And if you don't hit your units, then you're not really going to be that strong. And he leaned a bit more towards the Draven instead of the just LeBlanc with perfect items in this case. And it's always risky with Cypher. We've seen it before where players sometimes roll on stage 3, they stabilize, they maybe don't have the biggest cash out, but they stay a lot healthier, whereas Bensek, that wasn't the case. He was down to 1 or 2 lives already at the start of stage 4, so the moment your board is not quite stable enough, if there's a high roll player you're facing, you could be in big trouble, but he saved it in the end, even if it's on 1 HP.
Well, of course, we've got to celebrate, of course, coming out of that lobby. Volta doing an absolutely incredible job. I think it really felt like, the branching out into Bastion was the perfect way to get started. Kenobi, could you just, again, for our viewers who are coming in for the first time, give them a little bit of a primer on Volta and why he's such an amazing competitor?
Well, the first thing you need to know is that he didn't go to the World Championship once or twice. He's been there 5 times in total. And he's like one of the top world's performer of all time, not quite finding the success of someone like D-Soap or Title in the final place finishes, but just showing up there 5 times and getting good final lobbies most of the time is already super impressive. And he's been just a monster of consistency across all the sets that he's been playing. It's been a long time, and I can't even count the number of times he's been to EMEA finals. I believe it's close to 8 or 9. It's truly monstrous. He's always on top of his game, and he knows when he can take risks, and he has a reputation of having the RNG turn in his favor. Here, playing Bastion, Pandora's Bench, we take the branching out because we know we can't really low roll. We have the one Reforger, and then the Pandora's Bench can always get us what we need in the end. Doesn't even need the Reforger, just hits the Bastion emblem straight away. Kind of disgusting, but that's what he's known for.
Well, absolutely. He's also a great interview, so hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to him at some point over this event. But to follow on to your point, Kenobi, if my research is correct, the 9 regionals that Volta has been to, he's been final day in 6 of them, which is actually even better than Double 61, who's been to every single one of the regionals so far. So that consistency is absolutely crazy stuff. Now, do remember, General Freds, we'll be having our standings come up in a second to let us know how things are lying after round 2. In our first 2 rounds, we had the same lobbies. Now it's the reseed.
And of course, quick reminder for everyone at home, these 4 bottom slots, not right now, but after the first 2 days are over, after the competition is over as a whole, it will be the indication of players who do not make the pro circuit next set. So the most important thing for a lot of players is just not being in the bottom 4 here, trying to play stable, consistent TFT, trying to get, 4ths all throughout this day 1 especially.
Yeah, and as you can see, Ken Kitade, unfortunately, having a rather rough start and needs to pick it back up if he wants to avoid a repeat of his last time, the performance that he's had. And on the other side, you can see there's already the French supremacy is starting there. But to note, Raiko is having a pretty good start already in the top 14 position right there, trying to show that he's not going to be repeating his own performance from the last time, which is very great to see.
I love
I didn't think him.
You've definitely been giving him the grief from the very beginning of the competition. But honestly, it's wonderful to see Raiko back here, especially as 2-time cup champion as well. For anyone who's been around the scene for a long time, remembering, so many of the great Italian players that have been through the scene, the Blender Mafia and such as well, is honestly, I think he's doing a great honor to all of the work, all the done over time. But again, shout out to Gobo for being able to get through and be completely undefeated so far. Something I did notice from the numbers coming in there is, while we were keeping the same lobbies between rounds 1 and 2, a lot of the players who did well in one round then did less well in the other, or vice versa. So a lot of our players are more clustered towards the middle point.
And it just indicates, I think, the level of play, right? All 32 players in this tournament are all very good at TFT. There's no real major disparity in skill levels. And I think we're seeing reflected with someone being first in one game and then second, or 8th rather, in the second. I do want to shout out Gobo, you're mentioning, Peter. It's incredible that he, has the most consistent season of all time, I think, in TFT, in EMEA, and then also comes in with 2 first places.
He's honestly, I'm 99% sure that he's already locked in for Worlds, and despite that, he just comes out of the gate swinging double first to make a statement and saying that, well, guys, I'm the most well prepared player right now, and I'm going to show it to you throughout these 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his record for Gobuso, I believe 2 second places across this past season is a really great statement of intent. No, he was definitely one of those players that's rising up. We talked about it before. Being a regional champion for Magic and Mayhem, he's still got more to go. But Kenobi, I've got some bad news. We've received your marching papers, and we're going to be banishing you from the stream. So Yeah, you've been doing a great job so far, but we'd like to ask you to leave because we've got Trouble Inc. joining us. That's right, Trouble. Wonderful to have you with us as we're going to be heading into games 3 and 4. Hope you're excited to see things progress even further.
Hey, I don't have a cool t-shirt with an otter like Kenobi does, but I'll try to keep up.
Well, we'll get there. We'll figure out. We'll be wearing otter shirts by the time it's said and done. But as you know, as me and Pat were talking about, Gobo coming into this one completely undefeated so far. But we've also got the kind of the spectre hanging over us trouble of the end of the day. Those bottom 8 players will be eliminated, but the bottom 4 players especially will have their futures taken away from them. They will not be competing in the tier 1 circuit next season. So the pressure's got to be hugely on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Panda's question earlier on in the interview was really cool as well, because he's like, hey, some players are coming into this one where they're like, oh, I'm looking at Worlds, I'm looking to win the whole thing, I'm looking to go forward. But some others are like, hey, I just want to play as stable as possible just to secure myself a spot for the next cup to come.
I think Vomendeth gave the best answer. I think it's important in TFT to be realistic. There is variance. You can prep as much as you want. There's 32 very good players in this tournament. You can't really guarantee or have a high chance of making it to Worlds or making it to day 3 even. It's important to see how your first 2 games go and then not try and play some crazy TFT. Just say, hey, this is not the start to the tournament that I needed. I'm going to play stable from now on. Maybe I high roll a bit the rest of this day 1, but I really want to dodge those bottom 4 spots. And maybe it's the line to play more Vanguard Marksman, play more stable comps, not through contest EXO, not go into Cypher every game, for example. So we'll see how players adapt depending on their start after these first 2 games.
Hey, you mean that angling a Morgana line and then getting a random Bastion emblem is not playing steady? Like, what is that?
Well, Volta's a different beast. It's not included in my analysis.
No,
rules don't apply to him.
To the source code of
apply,
TFT. We're pretty sure he knows what's coming at all times. It's not even a risk for him. But I'm with you definitely, David. That it's particularly for our players who have had the rough starts to the early competition here, including, shockingly, Double 61. Okay, of course, a player we expect to see doing amazing things here today. It would be absolutely world-ending if he doesn't, get through even to day number 2. But I guess it's a testament to how strong the competition is, and particularly, honestly, that first lobby completely jam-packed with French players.
There's maybe a little bit less pressure on Double because if he doesn't make it, he's in the bottom 4 of the standings. There are 4 invite slots. I can't imagine a world where Double is not playing the 2-1 circuit, regardless of what happens this weekend, let's be honest.
That's fair.
And I'm actually looking into the games. I kind of want to say that I feel like out of every set that I can remember, feel free to correct me, any of you, I feel like the cash out mechanic, which is Cypher this time around, is not necessarily the one that will absolutely single-handedly just win an entire lobby. We have seen other comps outcap it. We have seen the boombots, for example, doing really, really well. AMPs angling out of the Cypher, but particularly the Cypher line, it hasn't been top 4 still, of course. A cash out is a cash out, but it's not necessarily a wins it all kind of comp.
All right, well, let's get back onto the convergence again. Do bear in mind, coming into this lobby, we saw Pipo Glad. David, we were talking about him coming into the tournament. This is his first regionals, the Polish player who's done well in the domestic scene, but this is his regional debut. Is coming into this lobby with 13 points, leading the pack.
I'm not surprised. The last, I would say, 2 or 3 sets, he's been pretty strong on ladder. Maybe not top 10 strong, but pretty much always or very often qualifying directly into the cups via snapshots, so the top 30 positions or so on ladder. He's been performing well in cups. It just hasn't all come together consistently in one set until this one, but he is definitely among the current top 5 Polish players, I would say.
All right, Trouble, let's get this one started. It will be a crab rave, which is the best thing I think we can get as we head towards the midpoint of day 1 for an extra injection of energy and gold as well.
Now, the fun thing about portals that are gold generating is that a lot of the reroll lines that wouldn't be enabled otherwise are. So right here, you could be looking to play those 1-cost rerolls. We're looking at Gorilla, we're looking at Kog'Maw, and then put a bunch of combat augments or scaling augments that will make them stronger later on, since the econ has been fed by you from the portal. As a Graves. It's settled.
Talking about reroll lines, talking about Graves. There's one player I want to mention in particular because during the Cup 3 co-stream, we watched quite a bit of Raiko. Obviously, he was a champion last weekend. And in total, he played 8 out of 18 games Graves reroll. So he has mastered the comp. He has won with the Prophet, with Moses. And if he has just a single reason to play Graves, he will probably be taking it. And every time he just writes Graves in the chat and deafens. So he's always sending the message to the rest of the lobby.
And he does have the BF sword right there. So I think it's, if you hit the Alistar, I mean, do you even care about the Alistar? Probably not, because you don't pump 8 until like, what, 2 rounds from now? So who cares?
Yeah, I think you said it absolutely right. It takes very little to throw our players into the path of Graves. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got Prismatic to start us off here. So we've got a lot of power coming in from an encounter. We've got a lot of power coming in from our first augment. We certainly saw the Build-A-Bud being deployed in the previous round. We can see already on the right-hand side. So our players locking down their early choices.
I don't know if you saw that too, but okay. There's 2 players in the lobby, and Aaliyah in particular, he locked in Prismatic Ticket instantly. I don't think he even had time to roll the other augments. The second he saw that, he picked that. PeopleGlad has also done the same, and it has been a case of, if this is 1-cost reroll lines that we're talking about, we have spoken before of how flat they usually fall. Okay, this time it's going to be the Nitro, which again, not the strongest. The latest patch, it was buffed very, very slightly. But again, you are playing a 1-cost reroll line that can then bleed into the Elise, etc.
One of the upsides specifically with Prismatic Tickets, despite this potentially being like a very high cap lobby with lots of resources in terms of gold from Crabbrave plus Prismatic Augment start, Prismatic Tickets especially, it makes your gold worth that much more, right? Because you're getting all these extra free refreshes on your shop when you have a massive roll down. So the fact you're getting so much gold from Crabbrave makes it a much better pickup, even though at 2-1 it's a pretty low tempo start usually compared to 3-2.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this interacts here in this lobby. We just said Peepo and Aaliyah, both the opposite ends of the points. Peepo coming in with 13, Aaliyah coming in with 4 points overall. Perhaps they'll help buoy each other up in terms of the rerolls coming through. Keep a close eye at looking at the sneaky scoreboard, which we've got on our end of things. I know, Trouble, we're talking a little bit about the Graves coming in. My intel is telling me we've got 3 players of Lucky and Tomino who all have Graves right now.
Oh my god, and 2 of them have opted for the more items. Aki sold his entire board, if I'm not wrong. From what I'm seeing right here, I don't see a single thing. Aaliyah chose to go with the Prismatic Ticket from what I'm seeing right here, but it is going to be more towards the Cypher reroll that we watched Ben suck in the previous game. So we went from 3 Graves players to just 1. So it's going to be a pal.
I wanted to on Tomino, he picked up a Vanguard emblem from his first augment, and there is a tech, which hopefully everyone of our viewers knows at this point in time, considering how rampant it's become in the last month or 2, and that is with Mordekaiser. If you have a Vanguard emblem and a Mordekaiser and Corrupted Chassis as your first exo item, you can essentially, because of the extra benefit from the Vanguard emblem, get permanent HP every time Mordekaiser shields. So with Corrupted Chassis, with items like Crown Guard, HP just becomes an insane tank in stage 3 and 4 if you're able to slot that in early enough.
Can I introduce to you in playing 5 normal Vanguards and a Garen Vanguard? Ooh.
That's wild, Trouble. I would have never thought of that.
Sorry. You know what? I need to hold myself back. Sorry. I'll take it back, and I'll come back to it in stays like late 4 to 5. All good.
I think that's a decent prophecy, but Tomino has found the very early Mordekaiser in here. We'll see how well this holds up. I mean, up against Peepo. Peepo's had a pretty good board so far. I think this is going to be a tight round and actually might break the emerging streak.
We just need confirmation on the exo item if it's chassis or not. If it is, then this could be a pretty fun game from Tomino.
Well, chassis or not, it does still look like that Mordekaiser is pretty broken, as Aaliyah can pick any of the 3 ciphers given to him in this carousel. There's Draven, there's Galio, and LeBlanc.
All right, so we're picking up the Galio. Again, what we saw from game 1, they can definitely support the more than 1 players. It looks like Aki and Aaliyah both keeping their lost streaks intact, whereas Zyko and Raiko up on the top, along with Bansack, 3 different players win streaking, so a very divided lobby as we head into the back half of stage 2.
When it comes to rerolls, especially one-cost rerolls potentially for Aaliyah, I will remind our viewers, the very last game of Cup number 3, Raiko won the tournament, but Aaliyah won that game 7, and he was very close to winning the tournament, playing Morgana reroll. So potentially we see this again, although there was special conditions met in that last game that maybe made Morgana that much stronger, which was 2 augments in stage 2 that helped scale Morgana to insane heights.
And I also want to shout out, I think it's Raiko or Bensak, I'm not sure. One of them has, it is Bensak actually, birthday present, one of the best augments for tempo when you are in a gold generating portal, because you get to pump levels much earlier than anyone else. So you get to get those 3-cost 2 stars or the 4-cost 2 stars much earlier to try and tempo yourself into a fast 9.
It makes it that for a much less difficult decision overall as Zyko continues to gather momentum up at the top of the table. As just kind of put together the strongest board he can. Raiko looks like they've ducked each other so far, so it looks like, yeah, Bensak dropping the streak after the previous round means that Zyko and Raiko will have their streaks potentially up against each other in the next round to come.
I think we saw there a sneak peek at what Pebblglad is potentially going to lock himself into with his prismatic tickets. Nitro, Veigar, reroll potentially is the angle. I'm not a huge fan. The stats were terrible in Cup number 3 for Nitro as a whole. I think it just isn't really that standout reroll comp that was a few patches ago, but I know Pebblglad has played a lot of Nitro this entire set. I remember playing him against him a lot on ladder and in tournaments as well, where he felt very comfortable with both tempo lines with Nitro and reroll lines as well.
Hey man, they buffed it for like 1 or 2 HP, didn't they? It must be good now, surely.
Stats don't lie, surely.
Surely 1 or 2 HP.
If the number goes up, here. I'm going to pick it every single time. And Raiko will keep the win intact. I think it looks like Psycho and Raiko have both kept... No, just Raiko keeping the win streak intact. Coming out of stage 2, so our Italian player will keep on flying the Italian flag up at the very top, whereas Aaliyah will be the player to keep hold of their loss streak down at the bottom, with the Cypher fully locked in and up to 4 Cypher already for Aaliyah.
All right, so I'm looking at Aki, and I think he faced Aaliyah prior. So Aki had locked in the 3 Cypher, and then Aaliyah had not yet found his 3rd Cypher, which means that when he faced Aki, he actually took a loss. And now you see that the 2nd Cypher player is only on a 1 loss streak, which is pretty huge, as Aaliyah is going to lock himself into a 4 Cypher line currently.
We're keeping our players closely on our players. So David, what kind of, where should Aaliyah hopefully be beyond this point?
We weren't sure what he would be rolling for with Prismatic Ticket, but I think it's pretty clear he's playing for just Cypher reroll with LeBlanc and Draven. And we talked about it. I think it's important to not gamble all your HP away in stage 3 and then hope that, because the cap isn't really high enough to guarantee you win all of stage 4 once you hit your board. I think it's going to be important for Aaliyah to try and bridge the gap between losing infinite HP while still trying to have, some small losses and continuing the Cypher lose streak.
Oh. When you saw Pebblglad roll really deep, down to 17 or 18 gold, if I'm not wrong, trying to 3-star at least either the Nidalee or the Kindred. None of the 2 is going to be the case. And again, with Nitro, because it's not as strong as it was in previous patches, you really need to get those 3-stars starting stage 3 to start stacking your bot.
Yeah, that's so many stacks you're leaving in the dirt behind you, but at least able to get the win up against Aaliyah in this round. See, Pivo, keeping things cool, calm, and collected as Raiko maintain the 2 win and loss streakers remain nice and toasty where they are. Silver wants to come in a nice contrast point as the Kingslayer drops in for Aaliyah.
Really, really nice setup from Aaliyah. He's done most of his loot streaking now. I think he'll roll a little bit here for LeBlanc 2, just to guarantee he's killing some units. And he can probably also go 3-5 and roll a bit after Carousel, not just for a small power spike, but also the chance to find a Zed on 7 and have 5 Cypher in to get even more intel traded coming into his cash out.
I mean, to be fair, I'd call him unlucky so far. He found 4 costs, none of them was Zed on that roll down. I was like, I'm wondering if he's going to pivot more towards something like an AMP line. You've got the tier. I mean, this will... Yeah, the 2nd tier right here, I think, solidifies the deal, right? With Cypher, you usually want to go either towards the Cypher line or the AMP line, but because Aaliyah has committed with the Prismatic Ticket, it's going to be more of an AMP line for Aki.
Certainly don't hate this at all. On the other side, we do see some of our kitchens coming into bear. We know certainly this was not going to be a competition we'd be seeing players necessarily looking for voluntarily, but the Street Demons be coming in from Zyko's side of things actually has managed to punch up pretty well. I mean, it's got the extra HP from the Titans to be able to push him up the table a little bit more, but I don't hate what we're seeing here, David.
I'm curious for Zyko what he goes down. He has a Street Demon +1, but that could very easily just be Amp, right? Street Demon, 7 Street Demon especially after the initial patches in this set has not really been the go-to comp for most players. I think Bran and Ziggs are a little bit too inconsistent as carries, and Samira, if you're playing for Samira anyway, you might as well play Amp to really amplify her damage and her importance in the comp. So I'm curious to see what Zyko does. He has a lot of extra HP to work with at Tanks Hidden, maybe just playing for a lower cap, but stable and healthy top 4 in this game 3.
I feel like, to be fair, if you are going to play for Street Demons, your champions are kind of uncontested as well. And I have seen some players pivot towards more of the Rengar plus Jinx lines.
No, let's not go there.
Both of those very, very uncontested, but I have seen a Morello right there, so we'll see. I mean, the Zed's there.
Trouble does not like Zyko,
there.
confirmed. Don't bait him into playing Rengar.
Yes, I was listening to Dish though before and talking about the Rengar 3-star win rate being pretty atrocious. But I mean, honestly,
when you have Kog'Maw being meta and still going 8th, why not try Rengar Jinx, man? What do you have to lose?
To be fair,
a lot.
I think if it works out well, it's going to look like absolute profit here. So hopefully it will turn out to be the case.
He gets a brand here.
Oh, I think he was looking for the Rengar, but he must have missed trouble. He got the brand instead.
You know what? Okay, guys. Bully the newcomer. Okay, I see how it is.
You mentioned Rengar one time, you're asking for it. Trouble.
Listen, man,
I mean,
you can angle Morgana and get a Bastion emblem. You can surely go towards Rengar as well if you have the items. Not the case here, but I feel like in general, because all the Street Demon champions are pretty much uncontested, we're talking about Ziggs, Nico, and Brand, you can pretty much build towards them. Sometimes in high econ portals as well as this one, you could be looking towards 3-star in Mono Forgos as well.
Yeah, it's definitely on the cards. I mean, keep a close eye on the rest of the boards as they do keep on developing and see if anyone puts down too much pressure to allow Zyko to get to the extreme late game. But we've got the brand in, we've got the initial parts of the composition. Actually, based on what we've got so far, this seems like a stable enough thing. But on the other side, Leah has managed to get the Cypher together and is starting to build power.
One final point for Zyko, I think it's possible that he plays 7 Street Demon in stage 4 and just stabilizes around hitting the early spike, having the brand early, and then potentially goes 9, and at 9 maybe pivots his comp to more of an amp setup potentially, or less 7 Street Demon and more going into like tech keys with Viego, etc. That could be a play as well.
Oh my god, he got the brand, he got the Ziggs, now he gets the Nico. 7 Street Demon all together, and I feel like one of the most important things, especially when you know that people might potentially outcap you, you have 2 Cyphers in the lobby, you potentially have another one going towards Boom Bolts or something like a Vanguard line that can outcap, especially in like a high econ portal. I feel like getting the wins early on when you have a very strong board, saving HP of the get-go might be very, very useful for potential top 4, right? Again, we said Street Demon is not necessarily a line that you want to play if you want to win. A lot of the times it doesn't even top 4, even if you hit all your units, but saving all this HP early on could definitely be a difference maker for a top 4.
No, I think you're absolutely right, particularly with the position Zyko is in. 11 points coming into lobby, so in the the top half where players could be at the moment, but just making sure you don't have that disaster game that sends you further down the table is hugely important. But our pal on the other side, a player looking to make up some ground, has put together at least a temporary version of the Vanguard Kog'Maw board and is doing pretty damn well off of it.
And Aaliyah is going to be cashing out, I hope. He's at 19 HP, I think he has to. And he does pick up components and has a few slams maybe for the LeBlanc to finish off her items. Maybe a Gunblade will most likely be the case. But has to roll here and has to try and fully stabilize his board, considering there's another Cypher player. And if he's not hitting the 3 stars, he might be in trouble.
Oh, the Z2 and very, very close to a Galio 3. I feel like even if you don't necessarily hit that Draven 3, I feel like LeBlanc 3 with Z2 and Galio 3 definitely stabilize your board, plus all the extra stats that you have. The Nico that he has over in his inventory, and an extra completed item. Ooh, and another Nico. What's going on?
I'm absolutely with you there as well. I think LeBlanc, surprisingly large amount of damage, particularly if you said, if we can get the Galio 3 in place. He's an absolute unit, and you'll find him naturally. I think this is a great turning point for Aaliyah.
Oh,
and he's not scared of rolling to 0. That's just an Aaliyah diff. He's not scared of rolling to 0 because he has Kingslayer, right? And he knows that he's going to be 19 HP, going to be fighting. I mean, look at the gap between 8th place and 6th place, right? There's a huge HP gap there. So he has guaranteed gold injection all of stage 4 because he's expected to win every single fight here.
That was the most illegal orbs that I've seen in a very long time. Triple item Z as well. You've got 6 Dravens. You have the golden Nico, which is very important to keep an eye out for, right? Because once he turns towards level 8, he's not going to have to roll for pretty much any other champion. I don't think he cares too much about Dravens. He doesn't have item to slot onto him right now. So he's definitely going to be looking to go level 8. You can roll down for your Z. Z is very uncontested in the current patch as well. So you could definitely be looking for a Z3 angle too.
As we come to our final order, which will be the split style, it's worth noting, as much as we were talking about Leah and the Kingslayer, Aki is in almost the same spot, and we were receiving an update. He's found Aurora 2, so both of our players down sub 20 HP. They seem to be on a collision course with each other, and they both got absurd boards.
I mean,
I'm not sure if I would call this absurd, because I think Aki, I mean, look at his face. He wants to play Amp. His roll down does not really give him any Samira, doesn't have any 2. Holds, I think, good TFT fundamentals, holding Aurora just in case to have an out, and is now slotting into Dynamo instead. But it's really Aurora and that's it, right? On this board, the frontline is not looking too beefy. It's a mixed bag of strategist and bruiser, and he's at 13 HP. I'd be a bit scared if I was Aki.
Yeah, I feel like the frontline is looking very, very squishy as well. Nico, not one of the greatest frontline tanks when it comes to not having the Street Demon and the power that the amplified hexes give to the Street Demons. And I mean, like, Aurora 2 is very great, but you don't necessarily have a single target carry on your team so far. Misfortune is still level 1, so I think he's in a very, very fragile state right here. But every win counts because he's right at the bottom, and Kingslayer is going to start cashing in. So slowly but surely, he will be able to start rolling for more units.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of hoping that he would have more to bring in from the bench as well. You know, the extra attack speed boost, especially at 2-star, is crazy, but we've got the potential to gold split as well. There's the Urgot Aki was looking for. This could well be the difference. A little bit more gold as well to perhaps build up a stronger economy. But there's plenty of people further up the table who've got boards of their own. For Boombop from Bensack, starting to find some of the endgame components as well.
Missing on one of the key ones, though, that is going to be the Urgot himself. Still only sitting on Zeri, and we usually see Zeri or Aphelios as kind of the intermediary carry before you find the Urgot. Zeri, the upside is you also grief the EXO player, so why not?
I was about to say, meanwhile, EXO players can't despair mode. But yeah, we have insane cash that's coming in, and that's exactly what I was talking about when I said about birthday present and gold generating lobby. Not only gold generating lobby, but malicious monetization on top of that. Bensack is really trying to pump gold, and once you get to that level 10, you get an extra legendary. But I'm assuming because we are in this gold generating portal with Scuttle Puddle, I think it's very important that he actually does roll onto 9 to hit the very crucial legendaries. I think Panda mentioned as well, you definitely do need the Urgot to pivot off of the Zeri.
A good amount of gold out of malicious monetization, as you said. So yes, try and bring the board fully together. Tamino did lose out on his win streak as of that previous round, so we'll start to settle things down as we come to the stage 4 carousel.
And there is a Samira now, but I think Aki is too far gone outside of the AMP game plan to really go for that. One thing I want to mention from Tamino, we're seeing on the bottom side there, he is committed. He did end up going into the Vanguard Emblem Mordekaiser chassis tech. It wasn't first item, but because he's playing into Vertical EXO anyways, it doesn't really matter. And we can watch one of his fights because you guys will see how beefy this Mordekaiser is and how much extra HP he's going to have to work with.
Yeah, however, this is Zeri 1, right? Because a different player has a Zeri 2 when they're looking for an Urgot, so that's a little bit sad.
I mean, Zach 2 on bench, 50 gold, level 8. I think you're fine without the Zeri upgrade for now.
Don't you feel just a little...
Okay,
man. Can't you feel like a little bit bad for him? Come on. No.
He's 80 HP trouble.
Okay, all right.
He's playing the most broken comp
sympathy for some
in the
other
past.
Hey,
players.
listen up, man. You're brutal today, okay? I'll give you that one. You're
If
brutal.
he was carrying Rengar, I would feel sympathy, but if he's carrying Zeri, I think he'll do just fine.
You know what? There's
Hey.
like Zac 2 on bench. Someone has Aurora 2 of the cash out. We have Draven 3. We have this Nitro line. And then, I don't know, man, like Zyko's sitting there with Street Demon emblem. I don't know. It is what it is, I guess.
He just wants to be loved. He just wants to be loved. That's all it takes. On the other side, the Nitro board, yeah, we weren't as sure what it was going to end up looking for Peppo. Again, came into this one leading on points, 13 points ahead of anybody else, but this more unusual approach to the game doesn't seem to be paying off as a lot of our players' board continue to gather strength. Notice Aaliyah and Aki, they're both on the win streaks down at the bottom, starting to take the HP away from the rest of the lobby, particularly Peppo Glad.
All right.
Right, Go. Playing the pretty traditional line here. It's your tech, right, Trouble? This innovative 6 Vanguard marksman line. No emblem, though, but just very, very stable. After we saw the...
I was talking about Garen with Vanguard emblem.
Oh,
Yeah.
piece and piece. But surely next carousel we'll find a Vanguard emblem, and tech will be unleashed for all of us to see.
Hey,
you
if
can
we're
put
going to
3
play, we're going to make sure we
Mordekaisers.
get it right.
That's
All right.
good.
On the other side, of course, Bensak with the birthday present. He's looking to go to that level 10. I'm pretty sure he can actually push to level 10 after the next neutrals. We are on Scout Paddle, so you have an influx of gold as well, which will give you your next legendary. And as long as he's pretty decent in terms of HP, which he is, he's currently sitting at 56, I think he can actually burn through that entire stage, which I'm pretty sure he did a couple of those rounds to try and get to that level 10 for the next legendary to come through.
Yeah, he's already got a very good board. With, I believe, the 2-star Kabuko in place and some of the 1-star 5 costs already, so would just be a big step up in terms of power. We check it with Aki. It looks like, yeah, has taken the stumble, whereas Aaliyah has continued on the win streak. So Aki down to a single life. We know suddenly the Dynamo board was not one which we were super excited to go for. I think I should say before, David, this felt like it was the only choice for Aki at this point, or from the previous point in the game when he went into this line.
And considering this was a Cypher cash out, this is just not the highest cap spot to be in if you're Aki. 1 HP, you're not sitting on a stable comp. Cho'Gath, outside of, not even 6 Bruiser, just outside of the Urgot flex line, he's not really considered to be this like giga tank. And he might be in trouble, Aki, considering, look at some of the scary players in this lobby. Level 10 for Bensak. Insane legendary board.
Kabuko 2s. Oh my god, I was about to say you are level 10. Do you like roll for actually like a Kabuko 3 without having a single Urgot? He did sell him though. He did sell him. It's not gonna be the case. I don't find an Urgot still.
Yeah, I think more concerned about hitting the immediate power. Bensak's still in a good spot. He started to drop a little bit in the HP total. Still way ahead of Aaliyah, Peppo, and Aki, who are still all fighting for their lives this round or next round to come. I think Bensak's just a little short of the powers. On the other side, Trouble, it looks like the Street Demons are actually hitting pretty damn hard.
Yeah, you better say it. You better say it. That's a classic Street Demon board. No AD items to go on Samira. It's a double carry with the Ziggs, with the Street Demon emblem. He gets more of the stats. Sorry, I was trying to find the word from the Street Demon Hex as well. And it actually has been talked about a little bit on X about the power of the Ziggs, especially when you give him a lot of crit, make him a Street Demon as well. The extra defense is right there. So we'll see how far up Zyko can reach. I would say this is pretty top 4able, specifically because he was able to save so much HP. And we talked about this, right? There was a golden Nikon.
You mentioned it, and I was gonna interrupt you and say, did you watch Coined's game in Cup number 3? Because I think Aaliyah is close friends with Coined, and they share a few techs here and there, like Zed. If there's no Shaco player, usually not being purchased by many players on their board, Cyber Cash can be duplicator sometimes, and Aaliyah should be very, very happy. This is his game to lose now.
Yeah, we can just see he's absolutely bursting through the boards. Worth noting, Peppo Glad came into this one again as our front runner points-wise, goes out in 8th place at Nitro Vega board, just not coming together quite quickly enough. But as we look across the rest of the table, we can see, apart from Akia down on 1 HP, we've got several players all around 20 or so. So our top 4 very much volatile as Aaliyah gathers the blobs.
Yeah, I think this is really scary, right? Again, especially when you're playing Cypher, you burn through your HP to try and get a super powerful board, and then somebody hits an insanely strong board, and then you have to fight this. For example, Bensak, his board is absolutely insane. This is like a final boss boombot board with a lot more upgrades to come. You know, the Zac 2, the Guarantee, etc. And he's going to face Z3.
This is tragic. No matter how strong you get, you have to watch out, because if a Cypher player reaches one of these Cypher caps and you're at 1 life like you are now from Bensak, despite you having the board to go second, you're going about 4. And this is just absolutely tragic luck for Bensak here.
Oh, this is so sad.
Gears out as well. We're down to our top 5. But yeah, the Z3 just snuck it under the... And yeah, took the risk, and it's paying off absolutely huge. I think, you know, Trouble, you're talking about much earlier on in the game, just trying to keep your HP in pocket for these kind of rainy day situations where all you can do is try and stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do it, right? From the very beginning, you saw that there were 2 players that were playing for the Cypher cash out, and one of the 2 is guaranteed to hit a board that is insanely hard to beat. And especially when you're locked into a line like Street Demons, that is very, very hard to win a game right now, preserving HP is going to be the win con.
I wonder if EMEA was able to like slowly drip in the Z purchases, or if he found like one big roll down, one turn he found just a lot of them and had duplicator as well, because Bensak has to feel very frustrated. He couldn't upplay defense. He's playing Birthday Present. He has to level up. He's not really rolling much at all this entire game. He's just pushing to level 10, so he can't really play defense. He must assume, hey, this is the EMEA finals. I'm sure someone is scouting and seeing that EMEA might hit a Z3, but no one does. No one stops him, and Bensak is the one that takes the loss because of it. So really frustrating 6th place for Bensak.
I mean, it's an incredible time for EMEA, though. EMEA came into this game with 4 points. You know, in contrast to Peppo, who came in with 13, you know, EMEA needs a huge win, and it seems like this should be enough to reset his song and keep him from one of those so scary bottom 4 slots, at least for the time being. Apal on the other side, though, looking like the Vanguard Marksman comp, not maybe quite enough damage to match up against the scaling power of the Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, like right here, Opal, he traded a lot of the combat augments for more items, which in turn translates into combat, right? But I just want to voice, I believe it was Dishop who was talking about this, and they were saying, or maybe Robin, one of the 2, they were saying how difficult it is when you actually lose streak in the early game without Cypher. The plan is just very difficult to come back because the lobbies kind of like blow up really, really quickly, specifically when you are in a scuttle paddle kind of lobby with a prismatic augment as well. So it's just very, very difficult to fall super low on HP to try and spike later, because those boards that will be built before you will take you out before you spike.
I think Opal and Zyko had a very similar game plan where on 3-2, they both picked Titanic Titan, understanding that their spots are not really that good. There's going to be some very scary Cypher catch-up players in stage 4 and 5, and they are basically making a deal to go top 5 and be happy with it, with their augment choices. So I think even if they get eliminated here in 5th or in 4th positions, I think both are accepting that from the very beginning of the game.
Well, as we come to our friend the Crab, we've got potential here to see Raiko getting knocked out if things go very badly, but Trouble.
I think it's Scuttle Puddle, if I'm not wrong. I don't think it's...
No, it's Crabbrave, it's Crabbrave.
It's Crabbrave? Okay, because in the top right,
we're about to find out.
Puddle, so I go locked in.
We'll see. Does the board explode immediately?
Okay, it's
we got plated!
Yeah, you're right.
I just wanted to say, can we all deal on something? I'm going to ask the chat as well. I can't see the chat, but I'm going to ask the chat. Can we all deal that if Zyko top 5s, it's like as if he won?
Isn't because he's playing Street Demons.
Yeah, of course.
He's playing with a handicap, a golf handicap of -17.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, we got 2-star Samira. Our items are not incredible, but maybe with the extra, we've got a little bit of more line here. I mean, Zyko still could get it in ahead of Raiko, I don't know. We've got Viego as well. Maybe I can start to be a believer.
This is a cap board for a Street Demon board. Well, you take me 3 patches ago, this board absolutely wins. Nothing can outcap it. But let's see how it fares up to the Vanguard with the chassis that Panda was talking about earlier.
This Mordekaiser might not die. There's no real single target damage. The brand cast again, but yeah, Mordekaiser is just doing his thing, has so much HP to work with. Maybe he'll die at the very end. Oh, Oh, did I speak too soon? Oh, he didn't
Oh,
die.
no,
in
he
the
didn't
fight.
die.
So
Wait,
this is the problem.
What? Rocco's gone. Rocco's gone as well.
Wait.
It looks
Okay,
It will
nice.
be a
Zyko
fourth place
win.
for Zyko.
Zyko might as well have won this lobby, in my eyes, honestly. Great play. I mean, he played very well, right? Tempo in the early game into save HP, and that's exactly what we talked about. Had he not saved HP by playing tempo, playing strongest board, trying to snowball and save his HP points, then he wouldn't have ended up in the top 4, and that's a big win for him.
Oh, for sure. I mean, but as we come towards the tail end, we can see here the HP totals are wildly different. EMEA, of course, who has been building up for quite some time with the Cypher vertical board and the Z3, of course, is almost certain to win the lobby. So it's more just a case of Opal hoping he could duck him for long enough to maybe sneak out an extra point.
And Tomino, once again, we talked about it. When EXO is 3-way contested, usually we're seeing a lot of the players go 5th, 6th, and 7th, most likely. In this game, Tomino, uncontested on the EXO line, was able to very freely find the Sejuani and Zeri upgrades, has the extra benefit of just having so much extra emblems that are giving more stats to all the EXO units, as well as the Vanguard emblem tech on Mordekaiser. So just everything went to plan for Tomino. He couldn't have asked for a better game. Of course, probably a second place because there's that 3 in the mix, but still a very strong game from him.
I was wondering, is there any chance for Tomino to potentially also hit a 3-star 4 cost? Of course, the Zeri is being held away by EMEA right here, but he still has 52 HP remaining. Level 9, right? So he can actually burn through his HP to get to the next neutral to potentially roll down for something too.
Yeah, I mean, he's got as much, of a runway as you could possibly hope to, certainly based on what we're seeing here. Unfortunately, even the losses are not that great because, of course, Zed is chewing his way through and deleting those backlines before he can really get going, but EMEA takes one step further forward. Maybe the carousel will help out some way.
Yeah, I don't think he can make it to the neutrals right here. I think he took like a 15 HP break, and he only has 33 HP left. We'll see if he can make it to neutrals or if he's going to roll down.
EMEA is getting some extra gold from Kingslayer as well, every one of these fights, so has some extra income to play defense to try and, as we're seeing here, hold 2 Zeris, hold a Sejuani, make sure there's no real out. But it looks like it will be a 5-cost angle for Tomino. He understands he is the weaker player. There is no way to win this game fairly. He has to go for an insane high roll. Does EMEA adapt in time? Doesn't really have that much gold to work with, so can hold Samira, but that's pretty much it.
Legendary soup! The kitchen is open!
Kabuko seems like the target here, but yeah, I think you're too far away for Tomino. Not enough time as well. You have 2 rounds to do it, though.
Yep. I think the most important thing is that you look at the line in which you can angle for, and so far it is going to be that Kabuko. So you sell everything else, as we are seeing the board. There they are. Okay. I think he might actually have to angle for the Kabuko right here. Sell everything else, try to go for Kabuko, 1 Urgot on the other side, 1 Renekton, so those are the 2 legendaries you can all go for.
And EMEA should also downgrade some of his board to try and play defense to have more gold to work with, just to stop the Kabuko. It seems like Kabuko is the clearest angle here. EMEA has to hold at least 1.
Oh, I don't think we're finding them quickly enough.
Oh, on 7.
Oh, we got just about enough left in the tank.
And the worst part is when you're Tomino and you're rolling, you don't even have time to scout if the other player is holding 1. No!
Oh, he was the chosen one, Tomino, leading back a Slovakian player. Honestly, did a hell of a game, so played his only conceivable out. EMEA on the other side from Germany, doing an incredible job. That prismatic ticket, the Kingslayer, we pointed out from before, just a fantastic game. And he brings himself back from the lowest points in the lobby to the best possible finish.
Honestly, Scuttle Paddle shows you how many different openings and angles for games you can have, but especially when you pair it up with first Augment Prismatic, I feel like the lobbies are bound to explode. I don't think we saw anyone going for more of the reroll angles, like the more one-cost reroll angles. They all went to just scale as much as they could. Again, I want to give props to Zyko right here. Got stuck with the Street Demon emblem. Again, making sure he tempos through stage 2, 3, and 4 really saved him. Getting that top 4 was huge.
All right, gentle friends, we're going to be heading ourselves to a short break. When we return on this desk, we're breaking things down because we are officially reached the halfway point of day 1 here of the Cyber City Cup. Well, moving, of course, forward to the crown in just a couple of weeks' time. But today, it's all about surviving through to day number 2. So stick with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time.
I'll rank that probably around 4 because it was really long ago.
Oh, I feel like that's got to be pretty hype. It's the first one ever.
I think it was the first competitive set, and I think it was a cool set.
I mean, I must rank that first because for obvious reasons.
But the thing is with like replays around, I feel like he was like a turbo underdog. And since it's the first NA one, I'll give him 2.
Okay, so the set 8, it's not my best set. I didn't really like it, so I think I will put set and the Repair on 4th.
What an absolutely a game banger Kenobi. We've seen Elia take it down pretty much. We knew what's gonna happen after the stage 5 when he hit the Z3 on the 4-1. He already was holding Zs plus Golden Nico, and there was no defense whatsoever. There was perhaps not enough scouting. Players were focused more on their own lines. That was Scuttle, it was the Prismatic Opener, and didn't play much defense. And we've seen the repetition from the pretty much cup where the coin it hit the Z3 of the hacked shop, being on the 5-1, and the exact same moment happened for Elia in this game. How did he get there, Kenobi?
I think the fact that you mentioned nobody was playing defense is a very good one, because what actually happened is that everybody had to be playing offense to hit their own comp, and I think in their mind they were all like Elia already was the favorite to win, and so there's no priority to stop him from that because he was already so far ahead. Even without the Z3 was the final lane in the coffin, and they were just trying to survive in this insanely high tempo lobby. Aurora 2 on 4-1, Zac 2 on bench for Tomino on 4-2, and Elia hitting the 3-cost 3 stars super early as well. Like everybody was way accelerated because of the hacked augments and the scuttle puddle, as you mentioned. And what does that mean for the players that play sub-optimal lines?
I mean, 7 and 8, like as we've seen, 2 Polish players taking the bottom lines. As much as those lines are fine if you play them from tempo and in the normal type of encounters, they had neither of those. No normal lobby, no tempo, and they leaned still towards them. As much as I'm a big fan of the flex romantic TFT, you have to still be aware of the power of the comps and when you are allowed to play them. So again, you have to have like a spatial awareness, what's happening around. You cannot just go with your, oh, my favorite comp is this, let's play this. Oh, it works for us, so we should focus on that.
Yeah, and I think something worthwhile to point out is, Aki managed to try a pivot into this Aura 2 that he hit. He was aiming for the AMP composition, but got a wrench thrown into his plans because of Zyko hitting that Street Demon on the Tactician's kitchen and managing to make it work. The casters really made a great point of highlighting that he managed to get a 4th place with a composition that is a B tier, if we're being generous, and that's something that made a huge difference for him, having the mental and also the breadth of knowledge to find the best way to play it. And talking of mental, we were watching Bensak get killed by the Z3 and show like actual happiness. He was happy getting just a spot above Aki because both died at the same time, and that shows incredible mental clarity. He was aware that this was a possibility, and being able to appreciate this single point shows how locked in he is and that he just cares about the final result and that he's not biased in this one game. He gets 6th place here because of the Z3 killing him. That's fine. He got a spot over Aki. Good job, good game. Let's move on to the next, and he's ready to go out kicking again.
Yeah, on the backside note, like, he was aware that his spot wasn't looking too hot because, again, his level 8 birthday present was Zeri with a bit suboptimal items, but it allowed him to get here and there one round. Then he got followed by Kobuko, which is pretty much not the best, like, let's be honest. You can hope for a definitely better one. And then he's level 10 on top of, after picking malicious monetization, being another Kobuko. His only path to victory was pretty much just going for 3-star Kobuko, which he pretty much forfeited. And he tried to stabilize off the Urgot, which after hitting he just faced off Z, which was like a universe just went fully against him. However, I think Zyko, as you mentioned, is a very worth highlighting player of this lobby. Salvaging 4th in such a lobby is crazy good. And then Tomik Nobi is just overall aware of the techs, where you can utilize a Vanguard emblem with the chassis being a second item this game. Getting it online on stage 3 just allowed him to get comfortably second and then pursue a win with the one of
Yeah, getting very close to it in the end. Managing to find the right timing, not being too greedy when attempting a 3-star legendary is very important. Not trying to do everything in a single round, because you just genuinely, like, no matter how fast you are, there's genuinely not enough time to do it in a single round. As you can see on the replay here, he had more than 100 golds to roll in. If he wanted to do it in a single round, it would be like 120, 130 gold to roll in a single round. There's just no way you have time for that. And he got very close in the end, but it was missing just that tiny bit more to make it, and made Elia sweat a little bit, I believe.
With the standings, we've seen that Elia was on the bottom of the standings, but last game pretty much jetpacked him right to the top 22 of the leaderboard. Much needed here, and then the bottom of the leaderboard being just not too much of a French. You must be happy about it, huh?
Yeah, well, you must be disappointed seeing Aki and Sova both having a terrible first day. Ken Kitade not finding the success that he needs to climb his way back. It looks like he's digging himself deeper into this bottom 4 place hole, and it's gotta be a heartbreaker for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be having wonderful casters bringing down the next lobby, being with the players on the screen. And let's hear what they have to say about those players.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Yeah, friends, we are in the back half of day 1. Again, an incredibly important day for the future of all these players. To get things started, we've got ourselves a fantastic lobby coming into this one. Colin, one of those players who managed to get up to the very top of the table, a million miles away from getting eliminated day 1.
And it seems like the gas is not really let up at all. We're back into a high resource lobby. This means that we'll be seeing some of the crazy comps assembled in stage 4 and 5 especially. I want to really navigate this game 4 by taking a closer look at someone like Kenkitade and Coinid. They're currently in the chopping block of being in that bottom 4 of the standings, being cut off in this day 1. So incredibly important that they find a way to stabilize in this game 4.
Yeah, and I have been the biggest fan of Zolokazang for as long as I've joined you guys here for a couple of years now. And I think he's been doing pretty well. I mean, he had like an atrocious, in the best way possible, Graves game, States 3, Graves 3, 40 gold, level 7, but we don't talk about this. And he always sort of falls short before the final hurdle, but so far he has been having a fantastic day 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important, I think, particularly for players who can get in their own head, particularly at this point where you've got the difference to make up. I mean, I think Alir showed us really well in the previous game how possible it is to reverse what had been a rough, early start to things. Today, as we head towards the back half of the day, we'll have to see how well our players on those low points totals are able to imitate Alir.
You got some tech there from Deditor, selling off his entire bench, just keeping the Nidalee, which can solo this creep round. In case he finds something like a hedge fund with a prismatic start guaranteed or upper mobility to be that maybe amp player in this game number 4 and play for that high cap. Weirdly enough, we haven't seen amp yet in this tournament in terms of like an actual amp board be set up and go for a win or a second place. So I expect to see it in this game.
Black market as well. Scoped weapons.
It's Shaco time.
There is another player with Shaco 2, Senna, and Darius on his board. So going scope weapons right here without necessarily having many Shaco.
Oh, it's Shaco time, baby. Travis is a Giga Chad. He knows what's up.
Okay. Okay.
This is the composition that we did pick up from the previous cup. Again, we're playing on the same patch as the previous cup, a very unusual circumstance. But yeah, the Shaco stats were absolutely ludicrously strong, and this very definitively one of those ways to make sure this can get wildly out of hand.
All right, the other player that was actually contesting, as we're seeing right here on our screens, is going to pivot off of the Shaco and go for more of the subscription service where you get the 4 costs. It's going to be the Cho'Gath currently, Zaya on the bench as well. And again, this is a fantastic line, right? You can get the Boombot early on that will help a lot with the damage. You do have a bow in the inventory, so you can pivot either towards more of the Urgot build or towards the Vanguards with the Marksman in the backline.
I'm a little bit scared for Coined. I think with subservice especially, you have to really stabilize off of these 4 costs. If you start mixed streaking or losing in stage 2 and 3, you're just very behind. You're kind of down a prismatic augment by the time stage 4 rolls around because the 4 costs haven't translated so much. And Cho'Gath by himself without really an insane setup, legendary flex board, is not really that great of a standalone unit compared to like Leona, for example. So I'm curious if Coined stays in Boombot or if he tries to pivot towards using the Zaya as his main unit in this stage 2.
I feel like Blasted Moon right here that we just watched, who sold his Graves. It was quite fun because you slammed the Rage Blade, you're looking to play towards Graves, but right now he's like, hey, Rage Blade also looks really good on LeBlanc. I've got the Galio, I've got the Vi, why not turn towards that? But Zedazor had different plans. He breaks his 1 lose streak. Not the worst possible scenario, because when you're playing for that LeBlanc, again, the cash out doesn't have to necessarily be too massive. It just has to fit whatever you're playing, whether it's items or you get like small Nikos.
Yeah, just getting up to 250 is generally going to be enough to hopefully get you the duplication you're talking about. But to check in with Travis, actually, we came into this extremely excited to see what the Shaco board could do for us. Seems to be finding, on curve with the amount of Shacos he's finding, but not winning the first round means he's losing out a little bit on the mega stacking mechanic he could have otherwise.
Blast at Moon now. Maybe a bit too strong to be sticking to Cypher for now. Vomendeth here going to be playing around the Vi upgrade, Mogul's Mail. If you have a good tank item slam and a strong 2-star tank, it is worth picking, I would say. Like, there's a lot of gold to be generated in stage 2 and 3. Usually Alistar is going to be the best option. Vi, pretty tanky as well, though, should be generating at least 1 gold per fight here.
And I really like how Sologisang has gone for the Void Swarm as well. If you do make a pretty deep run, having 2 or 3 Zeros, not only the raw HP from the actual item onto the units, but the extra units that they have to penetrate through that front line to get the backline unit. Especially when you see a Rage Blade right there, you see a scaling unit in the backline for Sologisang. So something like potentially Vanguards or the Zeri or anything like an Urgot later on could be huge.
Trouble, I do want to take a second, since we have the sight of the whole field, just to point out what Ken's brought to the kitchen for this particular game.
Divinicore +1.
Divini +1, okay.
Potentially we see some Garen action that I know Trouble's a big fan of. Garen plus any emblem is I think, going to be a strong unit after the buffs came through in the last patch. We also saw at the bottom there, Ken Kitade, he knows the tech as well. He said, hey, that was a nice game for you, Tomino. Oh, what was that? Exo emblem instead of Vanguard emblem? Sure, but I'll play Exo as well. If he's uncontested, this should be another guaranteed top 4 just from this start. A 3-win streak, great item slam, has a Rage Blade already, has a Flux as well. Just really good Exo items. This is the default strongest combo in the game for a reason, right? In terms of stability.
Yeah, and I feel like Silas is also a pretty sleeper, good upgrade for the early game as well, even though he doesn't necessarily have a Vanguard next to him. Having the chassis, having the Bramble Vest as well. Again, Bramble Vest is a very, very underrated item to slam on stage 2 because every single champion depends on their auto attacks, and particularly when you're in a low item portal as well, majority of the champions will auto attack. So I feel like it's very, very strong. He does have the pairing on the Jhin as well, so if he does hit that, he could potentially be streaking through stage 3 as well.
Well, to follow on to what you're saying before Trouble D, it does seem like we are seeing a decent amount against his Rage Blades and the like being deployed throughout the lobby. So we've got a lot of inevitability from some of these boards, particularly if you can't access these backliners that are scaling infinitely.
I feel like Rageblade has been, in general, either very strictly leaning towards one comp. I want to remind everyone of the Fairy Callista, where if you slammed a Rageblade, you were only playing Fairy Callista, and that was about it. But right here, you can pivot to so many different comps, right? You've got Senna. We're seeing it on Shaco right here. Sure, a little bit more niche, but we're seeing it on LeBlanc, we're seeing it on the Zeri, we're seeing it on the Urgol, we're seeing it on the 2 marksmen as well. I feel like there's just so many ways you can go if you do build that Rageblade. Sure, it won't be optimal for a lot of the champions, but particularly if you need to switch quickly, I feel like there are a couple of options you can go for if your line is contested.
With the item advantage here, plus the Exo line, a clean 5 win streak for Kokonin going into now stage 3. We did briefly see on the other side of one of those fights, Blasted Moon is already on 4 Cypher, so gonna be a very, very scary cash out if you have the 4 Cypher. I think he picked up either the Draven or the Galio on the Carousel, and that allowed him to hit that big spike, so gonna have a pretty massive cash out, I have to imagine, in stage 4.
Yeah, I really like Blast Spot. Again, he's squarely in the middle of our players coming into the Ken, Travis, Coined mentioned as the players who are most looking to try and make a difference in their fortune. Blast, certainly a player who's been able to make some really big and unexpected splashes in the EMEA scene. Our only UK player playing in today's event. I think it feels like he's in a really good spot to take, a limited amount of risk and give himself the chance to really streak ahead.
Hey, but have I talked to you about Rageblade Annie? The double tier coming through. Annie really likes Nashers. Sometimes you can sort of substitute that with Rageblade if you do have it. So if Blasted Moon doesn't fancy going more towards the LeBlanc line and playing for the reroll onto the Cyphers, Amp is another great example of what you can take the cash out of and put it into a very, very strong late game board.
Yeah, Travis,
I'm here for it.
6 Shakos for now. Key difference for anyone at home who sees this spot from Travis and says, you know what, I'll try and play this next game. Do not play Syndicates and put your hat on Shaco. You will probably realize why after one fight, but just in case, just don't do it. It's not worth it. Shaco will no longer stay safely in the back line, and his whole, giga damage per second build will not quite work as expected.
I thought you were going to end this. Don't. But it looks like it's going moderately well for Travis. We have got the Slayer Circlet to potentially boost us up to 6 Slayer faster. But something we did see in the previous round, Trouble, is that that Shaco has got 10 stacks on him so far, so he's not out of control, and he is getting a little bit stuck without his ability to jump around the back line, as they were talking about, on some of these bigger tanks.
Yeah, I will say, when you have scoped weapons, even though he is out of harm's way, that means he also doesn't necessarily have the access to the backline as easily as he would with a hat, right? This is the difference that Panda was explaining also. You do not want the Shaco to jump into the backline because he's now using the augment for the extra range. You basically have like an Aphelios or a Zaya off the get-go super early, and especially when he gets extra stacks. Now, what you need to be careful of is positioning. You need to make sure that Shaco is positioned on the weaker side of whatever board you're going up against to get those stacks and just burn through that front line as fast as possible, again, because you do not have that backline access here.
I think after seeing Koinid's first fight in stage 2, he also realized his spot was a little bit doomed, and he said, you know what, I will pick a Zed on my second offer and try and play for a Cypher lose streak. Reminder for anyone who missed it, we did a co-stream for Cup number 3. Koinid with a Lucky Shops encounter hit a Z3 on level 7. I think he's trying to maybe emulate the same game plan in this game.
I mean, if it works, it works. I mean, at least we're seeing more of a pivot into the Zaya there as well with the enhanced Kraken. Means that long term, even if we're getting a relatively mild Cypher cash out compared to what it could be, I like what we've got going on from Koinid.
I'm actually a bit worried. I feel like specifically when you're going into the marksman line, if that's what Koining is going into, you need some combat augment, specifically when you play in a triple prismatic lobby. I feel like marksmen can very easily fall flat if you do not have a bunch of combat to back them up. And right now, maybe you could pivot towards the Zeri if the exotech items are correct. You do have the Vow as well, Slam, so potentially look for an angle like this.
See there
hey,
from
Shaco
Travis.
doing well.
Yeah, he's starting to pick up a little bit of speed. I think Travis is still, yeah, we managed to get in a little bit more power towards the Shaco, who's not, unfortunately, 3 items as of yet, but has got the armor shred in the comp to allow for him to pick up a little bit of speed. Up at the top, though, Kokonen from Turkey, doing a great job. An 8-round win streak in place right now, looking very, very good with the Exotech.
Last Moon had the option to pick up the Annie, but picked up the bow instead. With Belt Overflow and Upper Mobility, I'm curious if Blasted Moon tries to play for Amp. He is holding in Italy. I expect that is going to be the case. It's just so insane to have Belt Overflow on a Zac, and you're going to have so much gold to hit as well, so...
I am looking at 3 people playing Marksman here and 2 people playing Zeri, so towards Exotech, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of contention because, again, you don't hit one, you cannot play the other. Kraken and Rage Blade is what you need to pretty much pivot between the 2. So it might be a lobby where 5 players are literally staring down at the exact same units when we're looking at 4-2 or 4-1 roll downs.
I mean, it certainly would align with the stats we saw from Cup number 3, which was played on the same patch. Overwhelmingly, it was Exotech and Vanguard Marksman, though certainly Exotech taking the ticket there. Ken on the other side, though, I mean, I'm kind of curious. We've seen the kitchen coming through for a couple of players so far. Maybe just a way to get yourself into an uncontested line with a decent reason to keep pushing down there.
You do have a few different options with Divinicore +1 in terms of playing for a Slayer/Divinicore comp, which is harder to default, but if you have the right emblem combination, if you have the right tempo spot in stage 4, and you hit an early Garen, an early Renekton, it can be a very, very strong comp that we saw win a lot of games in Cup number 3.
Yeah, I feel like his spot is also a little bit scary right here because gold doesn't look too good, and it feels like... Yeah, I'm trying to think what other things you can pivot into. Oh, there we go. It's going to be the Aphelios locked in with the 4 Golden Ox and the extra Divini spat right there. Again, that's the player, sorry, I was talking about. The gold doesn't look too good to like default into a fast 9, potentially like the Divini Core Garen that we're mentioning, or something like an Urgold. So it might just have to be a cook up something to slump the Divini Core spat onto whatever you are going to have. If you play Marksman plus Aphelios in the backline, you're going to have the Divini coming through from the Kayn. So maybe play through that.
I mean, I do like
Still no Shaco 3.
Yeah, that's tragic for Travis. We're in stage 4 already.
Yeah. I don't know what's... Travis, again, still doesn't manage to really find himself online and get the streak going. But to come back to Ken for a second, playing the Divinicore and the Golden Ox together, no Graves, so he's relying entirely on the Aphelios to get things going. But back to Travis, still on 1.5 items for Shaco. We've got the Even Shroud to bait through armor-wise, but we'll have to have another check on how many stacks are going. Travis not finding the same potential we expected from the Shaco as of yet.
And for anyone who has not played Scope Weapons, the build is very different, not just with not having a Syndicate on the Shaco, but also the fact that Shaco doesn't need really defensive items because Scope Weapons keeps him out of harm's range, basically, the entirety of the fight. So he just wants full DPS, something like a Giant Slayer, something like a Rage Blade, for example, is going to be very, very strong because he has very strong...
Into stage 4 then. Lost the Moon has got the 8-round loss streak in place, has cashed out, so has got a sniper's focus, a range extension of his very own. It looks like for the time being, he will be keeping roughly on this board. The Blast is lowest on HP, sub 40, so it's going to need to start changing things soon.
And I'm wondering what that blue buff could result to. You could end up potentially in the line with Vex plus Urgot, 56 gold. Not going to be quite enough to just turn over to that level 9, but you do have the Golden Nico, so if you accidentally hit 2 legendaries, you could very easily pivot off of to them.
He has upper mobility as well, so I think he might be trying to go 9 depending on what his augment is here. It's a scary spot. Blue buff is actually best in slot for Urgot as well, weirdly enough. But, he goes to 9 and he has 10 gold to roll with. I'm not sure about that one, Chief.
He's got 10 rerolls,
Can
to be fair.
That's true, okay, never mind, I'll take it back.
In his position, I do not mind greater... I did not mind Greater Moonlight right here in his position. I feel like the Kog'Maw with these items particular that he has, then he can pivot into more of a boom bolt situation, but then you have the 4-star Kog'Maw to pivot off of. Right here, going into that level 9 with literally 0 gold. What is your pivot here?
Oi. Well, it's
great.
Sugar for now.
Greater Moonlight with a triple prismatic lobby, I think Kog'Maw will just not do enough. This, I mean, it's a tough spot. It's a spot where you had to hope you won. You had a little bit of extra HP to work with.
Bulky buddies!
Yes, maybe go 9 on 4-5. But this is not looking strong here. No Urgot, 0 gold.
I mean, we've got
no
some
carry,
of the
really.
promise we were talking about before coming in. Yeah, we've got the items starting to get pushed. Plus, obviously, yes, can make this board a lot better, can get the positioning tremendously better than what we saw in this round, but he's running out of time as Trouble, yes, we see on the other side of the board your prophecy fulfilled.
It is a Raids Blade, Annie. Just trust. You don't necessarily need the Nashers to skip anything that scales with AP and attack speed, and she will offer. Now, right here, I think Blast Up Moon, it might have been a big mistake going to level 9 right here. Maybe soft roll a little bit on level 8. You could be very lucky to grab Vexes, grab an Urgot, see a couple of legendaries, and you have that golden Nico to pivot off of, and then you can slowly go to that level 9. I feel like playing for the level 9 line when the Cypher cash out is not very advantageous in terms of like giving you gold and giving you resources to get that level 9 real quickly, and only having 10 gold. It's looking
I don't
very,
think you had a choice though. I mean, with upper mobility, if you don't go 9, you're just losing so much of the value of the augments. You kind of have to go 9. He would have liked to just find a natural Urgot on 8, obviously, and be able to stall for 1 or 2 more rounds, or have more of a gold cash out from his Cypher instead of just the Sniper's Focus, for example. That's what was missing, really. And we're seeing the results here. It is just not looking strong enough at all. Maybe an Urgot in the carousel here, 1 in the shop, plus a duplicator saves him, but that's really going to be it.
Urgot yeah, we're really seeing the itemization from Blast being skewed towards Urgot, as you said. The 10-round loss streak down to barely alive. See if the carousel is forthcoming.
Oh,
and it's not.
So unlucky right here. No Urgot is kind of rough because, again, I'm going to echo what Panda said. You just pray that you natural 1 in your shop and then you have the duplicator plus the carousel 1. But right here, it's a very tough spot, right? You're carrying a Senna 1. You don't... There's not a single upgraded unit on his board right here. And even though you've got like Garens and Kobukos and everything, like the Zac doesn't have blobs. Oh boy, it's looking really rough.
He's also so carried away, he doesn't realize that he's not positioning for Bulky Buddies as well.
For Bulky Buddies,
just tragic. Tragic all throughout. I mean, everything about this stage 4 has been tragic for Blasted Moon. He's obviously so desperately aware that he's gonna die if he doesn't find an Urgot, and that he was forced to go 9 from a very bad spot. I think maybe he's now realizing he moved the Zac back a little bit.
We're getting there. Blast has got one last chance.
If you're streaming, I can just in the chat. Bulky buddies, position. Just trying to help
them
out.
What do they need? Surely we take the... We're not going to use the upgrade.
He just knows that he's doomed if he does take the upgrade. He might win a fight, but he needs to upgrade the Urgot, right? Ideally. So he has to play this risky decision, and probably not going to pan out. He's facing Sologasong, who is also on a 6-loss streak. Maybe there's a chance that he is strong enough here to win this one.
The scaling up from the Slurry, though, and the Ascension, Enhanced Ascension kicking as well. Blast the Moon, I think you may well be right, David. Took the road he had to take. You can see, very unhappy with how that game turned out. The potential felt enormous, but it all turned to ashes.
Yeah, that was actually very unfortunate right there. Again, I agree with Panda. If you're taking this augment, you have to go level 9, but I feel like he needed some stabilization first, and then, unfortunately, you have to push to level 9. Right here, Jeduzor, in a pretty similar position, does have that one Urgot, but he's stuck on level 8 with an Urgot 1 as his carry. Does grab the Solari out of the Cold to Chaos for the front line, but that front line is not very good. You don't have the Leona to stabilize the board. You're carrying half tank, half bruiser, Garen as your secondary carry on the front line. So Jeduzor not out of a good spot at all.
I think he might also be a little bit tilted from his play in stage 1, where he was only fueling the Nidalee to try and make 10 gold. He was really hoping, and probably has prepped for, having an Econ start and an Econ augment to play into Urgot Flex, to play into Amp. He didn't hit an Econ Augment probably in stage 2. He hits Pumping Up instead, and now we see he just doesn't have enough gold to make a real sturdy board around this Urgot.
I mean, having the Call to Chaos giving the double locket is something, but yeah, the Urgot 1 gets sniped out, and it's right to the end. I mean, Genesaur at least is not taking a harsh enough look to knock him out, but he is, at least we're making it to PvE. We get a little bit more from the egg. It's not a massive cash-out egg, but perhaps just enough to buy him a little bit more runway.
On the other side, here are the repercussions of playing towards vanguards and marksmen without necessarily going for more of a combat augment. And also, mentioned to Panda earlier on, he opted to go more for the Z, get the small cash out, 98 from the Cypher. Yet you are nearing stage 5 and there's no Leona 2, no Aphelios 2. Does have the pair, so maybe through subscription service, does get the Leona and needs to hit that Aphelios. There we go.
There's the Aphelios. Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
We have just seen a Coined special on broadcast. Everyone delete the VOD. Forget, Men in Black memory deletion. We did not see that Coined.
What?
You're locked in. And hopefully
No.
he can find the upgrade next round.
Oh, that hurt my soul. It hurt my soul. It hurt my being. It hurt my everything. No.
Cody's throwing up for style points, I'm pretty sure. We've got almost identical boards on both sides going up against each other. It turns out the Dominical board ends up looking much more like a standard Vanguard marksman board when it's all said and done, but both these players need to survive just a little bit longer. Ken in particular, given his tournament position overall, it's looking like the scaling power, I think, should be slightly in Coined's favor, but the front line is not quite good enough. Coined will survive, and Genesaur keeps on trucking.
Oh man, I think that was an Aphelios 2 diff for sure. He would have burned through that Leona. Yeah, he would have burned that Leona so much faster.
This is going to be the real test for Coined, coming back from this game mentally and being able to clutch up the last 2 to try and, at the very least, not finish in the bottom 4 of the standings, even if he does get cut in this day 1. It's tragic, especially because on stage 2 already, with that subservice pickup and losing those, pretty much losing all of stage 2 with subservice, he knew his game was doomed. He was really just hoping for a 6th place, maybe a 5th in this game 4 to try and get some points back. But that is a big tilter, missing the Aphelios there and missing the upgrade altogether.
As we're watching Genesaur pretty much in the same position, right? Playing towards the Vanguard, still no Leona 2, semi-carrying a Garen 1 with the Urgot 1 over in the backline. A pretty hard line to pivot to, if you ask me, especially if you are stuck, unfortunately, on level 8. Usually want to be level 9, and Genesaur, I feel like that's the last we see from him on that game 4.
Not the only one, though. Coined getting knocked out in the same round. Remember, Coined was one of our players on low points coming in who really needed the strong finish to keep them out of the bottom of the table. Will not be the case. Genesaur falls as well. We're left with our top 5, with the HP pretty starkly different between Kikon and Vomendeth and the rest of the lobby.
And I actually want to look at Solo Kisang's board, because I feel like he's about, in stage 6 is where you usually get your 3rd Zizirot, and I'm pretty sure he's sporting Ascension as well, Prismatic Ascension. So thank you very much, observers. These Zizirots are going to buy him so much time for that Zeri to ramp up, and he's going to be getting slowly but surely, I'm assuming, to that level 9 as well. He's pretty far from it, actually. He's got 10 gold, but I think these 3 Zizirots will really make a difference. Look how much time they actually buy.
It's a ton of bodies on the board.
The Zizirots themselves, they come with an item, right? That's how you're equipping and getting these Zizirots. So this is why it's very strong in Exo. Especially, you build essentially this massive wall, which becomes even tankier than your usual Exotech board, and allows there is so much time to scale, similar with Vexotech, for example.
Well, let's look towards the tail end of the game, as we can see across the board everything that's on the table. You can see Exotech across Kikon and Solo Kisang. Travis, we did receive an update, had started to get some serious stacks on the Shaco, but the question remains with him on 5 HP, if that Shaco took too long to get going.
He just hit too late. Usually this Shaco, this build of scope weapons, it bullies players in stage 3. Every single player usually facing a 3-star Shaco, there's just too much DPS to deal with. In this case, we saw that it didn't hit until stage 4. And that was really just what sealed the 5th place probably here for Travis with this HP gap.
A lot of other players are also hitting units. We see the Samira 2 coming through. Travis did grab that blue buff right there. He's going to stick it onto his secondary Z. That's kind of unfortunate that he's level 8. He hasn't been able to really get either the Senna or the Z going. It's only a Z1. He's going to be coming up against a Ghost, but that's still a 5 amp with the Samira 2 board.
Yeah, that upgrade kicking in is going to be real rough because, yeah, Travis, there's not a lot of places left to go. You know, you can get the Z upgraded, but it looks at least versus the Ghost version, that's some very valuable stacks coming in. Still looking above on the HP turtles. It's a long way for Travis to go to get into the top, but Ken taking the L may be his key for entry.
Very, very crucial point right here. Again, Solo really, really needs to win this one round to actually get his third Zizirot. He's pretty far away from that level 8, so the 3 Zizirots could actually solidify himself at top 4. Whilst here, Ken Kitada managed to grab 2 of the Divinicore Spats and actually playing more of a traditional board, like we mentioned, while slamming 2 Divinicore Spats, 1 of the Garen as well, which has made him as his secondary carry, as Zaya is only 1 start.
Oh, Ken, he's on 5 points. He needs a stable game 4. And he had the chance to maybe cook a little bit. He said, you know what? No. I'm just going to stick to some classic Vanguard marksman, have a safe top 4 here, and just use it to ignore emblems for some extra stats instead.
Hey, he did cook, man. Who plays Divinicore Vanguard's marksman?
I mean, Ken does, apparently.
Yo!
All right, so what did we get to? Ultimately, I believe that's the top 4 made into. So I think ultimately it ends up being a good decision. No, top 5. Travis goes out in the same round with a little bit more in HP. We're down to our top 3, with every one of the players having pretty damn respectable boards to look at.
Overall, Travis has to be happy. I think he really did low roll most of this game. His game plan was quite good for a top finish, but just I hopefully he's matured to the point as a player where he knows that this low roll is not his fault. He just wasn't really lucky with his shops, with the Shaco especially. And it's still top 4. It's still accumulation of points coming into the tail end of this day 1. Vomendeth, I think, played an interesting game of TFT where he was angling more towards AD, saw that Amp was uncontested, had enough gold from Mogul's Mail, and said, you know what, I'll be the Amp player of this lobby, and found a lot of success off of it.
And now, 2 Exotech players, one with 3 Zizirots, the other one with a full upgraded board, almost missing that Garen too. But you've got the Aurora 2 to throw the second Garen in there, gain items for that Aurora as well. You've got an extra Anvil on your bench as well. And let's see, there you go, 3 Zizirots for Solo. Pretty good items for Sejuani as well. That's a pretty instant cast. And that Mordekaiser looks very strong too.
Yeah, there's a lot of beef there to try and punch through. We'll see how Kukulkan does on the other side. Good to take a second to recognize, of course, Kukulkan, our only Turkish player playing in today's, or across this weekend. It would certainly be the player who's been trying to get further and further. I believe, you know, has got a lot more potential to show us. It's been having a hell of a game so far. I think in this case, the backline's not quite measuring up, but at least he's got a lot of HP to hold on to long term.
Again, I feel like this is where Solo becomes really, really scary. The stalling time from the Zizirots, the extra HP, the items that give HP themselves, as we mentioned earlier as well. There's Zeri that ramps up with 2 of her best items that are both scaling items. Triple item Jhin, triple item Varus. You actually have the DPS to back up the tanking.
It's a really fun kind of tempo spike pattern from Solo with Voidling's form, because what happens is you're strong in stage 2, or at least the first few rounds right after picking it, because you have an extra body on the board. It's pretty impactful in stage 2 when there are so few units. Then you dip out a little bit in stage 3 and most of stage 4, and then later into the game, stage 6, you have this massive spike coming back again, similar to Living Forge, for example. So it's why we're seeing now Solo start win streaking and potentially locking the top 2, maybe a first this game if you can outscale Kukulkan.
It's looking pretty good. As you said, yeah, it does seem like we're going a little bit further, even beating out the Amp board. And of course, being at level 9, we've got much better chance of moving forward. But still, Kukulkan has got a lot to like here as well. Remember, we've got the double lockets, making sure this is an incredible frontline. And we're not fully itemized on the yet with anything too crazy to bring in.
he's got more things to upgrade, right? He's got the Zac 2 that he's looking to throw in with the Aurora. He's still sporting a Garen 1 that can very easily be upgraded and used as his secondary carry after Zeri as well. So there are still upgrades on Gordon's board that can come through as he is level 9. He's got a lot of HP to burn through until he hits them.
We'll see if there's going to be a chance for Vomendeth to hold on longer. I'm thinking no, it looks like just the raw power of the Exotech board cuts through, even with a marksman coming in. Vomendeth takes a big kick to the face, puts him down to 4. Solo loses the previous round as well. Oh no, sorry, my mistake. That was an old indicator. So Solo on 16, Voman on definitely a single life. We're headed quite quickly down to our final 2, I suspect.
Oh, that actually sucks for Voman because he did have an open spat on his Samira and he could have had a +1 on his board, but he actually committed to giving the BF sword. Oh, he actually had a pan, sorry, and made it a marksman, which he doesn't actually have a marksman. It's just the extra ID that he gets in Samira, right? He could have had the +1 here and look for an extra legendary on his board.
The Cornin, once he's able to hit this Garen upgrade, is going to be pretty scary as well. Hyperfang's Garen with, I assume, oh yeah, it has to be an exo mod from the God of the Nets.
Exo, if he makes it to level 10. And he's got infinite HP.
Oh, I just noticed it. Yeah, I thought it was 2. I think he's not making it to 10 though. I mean, we can dream. Thank you for at least giving us the hope, but I mean, he has 71 HP. Maybe he can eke on.
I don't think it's a case of if he's gonna make it to level 10 in terms of gold. I think he's gonna beat everyone else before he does that. Yeah.
I mean, that's quite a thing though, isn't it? To say, you know what, this wasn't even my final form, and everyone's all dead. Exotech versus Exotech here once again, and it's looking like this time it's still going to be pretty damn close. You can see the damage being spread out a lot on the tail end of the board. Cornon, the only player able to hold on. Vomendeth is out, which means our final 2 are here. Solo Gasang and Cornon both with the Exotech boards going face to face.
Ooh, huge upgrade. I'm just kidding, it's a Kindred 2. Hey, a Kindred 2 is a Kindred 2, okay? Still looking for the Zac 2, still looking for the Garen 2, still looking for Renekton 2 as well. There's so many legendaries that he can upgrade to make his board that much stronger. Same for Solo Gazang, right? He does have the 2 Zacs over on his bench, does have the Kobuko 2 waiting angle. But so far, I feel like with these combat summoners, Solo should be stronger.
I have to say, I'm really happy Solo does not have something like bulky buddies, because positioning would be an absolute nightmare on a board like this. There are so many units filling up all the slots.
But I mean, that's what's allowing him to get so much time, as you say, Trouble. You know, the Ascension, normally the rounds go too quickly by, but in Exotech versus Exotech, there's nothing but beef on this board, and these rounds are going really long.
Also, just a reminder right here, when it comes to Prismatic Ascension, it's not necessarily the best value that you get from the Augment. Golden Ascension is much better value than the Prismatic, but due to the fact that he had the Void Swarm as his first Augment and knows he's going to buy time from the backline, this is why I think he pivoted towards the Ascension in terms of Prismatic.
All right, David, since we've got a moment as our players catch themselves here, I just want to talk a little bit about Solo, you know, as a player who's been around the block for an incredibly long time, the original ladder monster here in EMEA, but he's never, I believe, managed to make it above 8th in the regionals. Right now, you know, he's got a lot of points coming into this game. It's looking like he's going to leave it out potentially with a maximum amount of points as well. Do you think this could be Solo's tournament?
I think so. I think his name indicates, and it usually rings true, he has usually prepped by himself. He's someone who hasn't really been part of big prep groups, a little bit here and there with some international prep groups with Robin Songs and Tech Summers in the past, also in the region with some of the high roller players as well. But because he's playing on mouse this set for the EWC qualifiers, I think he's had much better prep. He usually has a very narrow read on the meta and just executes really well, but with Salvi, with the Lusher in his corner this set, I think he's going to probably hit his highest cap ever as a player.
Oh, and again, most importantly, we were looking for a lot of the upgrades on Glyconen's board. He's hit none. Still on Garen 1, still on Zac 1 as well. Whilst the Kobuko 2 coming through from the set of Solo, and we are in stage 7. Those losses are going to hit really, really hard. I think Glyconen could just be on 2 lives here.
Oh, hold the phone. Wait a second. Where did that one come from? Okay. Glyconen comes out of nowhere from the top rope and knocks Solo Gasang down and out I think Zolo, honestly, happy enough for the second place, but Cornan doing an astonishing job there. That is a massive injection of points for him, a hugely meaningful end. Our only Turkish representative.
I think this must have been a positioning diff for sure on the board, especially since Solo was positioning Sejuani dead smack in the middle, and he was actually getting most of the times enemy Zeri like dashing into it. This time around, Clicornan had both of his carries positioned in the edges, and I think Zeri probably just dashed out of the Sejuani ult.
Still a very strong finish from Clicornan, and Clicornan, a player, 19 points now after this game 4, another great result. He is a player who has been contending for these top spots for a while. He used to play on the Turkish server, moved to EU West just to get better practice, knowing he would become a better player because of it, despite the qualification route being harder to make it to cups, to make it to EMEA finals. And now we're seeing maybe the fruits of that labor coming to fruition here.
No, for sure. For a player who has never been to the crown kind of level before, it would be massively meaningful if these kind of games we're seeing here on day one could be the key towards getting there longer term. But gentle friends, we will be taking ourselves a short break. We've only got 2 more games to go today before we will have our first cut and finding out which players we're missing out on the Tier 1 circuit next season, as well as, of course, which players we're moving forward to day 2. So stay tuned. The Golden Spatula will continue after the break.
Hello everyone, I'm Dobbs and I'm here with Panda Kiki, Tech Summers and Dunk Memes. We are going to see who is the best artist in TFT.
We'll be drawing TFT terms and the rest of us will have 1 minute to guess. Is everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay, red, yellow, green. Just a fate.
Just a fate.
Just a fate. Like a green card? Just to make no green cards now?
No, I mean, this is blue. It's probably something wrong with my...
Yeah, it's blue, it's blue. I just...
It's blue, is it blue? I mean,
it's
light blue. I should click the dark one, but yeah.
Right.
Right, that was quite a game. We've had finally a spot to see a vertical exo. Clicornan finishing up the game in a masterfully played, committing on 2-1, going first with the exotech. There was a purely Sejuani diff positioning, and what it was stunning. Worth noting was he had a guaranteed level 10, but I think he missed out that he could have sold eventually Aurora and Kobuko to downgrade those to like 1-cost units. That's 30 gold. He could econ up through the econ run, through the PvE run, making the extra gold, which would guarantee him level 10. All he needed to do, pretty much just find Varus, which is not too hard on level 10 while playing the vertical exo. But while we are on the exo topic, look at the positioning 1 and 2, Kenobi.
Yeah, that's why we've been talking about Exotech so much. And also, fun fact, Vomendeth saying that Exotech was overrated, just falls short of beating both of the Exotech players and gets kicked out. But it's not to diminish his own performance. He played from very far ahead into the AMP comp, which is something that we haven't seen yet on the broadcast today. It's a composition that has taken a back step to the rest of the meta after being so dominant in the previous patches. But now Vomendeth shows that you can actually play it from ahead using that Kog'Maw with the blue buff and the Gambler's Blade in a masterful display, honestly, here. Showing the top 3 players of this lobby just kind of dominating the lobby. But now I want to throw it to you and tell me about remind me what happened with the bottom of this lobby.
Oh, at the bottom we had some tilters, like a Blasted Moon going fast 9 with only 15 gold. That gold was purely for the units because he had the free rolls combined from his augment, but the problem is his cash out was just items. He was hoping to get some econ instead, which was not the case, and he ended up just playing Senna 1 carry, just going down the drain. He didn't even bother using Nico on the Zac when he was pretty much on his way out. And on the other side there was Coinit, who actually was doing 2 fast actions and sold accidentally Aphelios, which was his upgrade. He sold Aphelios to buy Aphelios, which was so heartbreaking to see. As much as I am usually a hate enjoyer of the Coinit, this time, yeah, we can see his
and production is replaying the clip again and again just to hammer it in. It is, yeah, you can feel the nerves. Yeah, the nerves still start to come in. You could see Coinid and Blastat Moon having some pretty explosive reactions. But now let's take a look at the standings. And Ken Kitade, this gets the better placement that he has had so far, but still not a top 4. Still in the very bottom, and it's going to get rougher and rougher. Coinid, with that top 7, gets on the cusp of going 29th, the dreaded place. What else do we have here?
Make no mistake, Coinit's spot wasn't great, but he could have saved 1 placement because he was winning 1 fight that he lost due to no upgrade, and he would have outplaced Jedusor. So he could have saved 1 more point, and this is actually pivotal because we are getting a first cut today of the bottom 8 players. So he needs every single point to make sure he doesn't at least go bottom 4, because this is where the cutoff for the individual.
Yeah, pretty happy to see that the lowest rated ranked player from France is 25th right now with Jedusor, making it even more important for Coinit to have beaten him and get the placement out of him, but sadly did not pan out. And we can see here on the placements for the top 16,
there is empty space between 3 and 8. Do you see that as well? It's very peculiar.
Yeah. Wait,
it's just Glicorn and Sol, and then there's Raiko, huh?
Yeah, it's just must be a glitch seeing so many French flags right there.
What? There's nothing there.
Yeah, I know. I've got my French glasses on. I can see them. So we're getting ready to get into game 5, but it's just not just going to be the 2 of us. We have to call in some reinforcements and bring back the Warsaw crew after casting Tactician Cup 1 and 2.
Join us.
I spawned in. I do want to mention this end. I mean, I'm professional for a reason now, and I've been practicing just for this moment in my life. I want to mention with the standings really quick as well. It's maybe a sad note, but 3 out of the 4 players who are playing for the first time in EMEA finals are in the bottom 4 right now, or bottom 5 with Coinid sitting a spot above that. So experience, we talk about, it does matter so much for a situation like this, where this day 1 is probably the most important day 1 of all time for most of these competitors, considering what's at stake for next set especially. We'll see if players like Snootybu can bounce back as well. And 8th place in this game 4 is the opposite direction of where he wants to be going with these last 2 games remaining.
Only 2 games and everything's at stake. Like, remember, there is 4 players that will be the pretty much sour losers, because that's how you call it. And this is exactly the place you want to avoid. It's gonna be hard to recover mentally if you don't make it in.
With the heat and the day moving on, it's going to get harder and harder to recover mentally and to be still physically on top of everything. You can see small mistakes beginning to appear here. Koenig misses 1 unit, Blastat Moon misjudges the amount of gold that he would have needed to stabilize, and this is the kind of mistake that starts happening when you get a little bit shaky, a little bit tired. And we're gonna see if Blastat Moon, because he's still in this lobby, can recover from this. And we're getting some more action-packed encounters here with the loot distribution.
Look, we are having a high variance TFT today. So much warping experience so far. Going from the Scuttle into Black Market, Prismatics. Panda, how do you like that kind of TFT for yourself?
I'm starting to believe that low resource lobbies no longer exist in this set, because all of cup number 3 during the code stream was the same thing. We saw Zac a million times in a row, prismatic party all around. If players have extra reps playing into these high cap lines with, Urgot Flex, with Amp, they're going to get rewarded, because especially, I think with Urgot, especially being able to identify how to adapt to every single little cash out you get in terms of emblems, in terms of whatever it is, artifacts in some cases. You have to really know the game in and out, or the set rather, in and out, to get the best results in an encounter like this one.
For sure, it's going to be about precision and mastery of each and individual position, and the branching possibilities coming from the loot subscription are going to be insane. I'm expecting the players to take some risks in terms of game plan, expecting some things like maybe the spatulas that could be dropping from the map. It's something that's quite likely, and so preparing for it sets you up for success, and it's going to be super interesting. And something that does not set you up for success and is quite scary is seeing Nitro on board.
Yeah, like I'm curious how the players and who will judge their spots if we're gonna see the classic of what we've seen in the French lobby, 4-way contested Exotech, because the players know how strong the comp is in the, with the certain conditions, and then some players going for something uncontested but less strong and going bottom just because it's so much weaker in the extra resources lobby. So I would love to see some not experimental, but some romantic TFT, like what Travis did with the scoped weapons, having Shaka Opener, Rageblade Slam, which ended up granting him top 4 in such a lobby. I think it was the big W giving he low rolled. I want to see more of the TFT.
As we see the lobby or the augment selection come through here, I think it's important to highlight the two most important players personally in this lobby. Snooty Boo, if he doesn't go bot or top 4 in this game, his chances of playing into the tier 1 circuit next set are pretty much out, and that probably means there's going to be no Spanish players competing in the tier 1 circuit next set, which is tragic considering not just my biases, obviously being Spanish, but the fact that Spain is a top 4 region historically in cup performances. We've had many cup winners as well, with Safo, with Lumarpin as well. Not having any Spanish players would be a really sad sight in the tier 1 circuit next set. So all hopes and all, you know, dreams for the Spanish community are in Snooty Boo in this game 5.
For sure, he has a heavy weight to bear. And I want to point out the augment selection here. You see 2 prize fighters and 2 upgraded Gramble vests being picked up. So 4 players gunning for that win streak. Meanwhile, 2 players going for the intentional loss streak, with Tartman picking up the calculated loss, and Snooty Boo, who we were talking about, gets the BRB. So this lobby is going to be heavily polarized in terms of HP, with some players saving a lot while some dropping super fast.
So this is due to the being hacked argument being items. So the left argument providing extra 2 gold is guaranteed to be items. Hence the 7 players going for the item specific ones. And Tarteman, noticing that, opts to go for the loss streak because he knows he can't really contest from the different spot, and he should be uncontested on the loss streak. I want to just credit him for making an extremely smart choice, opting out of the item, because it's so easy to pick, given how strong those options are on stage 2. You cannot pretty much miss out on a double rolled argument that's on the item side.
And he had the golden duplicator, right? Which screams Samira 2 upgrade somewhere down the line, if you ask me.
Oh, it's Zach 2 for me. Who cares about Samira?
I mean, this is Urgot 2 for sure. I don't know what you are on. No, he has options. What we are saying is that he has options, and that golden duplicator, alongside that insane amount of gold that he has, is of a pretty good omen for him. You're right mentioning that he's adapting to the fact that everybody's going to be getting items very early, so trying to get as strong as possible. And he's saying, yeah, I'm going to get my items later. Let me just make a quick buck or 2, and we'll see each other in 4-1, right?
Absolutely. Seeing that all the players are in contention of the win streak, we'll see who will be the true winner out of the winning one. There should be a lot of mixed streaks, given that the only players that are should be loss streaking is pretty much Snooty and Tarte, where Tarte will be making those breakpoints more easily due to the extra gold provided the icon argument.
Really important as well to see what units are going to be offered on the stage 3 carousel. Blast and Moon we're seeing is holding currently to a Vi and a LeBlanc, looking for potentially a Galio or a Draven. He might be second pick. For Tarman, equally so. He has the Vi. Really wants to play for Cypher with Calculaus, obviously. If there are no Cypher units, it could be pretty demoralizing for Tarman, but there is at least the Galio. Yeah, he'll go for it.
Galio is there. Might be in a situation where Tatman tries to roll for the other Cyphers if he wants to. Would be pretty nice if he did. That would put him in an excellent spot. It's going to be interesting to see if he faces off against Snooty Boo, because if he does, then Snooty Boo is going to be in a terrible position, losing out on HP in a lobby that's going to be super aggressive, and losing out on econ as well is the dreaded position for him. So it's going to be interesting to see if he adapts here, or if he just tries to play a strong board. And well, seeing that we have these upgraded bastions, I don't expect him to sell.
Yeah, that's funny enough that he has 5 poppies with BRB, right?
Yeah.
Like upgraded full front lane and missing lane. As you mentioned, like, there would be an option to play defense, especially if Tarte finds a last cipher that he needs.
This is kind of a tragic end, though, no? A lot of AP items, a BT, Morello when he has Sunfire already.
Yeah, getting so many burn options here, and we mentioned it. So he faces off Tartman right now, and it's not the end of the world. If Snooty manages to win the next round, then he's okay. It's if he starts a win streak now, he's okay. But remember, it's going to be a tall order winning against these brambles or these prize fighters fueled win streaks.
Hear me out. From this spot, you pivot into Graves. You slam Sterak.
Yeah, I mean,
you have half QSS.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's uncontested from what I can tell so far.
Yep, I don't see one either.
It is tough because you have to find the Graves without having gold. They're going to be wasting econ thresholds without Golden Ox procs. If you find a fortunate Graves and Alistar shop on Krugs, that would be fantastic. But otherwise, I mean, what do you do with a BT slam?
I mean, how do you salvage the placements?
I think he has to send it balls to the wall for the Graves. And something that's interesting. No, okay, he doesn't full sell. He just sells to make 40. I was hoping to see some griefing attempt maybe from Sacred Norris. But no, Tartman will be uncontested on the loss streak. But on the win streak side, only Tomino has conserved it. Kubikson just lost the previous round. I mean, we might have a winner in terms of our stage 2. Going up against a board that is looking quite strong, actually, so might not even have a single win streaker in the entire game. Oh, just Cogmo against Senna. Now can she get it?
This. It's 2 items Senna with Giga Stacks.
Ah!
I mean, again, as we mentioned, when you have so many item argument picked due to the hacked one, there will be very few streakers going into the lobby outside of the purposed loss streak.
I want to highlight Voltarius' spot, thank you, Observer, because he's on the 3 win streak, going to be playing the Bruiser Techie reroll. 3 win streak, 91 HP, 50 gold. Honestly, it kind of looks like him and Blastat Moon are the winners of this stage 2, even though they don't have a full streak going, because of how much HP they've saved while increasing their economy to such high levels.
I mean, Blastat Moon has
I like the game plan from Volta. You're playing loot sub, you have the chance to hit emblems that can really spike your comp, you have the chance to hit artifacts that can spike your comp, for Mundo especially. With this 3 win streak, if he's able to roll here and find a lot of upgrades and continue the win streak for most of the stage 3, it's so big.
It is big. The Spatula in and of itself is not the greatest. He would have liked the pan a little bit more. While he's rolling here and not hitting too much, but he's going to be taking his time.
So the great part about the argument is Sacred Norris has a salvage bin. So you can pretty much adjust what you play based on the cash outs on stage 3 and 4. Past that, it's pretty hard to readapt at stage 5. But 3 and 4, you are still flexible in terms of what you can play. And getting a spot here, a pan there, can definitely shift your game plan towards completely something else.
I don't think there's any flexibility here, however. This is looking like MP. Gonna use the strategy Spatula.
Nice try, Alan.
Yeah, nice try, but we got a couple of Yumis, we got a couple of Needlies, the cats are here.
There is Varus on board, okay? There is Varus.
Okay, pivot tick?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah? We
Very
have the
unlikely.
exotic emblem.
Yeah, surely 1 buff, 2 buff, and he's gonna pivot off of...
I mean, he has 2 buffs already.
Double red buff, yeah.
I think he goes uplink here. False?
Uplink? Yeah, I like it.
He does already have exactly red buff and blue buff, so it is a little bit awkward. I mean, he has salvage bin, but yeah,
mean,
it's
still 4 tiers and 4 bows, so...
Yeah, I don't think he can justify picking the 1 buff. It's just too awkward, unless you make... No, it's still too awkward. I don't think you're...
Okay, oh,
Oh,
I think
that looks like a possibility. Honestly, he could also, like, going for the prismatic ticket could be a possibility. Very unlikely. I wouldn't expect him to. And try and play around Yumi 3 and Nafiri 3, which we haven't seen. And I believe that's 4 Cypher right off the bat. Does he see the Vi? Oh, he didn't see the Vi.
Oh, tragic.
We have 3 Cypher players in the lobby, which is Sacred Norris now, Blasted Moon, and Tartman.
Nice setup from Volta here. Belt overflow, triple Warmogs already slammed onto the Mundo, onto the Alistar as well.
Yeah, actually 4 Cypher players, thank you, Trouble, for pointing that out. So going from everybody trying to play for win streak to 4 Cypher players is kind of a nuts reversal of the tempo of the lobby. And it's quite funny. So it's going to be Tomino, Goboster trying to keep win streaking and moving forward, Voltarix re-rolling, and then everybody's playing Cypher?
Yep. I mean, do we have the vibes from the heart still? Like, whenever you have an option, just take in a 3-4 Cypher, get a little Regius, and peace out.
This is looking boom
I think it's gonna be
for Kubikson, right?
They'll be curious the cash out round, because it'll probably be like cash out and then just scatter, everyone going in different directions, trying to find a way to not contest each other on the same comp. We'll probably see an Urgods, an Amp, a Cypher reroll.
Surely they will not be picking up all those Zeris and Sejuanis, right?
I mean, we have Blasted Moon with Strategist Emblem, Sacred Norris with the blue buff commit, Tartman has an Exotech Emblem slammed, and we can see Kubikson is gearing up for an Urgot game, so looking like only 2 contesting each other.
Can you really gear up towards Urgot game without win streak and no econ argument?
I mean, he has Fiddle 2 on bench. So
you can, Alan. You just go 9 with 15 gold.
to come up from the creeps. There is no shot if he just made it willingly.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know, but it's there, and there might be. He just knows that there's Urgot on 8 for him. It's not that hard, man. Just
just Urgot in top. Why not on 7? Why not earlier?
Yeah,
why do you that? Why 8? Yeah, there you go. Just go early.
I find it odd that these very strong forecasts are not being picked up on this stage 3 carousel. Brand and Vex, unfortunately, not the most appealing options. No Zeris, no Sejuanis, none of the real meta stables forecasts coming in.
Tomino hesitating in front of the brand, being kind of disgusting, like, oh man, really?
We see already Tarte being partially online with the Zeri, having even Holobow, so he disagrees with Vomendeth pretty much, and he says, suboptimal exo items? Does not matter, sign me up.
Yeah,
this is the worst, I think, exotic items you can put together.
You could have Cybercoil. You could have Cybercoil instead of Lantern.
Instead of what? No, I think Lantern is worse than Cybercoil.
Well, I mean, if you so let's bring it back to serious right here. Shogat with the Lantern is actually a pretty cool tech that you can use because it does damage based on max HP, and there's no unit that uses max HP better than Shogat. And he's going to be generating his own max HP once he is able to get online. That might be an actual huge threat. And with the coronation on 3-2, Tartman is going to have the slot to even add a Garen that could give the Exotech mod to the Shogat, freeing 1 more slot. And that Shogat could do some real damage. Wow, that really threw you for a loop, huh?
I was just counting how many Exotex players we are having on. It's like I think we have a potential for like 3 to 4 players. Maybe 2.
Blastamoon very smartly finds an early Sejuani and says, you know what? I'll be holding on to this for a while, just trying to raise up his potential placement EV, knowing that there are going to be so many players trying to angle for probably the most contested tank in this entire set, right? Sejuani, every single patch has been sought after.
Yep, her and
if you get
Leonardo.
such 2, you play such 2, no? You don't like you're just not holding. Like usually in that slot goes Jarvan too, connecting all the trades, but you don't say no to the unit that should be casting on average and providing a massive CC to the half of the ball.
Definitely Sage 2 in Sage 2. We're not seeing it, but Tomino is still win streaking, and he has hit both Zaya and Aphelios on 7 without rolling. So he's primed to go for a really long win streak, really milk that prize fighter for all it's got. He's gonna have all the items that he needs it's going to be pretty scary, and he can probably cap really high. And
Wait, what?
Did he just miss a Samira?
Yes.
No, wait, he's
No.
playing Exotech. He's playing Exotech. Wait, he's playing Exotech. Really?
Oh, right. Okay, yes, always been. But how do
I
you...
told you!
From the spot he was in?
I told
With
you!
Samira in the shop on 8 and Annie? No, this can't be right. This cannot be right.
Prismatic Econ Augment play Exotech, like what's your average? Your average is just griefing Topman and then dying after because you're weaker than everybody? It's gonna be right. Man.
This has been a roller coaster of a day one in the EMEA region.
Another spat.
Oh!
Cubixon can hit 6 Boombot on 8 now. No need to find a robot.
Oh, just play the cock carry. Why not? He does not have a chain open, however. Reforge into chain like a beast?
I mean,
and reforgers?
Yeah, we have options.
Not reforging just yet, since he's not rolling.
Yeah, very important roll down coming in on 4-2 for Kubikson. Still has HP to work with at 43, so not really feeling the need for a desperation roll down. It's just not enough gold to do so on 4-1, regardless.
I mean, to be fair, if he hits Vex too, he should be pretty stable with those items with 6 Boombot, even without Executioner.
True, and honestly, if I was Tartman, I would be livid seeing Sacred Norris do this pivot. Because it's so out of the blue. Picking in to end up playing Zeri feels kind of out of touch with how the competition has been performing so far. You're at risk of getting
last
by
game...
so many.
All right, Kubi rolling for days. Extra rolls to work with on level 8 here. Going to try and find, at the very least, a Cho'Gath 2. 1 copy of Urgot would be pretty massive as well. Considering now he wants to go into the Vanguard line potentially as an out, or at least for now. Hold the Leona.
Oh my. Oh, this is not looking good.
Ooh.
7 XO?
Oh, Snoddy might be unhappy with the Blast Moon, the life decisions as well.
Oh, Todd, and if I'm Todd, Todd must be shaking being 3-way contested this way while they have such suboptimal positions. Like, oh god.
What do you mean? Blasted Moon has all of everything upgraded. What do you mean suboptimal?
Oh no.
Oh, sorry.
Rolling for days. No Zeri here for Snooty is really tragic. It's gonna be really talking about how contested XO is gonna be in this lobby as well. So unless Snooty has a very fortunate natural shop or roll down on this next turn, this might be another bot 4. Almost guaranteed, even though he has quite a lot of HP to work with now.
You can hear the pings, and I know who they're coming from. I know it. I don't even need to check. Okay, here's the second Sejuani, but we don't even have 2-star Mordekaiser. And here's Zeri finally, but it's so little, so late.
I mean...
You're weird. And Sacred Norris has lost, and has now dropped lower in HP despite hitting, like, rolling first and, hitting first.
Was that Nico, or did he just... did he have golden Nico? There was like a sound of using a Nico, but... and I didn't see him roll, like have a surgery in a 2-inch shop. I was actually thinking... maybe not, I might be just stripping.
2 Zeris are left in pool, thank you, Observer. Classic.
How many Sejuani?
Here's an important personal battle going down here. Snooty versus Sacred Norris, who pivoted last second into EXO, making it so much harder for everyone else to hit. He is a Cypher Cash-Out player, a lot of extra resources to work with, and for now, going to be strong enough with an Urgot on the board as well.
We're going to get a Sejuani count. No, we're going to try and get a Sejuani count, but I believe there's no more than 4. If I'm being optimistic, might be even less than that. Truly, the Exotech drought is real right here. I can see that Tatman has hit both Sejuani and Zeri, and even Cho'Gath too. So he's sitting there, probably doing some rude gestures at the other guys and saying, "What the hell are you guys doing? Let me show you how it's done."
I believe we might have reached like the fairy level of the play rate of the comp with the Exotech on the current patch.
True.
Having 3 to 4 Exotech per lobby is the true disease of the force.
Another
Zeri pair now.
One Zeri left in pool after this one, provided no one else has found one. He's biding his time before buying it.
We're looking at the Blasted Moon board, hitting up the Z2 with TG.
Wait a minute.
Pretty far on the LeBlanc Galio. It's not looking too hot for Blasted Moon.
We have no mana generation on LeBlanc. Oh no.
And only 6 copies.
Sacred Norris took all the tiers on Carousel to pivot into Zeri. Oh no, Blasted Moon had an unfortunate previous game, and this one is gonna be feeling even worse because we're pretty far off being stable, and we're facing all the players that have rolled down pretty deep. Yikes.
I mean, you are getting taxed by another. Wait, look at the stroke off!
Yeah,
look at this.
He was right.
Holy!
Repulsor Lantern actually is incredible.
Surely
he
not.
has an exotic mod on him. No, it's
Surely not.
He's winning.
Holy!
I told you. Hartman is a nowhere.
I mean...
He's a nowhere indeed.
Okay,
Blasted Moon forced a roll here, I have to imagine. 17 HP to work with, 30 gold, no duplicators, you're 3 copies off of each. I mean, you can't really continue greeding here until the round, no?
I think you have to greed. I don't think you can roll down here. You have to be a believer. Like, you are not hitting on average in 30 gold here.
Even if you hit, if you're at 1 life, do you not think you're going to get taxed at some point in stage 5 and go out?
I think you have to just... you have good Z items, so like, you have to capitalize on that, of the TG roll.
And we've just...
Maybe some breathing room for Snooty here.
There is literally 0 Zeris remaining in the pool right now. All 10 are out. So anyone that doesn't have Zeri 2 is now locked out of hitting her until somebody gives them back by biting the bullet. But this is looking bad, and I agree that Blast should be playing on 1 life here. It's either his first or his ace, and there's no in between.
It's so funny that it's just enough. Snooty has the Prismatic Bull, which really beefs up on top of the Exotech, granting total of like 1k HP if the unit has a free item and then is Exotech.
Sacred Norris.
Another Exotech model.
Oh, he's denying 1 Zeri. What a cheeky lad.
I mean, correct?
Yes, of course.
I mean, wait, actually went for Exotech to put on the what? On the Kindred?
I wonder if he's thinking about just having the mod on Garen and trying to fully itemize a Garen with the pair here on level 8 as a way to potentially
oh, the
win else.
PG on Garen maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it.
And
it's loot sub, right? You might have extra resources coming through, so...
Garen pair on the 8, trying to go for a Hail Mary of hitting this Garen 2. Kindred 2, huge spike. Not really. Wait, wait a minute. What was that?
We might have gotten debated by the observers saying there is no more in pool. Or someone sold.
Maybe someone sold?
Yeah. Well, that was
Gobo's, okay, Gobo was holding and sold. Thank you, observer, for giving us the rundown. And talking about Gobo, we haven't seen his
still missed.
And there's going to be an elimination game here, elimination round between Blasted Moon and Sacred Norris. For Blasted Moon, especially coming off of the disaster in the last game, he really needs to find a way to stabilize here to not go 7th again in this game number 5. It's a close fight, but I think it's not going to be quite enough as Zeri's still scaling, and Blasted Moon, another bot 4 finish for the British player.
Blasted Moon will be blasted on the moon and is probably not managing to recover too well from these past 2 games. The final game is still going to be on the card. It's going to be an important one for him. He does not want to go bottom 8 again. Bottom 4 again, because that might put him at risk of being below the cutoff for today. Only 24 players will remain tomorrow. After such a strong start, this must be disheartening for him.
Yeah, well, the big winner of the lobby is just Tomino playing uncontested marksman with the solid triple combat argument, and then followed up by the Cartman playing of the Econ, hitting up that Zeri 2, and Sedge 2 being just relaxed, watching other sour Exotech players donkey roll for that one Zeri that's left out.
Definitely, and I want to... oh, by the way, Cubixon has managed to reach level 9. He's now playing Urgot, has a few legendaries as well. With the Leona 2 and the Shogun 2 as his frontline, he looks to be stable. And while Sacred Norris is desperately praying for Snooty Boo to die before him. And it's just all the Exotech players are having a rough time, except Outman is doing fine.
And we mentioned what was at stake for Snooty Boo, especially coming into this game 5. He needed to find a top 4 to keep the dream of just not finishing the bottom 4 placements in the standings alive, to try and make the tier 1 circuit. It's looking very, very grim. No Zeri upgrade, all things considered, and he's facing now against Kubikson. This could be elimination for either of these players.
Yeah, we see that Kubikson didn't reach quite critical mass, just a small taste what the comp could be like.
The Urgot gets stunned twice in a row by the Sejuani. This could be disastrous, but no, there's not enough damage.
I don't think it matters.
The 6 boom bot is just too much. The Urgot casts too much despite the CC. And the Snooty Boo will be going down. And the pings are being wrong. And I still know who they're coming from because the Exotech players have just been knocked out at the same time.
Zac with Vow for Kubikson. Wow. Just right in front of him, just so he doesn't have to struggle. While Gobo is on the virtue of going out, playing, I believe, Dynamo Flex. If you could take a look at the board quickly. He did try to go for the uncontested line. And that's what we talked about. Even though other players are playing contested stuff, it's still like if you choose that suboptimal line, it's not the lobby and counter heavy lobby where you would be granting extra resources. It was just the spatulas that were loot sub given left and right.
Yeah,
and this game from Gobo was
Go ahead.
Reminiscent of what we saw from Opal and Zyko in that game too, right? Where they knew they weren't playing for a high cap, they just wanted to play for a top 4. Gobo was fortunate that there was a 4 Cypher player in stage 3, so he saved so much HP by win streaking stage 3 with not maybe the strongest board as Tomino had. And now it'll bleed down to a 5th, but I think it's all in all, for a 25-point player like Gobo, a pretty good result.
It definitely is. It's not managing to reach level 9 here. Still ends up being a 5th place, which is what he wanted out of this position for sure. I was going to be taken down, I believe, by this Exotech board. The Varus is going to take the MF out.
Zac?
Okay, wait, he's not dead. He's not, wait,
he's not casting anymore.
Okay.
Actually, being able to beat out the Exo board there, that's impressive.
Yeah, but nobody else dies in the losing
and the prize fighter component finishing up the void stuff actually very good, given he had no magical shred besides the piercing lotus.
Kubikson honestly getting the best out of the weird contested AD line spots, finds his way out of this cipher. Even manages to reach level 9, doesn't need to find the Urgot on the 8th, and is doing fine right now. This might be a fight for elimination because that's Goboster against Kubikson, and the mid-fortune is gonna have a good angle. Can she burst through the Randuin's improved HP? The front line is looking like it's falling on both sides. The Brom is still alive, but it's going to be only the MF and the Elise, and the MF is going to be just too weak. Can't kill out the Urgot. Goboster goes out in.
I mean, the run doing the immovable object, just providing so much tankiness to that Boombot flex board that even on the 1-stars, the units are so strong.
Oh my god. That's a nasty board.
We've been a bit obsessed with Exo this game. We haven't really checked out Volta's board. He very quietly has very, very stable stage 4 and 5 with the Mundo Techies. We saw the belt overflow come in 3-2. That really helped him stabilize with the Mundo, despite the 3-stars not being there early. And gonna be a very clean top 2, just great augment selection, great result with a comp that we saw at the start of this today was, I think, 2 7th places back-to-back for Mundo Techies reroll. But Volta correctly identified what spots you can play this comp from and still find success.
I mean, this is the second time we see Volta actually thrive on a 1-cost reroll. The first time with the Morgana, now with the Seraphine in the Gorilla known comp. It's just pretty impressive.
Yeah, there's something you need to know about Volta is that he absolutely despises being contested. So he, as a result of this, he's much more used to drift away from the most meta comps and play the ones that are just slightly more niche, but then he plays them so well, ends up being so consistent, and I think that's been one of his recipes for success for so long.
There's TG on the bench. Okay, there we go. It's Karner, AD, it's time. Show them.
Can Urgot survive? He can.
Oh, this Cho'Gath is applying a lot of pressure there with the cast.
He can't.
Barely. Wait.
Aura, one more.
No way, no way, no way. Oh my god. This Aurora is a fraud.
On the chain, and will take out Dart going forth here.
Such a rough game for Tartman because his spot was pristine, using a lesser known tech and piloting it well. He even hit well, but you have to think that he was still being put at a disadvantage by Sacred Norris and Snooty Boo, pivoting to the composition to make his roles worse, honestly.
I mean, he had Garen 2, Zeri 2, Cho'Gath 2 with the tech, the Sedge 2, he had everything, and it still wasn't enough for 1-star Boombot board. That shows up how Kubikson is so strong. And we see finally some Tomino fight. We'll see if the Gorilla is just strong enough to be able to take down the Marksman board. But it's working its way through.
Sometimes I'm falling on the side, and the dunk.
Yeah.
Round. Just taking down Tomino, and Tomino is not saving any gold. So this might be a terrible sign for Tomino if he ends up losing to both Voltarix and Kubikson. Despite his 52 HP, maybe he could find his way into a third position.
He just found the Leona too, so he might be stable now quite enough. But like Kubikson just is one Urgot away from reaching his critical mass.
A big thing for Volta as well, the fact that the initial spat was not really good for him, so he was able to hold out and craft the Fawn, which allowed him to play the perfect traits on level 8 still, where you are kind of a little bit later to hit, to be able to hit 9 when you're rolling so much on 5 for the 1 costs.
For sure, that these spatulas have been key, but as I mentioned at the top of the game, recognizing that the possibility of these spatulas dropping was super interesting.
Oh god!
And it's going to be it from Volta. Kubikson finds another top 2, gets a bunch of points secured for himself. Now can he find this Urgot 2 and bring it home, crush the final hopes from Tomino here?
Another TG to the Kubikson. Kubikson is just getting those carousels right for him every time. And that fight was extremely close.
Oh, I love it.
Serafin walking towards the middle instead of Urgot because of the rockets. And barely winning out. That fight was very close for Kubikson to be actually the one on the way out.
And I want to draw your attention to Tomino picking up a spatula here, despite I believe it not being too useful. He can make an Anima Squad spatula to get a 5 Animas actually. I was hoping that he would want to try and save it for maybe another spatula drop, get a quick the other Tactician crown going. That would have been sick for the 7-1. But I think he just went for Anima Squad, so he's now 5 Anima. Is that going to be enough? It's going to be pretty rough, honestly.
There's even Urgot on the board with no much outside of that. Oh, it might be just a Boombot together with the Skarner.
Yeah,
but there's just so much damage from the Kubikson. The Leona 2 is
getting closer.
But the rockets are putting so much pressure on the back.
He's done it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Leona 2 diff.
Kubi's out, and no Urgot 2 obviously spelled disaster there for Kubi in terms of trying to win the lobby outright, but still, a good placement, especially considering his spots. You mentioned Alan in stage 3, he had very little gold. It looked like an unlucky spot to be able to play Urgot from, but he somehow made it work. I think the Randuins really helped him stabilize in stage 4. And Tomino, I want to really give him congratulations. He's been quietly performing at a very, very high level for the past few sets, qualifying again to EMEA finals, also doing it last set, and now coming in with a really, really strong performance in this game 5.
I'm surprised there is so few marksman contentions. You usually see only 1 marksman per lobby and 3 to 4 exotecs. Where like I get it, exo is better, but like not to the point where you want to be playing it 4-way. Like so, perhaps some players might be changing their approach to the game.
I think players were more committed though because of the spatulas, right? There's a lot of exo emblems that were crafted, so you're kind of locked in. You don't have the chance to pivot between both things usually in stage 4 with Lutza. But that'll be it for this game. We have a small break and then the final game of this day, potentially a pivotal game for 4 players who are trying to climb out of the gutter and into the salvation of making it to the tier 1 circuit next set.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Our categories for today are trait bots, literal definitions, world champs, thrift store finds, name that helmet, and littlest legends. Soju, you're up first.
All right, I'll just go literal definitions 400.
An opaque white fluid rich in fat and protein secreted by female mammals for the nourishment of their young. North America.
Wait, what's the NA part?
Wait, I thought this was TFT based.
Oh, literal definition.
The answer was milk.
What do you mean? Wait, what? No, okay, wait. Okay, hold on. I thought this was TFT related.
Milk is in the call right now.
That makes sense.
Oh, that makes sense.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Golden Spatula and to our penultimate analyst desk of the day. Trouble, we've got just one more game to go before cutting away our first group of players, including those who will not get to see the Tier 1 League next season. So it's a hugely pressurized moment for our players to go into. Before we really get into that, though, let's talk a little bit about the previous game, because that was a pretty wild lobby. You know, everyone's sold out.
One phrase to sum up the entire lobby: just play Cypher. I think we had 4 Cypher players at some point, and it's just so difficult to scramble about and figure out what you're gonna cash out into. Some of them pivot towards the LeBlanc reroll, which didn't go very well. Then we had someone transitioning into Boombot, then we had somebody towards Amps. It's just like, sometimes it's just kind of difficult to figure out an angle when there's already so many slots that are being contested.
It was a really fascinating game because, yeah, we had the prize fighters, Gobo and Tomino, coming in and really putting down a lot of pressure on everybody else. It's so rare to see a whole lobby kind of react on shoulder fish. They all just say, all right, everybody's going to be Cypher now and everybody's going to leap out of here as much as possible. But I suppose, you know, that does, you know, it's showing where we are in the tournament with it's such a high stakes moment. I do want to highlight, though, you know, Volta feels like he's a player who stood out from the pack in that kind of regard, that he very much wanted to play his own way through the game and what we've seen from him in the tournament so far.
I feel like Volta has been kind of like a quiet force. Like, first of all, who plays Morgana, right? The Morgana reroll. Never mind the Bastion Emblem that came after. I feel like he's been choosing very carefully lines that have been very heavily uncontested. Right here, playing towards the Gorilla Mundo with absolutely incredible augments as well. The Big Friend, the belts, having the extra damage from one of his best items for Mundo as well, which is the Bramble Vest as well. Backline didn't necessarily have like the best items, like, yeah, okay, your brand is Biss. However, I feel like his board has been fantastic, and getting a top 3 right here with so many Cypher cash outs, I feel like that was the name of the game, right? Because there were so many Cyphers in this lobby, there wasn't a particular Cypher cash out that was too high to deal with.
No, right. I think it very much spread the power across the lobby that nobody could really step into the most powerful position possible. I want to give a credit, though, to Tomino coming out of that lobby. You know, considering the kind of board he was facing up against from Kubixon, to get the first place, a testament to just how much value he was getting out of that prize fighter.
Absolutely. Triple combat as well, because I do count Prize Fighter as a combat. You gain extra items. You have itemized Zaya and Leona and Aphelios and an extra Urgot down the line. So Tomino looked at the lobby. He saw all the Cypher players. He knew that if he actually snowballs the early game into a very steady triple combat Marksman Vanguards composition, he knew that he could at least top 4 and maybe fight for top 2, top 3 slots. But in the end, because he was so heavily uncontested, he had so many great items and combat augments, he ended up winning it all.
Yeah, and I think, we're of course coming with the final game coming up just a few moments away. We've got to really sort of turn our eyes and figure out from our players. You know, we're talking about from the previous lobby, like players like Snoony Boo who really needed the big win to pull them above the threshold there. How differently they're going to be approaching this final game compared to just your regular game of TFT.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel Snooty was in a very weird situation where he took the AFK, but then there were Cypher players, so he couldn't necessarily lose streak, but he couldn't necessarily win streak because he didn't have the board to slam the items from the beer back on. And I feel like always when you're in this weird situation, you're just waiting for something to give you a clear sign of what to play. Like if you can get a blue buff, maybe you can pivot into AMP, or you get a raid play and you play for like a Vanguard or an Exotech line, but it just wasn't quite the case. I feel like he slammed a very early BT. The casters were also talking about, hey, maybe you just magically find the Graves, something fantastic if you could transition into it before stage 3, right? But wasn't quite the case. So our only Spanish representative, they mentioned it in the cast as well, 31st right here. He's in real dire need. And I don't even think with a first he can make it through. I think he just might mathematically be out already.
Yeah, well, remember, gentle viewers, we've kind of got the situation here where at the bottom 8 players will be eliminated once this round is done. But they kind of have their own mini competition going amongst each other. If you can get into 28th place, you're probably extremely happy because you'll still get to play guaranteed in the Tier 1 circuit next season, which would be huge. But up the other end of the table, our only Turkish representative, Colin, currently right on the top of the table with Zologasang behind. And of course, a huge amount of French players expected, but I'm impressed, honestly, that they're not at the very top as well.
Honestly, Clickorden has done fantastically well, as well as Solo Gizang, right? We've always talked about Solo Gizang, the guy who just chokes right before the finish line, and now he's been having a fantastic day one. Clickorden as well, honestly, huge props to him. We watched a couple of his games as well. He's done fantastically well, but in the very top list that we saw, there's a bunch of those French players. Again, French TFT has always been top notch, and I'm expecting them to turn it up for the next few days as well.
So, of course, to remember, for this next game, of course, we're paying very, very close attention to the players on the lower parts. Of course, we need to figure out the last bit of maths before we can say for certain how everybody's fates will be aligned once it's said and done. But it could well be that players are already out of contention and there'll be other ones just trying to scramble to try and stay alive. It's going to be a really interesting conflict of players who've got hopes to try and win the entire competition versus those who just want to be able to stay alive long enough to keep things going. So we're sending it back across to our casters, our very last game here of day 1 on the Golden Spatula. Our first eliminations lie at the end of this game.
Thank you, Counterfeit. Thank you, Trouble Inc. And I've heard actually very good news for this final game. Our resident doctor has come through and cured the exotic disease on everyone in this final lobby. So I've heard that there will only be at max 2 exotech players in this game 6.
Oh, just 2.
Max 2. But throw in a Cypher holding the Zeris and Sejuani to make it even, okay? So that we don't suffer too much from the backlash from seeing too many different compositions, right? I want you to talk about something. It's something that I'm really invested in because there's only a single player that is not currently within the top 24, and he's just at 25th. So I would be amazed if all 14 French players made it to day 2. It would be pretty insane, and also would cement the domination of this random country that has no tie to me whatsoever.
Oh, I
must be nice being French.
It's not happening.
That's all I'll say.
I'm sorry.
Let's check out our lobby for this final game once we have it ready to go. I'm personally hoping to see a lower variance game. I think it's been fun, but if every single game has, same prismatic augments, has loot subs coming through, I think it takes away some of the fun of TFT. I think a low variance lobby is always nice to see, kind of the small things players can do to find edges outside of just, having an insane start or having like what we saw from Solvi, right? Hedge fund into late game specialist in that very first game. There's some insane setups when you have these prismatic augment stars, especially.
I mean, there is still skill expression in those, because you have to do a full roll down, you have to do a pivot to not lose that extra HP that you are granted. And we see Koimit managed to back on some points after that sour loss, so we see mentally still there, even though it was boomed in one of the games when he sold the Aphelios.
Yeah, and managing to bounce back from such tough losses where you must be hating yourself for this mistake is a very big deal, because making mistakes is inevitable, and what matters is standing back up right after you shot yourself in the foot and keep walking even without this foot working. And it's worked well, and he's looking very good when it comes to making this day 2 at least. So props to him for that, and let's see if he can hold on for one more game.
So we have a gold subscription for a final game of the day 1. Is this enough of the vanilla TFT for you, Panda?
You know, it's like vanilla with a cherry on top, which I'll accept. I would have hoped just pure vanilla, but I'll take it. I'll take what I can get.
Oh, just some no arguments, no extra juice,
Now
just
we're
low
talking.
units.
Perfect. I do want to mention one narrative. It is maybe a bit sad one to highlight, but for those who have been following TFT and follow this high-level TFT very deeply, you might know about some lore around Scapeus having beef with the Spanish community as a whole. Scapeus, for all his trash talking, he's currently in trouble as well. 14 points, the only Czech representative and the only Spanish representative both fighting on the lower side of the standings. Is a little bit sad to see for those communities, but we'll see if Scapeus, who is 2 points ahead of Snooty, has a more realistic chance with maybe a first or a second to try and make it out of those bottom 4 places in the standings.
I'm sure that Scapeus made it up for his mission, not to say life mission, but like GSC mission, to at least outplay Snooty for the banter purposes.
For sure, that would count as a win for him, but I'm sure he'd want to double up and get an actual one either, and get himself into that tier 1 circuit. Would make me very happy as well, because it's always a treat seeing him play. He tends to, a little bit like Voltarix, shy away from the most contested boards when he can, to try and play something that's less contested and less known, but very often to some incredibly high mastery as well.
We have all that Shimmers that was potentially a choice for the double to go and alongside
Oh, not vanilla, sorry. 15 gold.
Was this 15?
I think it was.
Oh.
Holy.
Right.
But it's locked in.
Rephrase, do you want to reassess your statement? Is it just the cherry on the top?
I think maybe a little bit of extra flavoring, some syrup on top as well, but I'll take it. And I think Corner will take it as well, because usually you don't need many reasons to play into Graves. He has a few of them. QSS slammed, has an early Graves and Alistar, as well as Chop Glitch. We'll tune into Corner's roll down on Krug to see if he becomes that stable player.
Oh no, not the Kindred worst away.
She's buffed. She's buffed. Wait, he's holding free arm. I think it could be Nidalee. We need a confirmation
no,
from
he cannot be Nidalee, he only has...
No.
Wait. Kindred,
this. Well...
Unlucky.
That's an XTD moment. Well, I mean, she's buffed. You just, you'll get early stacks. It's fine, right? It's fine.
Yeah, you just need to find Shyvana to get any stacks.
I mean, it's coming. Look, we have Nidalee 2 already.
Yeah.
We're locked in. Oh yeah, it can't be Nidalee because of... Oh yeah, of course, you're right.
Yep.
Alright, so we have a bunch with Benzak aiming towards Dynamo. We've talked about how there are suboptimal comps. Dynamo is being less of the... But given it's a gold sub, you might think less resources, but was not the case. Getting like a whole 15 or so gold will be able to stack early, getting already that Morgana too.
And Vomendeth going to be very happy to have 3 Cypher in already. Doesn't really have the augments to really pair, with Cypher for the more of an econ start. Healing orbs, yeah, not really any synergy at all with loose streaking in stage 2, especially quite the opposite.
But does he even need?
Is extremely potent in like a Cypher reroll because both Zed and Galio really love that extra healing, and Galio can pretty much go infinite together with paired with Zed, who pick aggro, healing back and forth, and Galio just standing there and never going down.
Yeah, absolutely, and he doesn't actually need extra econ because the map has done the job for him. He's just looking for that sweet Draven on Carousel to send him skyrocketing away. In the meantime, Scapeus already has lost a round, and I want to keep my eye out for his board in the entire game because it's going to be so interesting to see if he can make it work. It's not looking too good because without the early Shyvana, it's going to be very rough. Meanwhile, here's one Exotech, and we will be keeping track.
That's the first of many. Was it cured? We'll see on 4-1.
I see another potential, but Lires with an AG start and a collector probably looking towards marksman instead.
I mean, Benzak will be staying away. Vomendeth with the healing corpse, him like how like he talked about, like he will not probably be playing contest at the line. As you mentioned, Lyres is looking like more towards the marksman, and then we have the rest of the players like Coinit going to the graves, and then like having 2 or 3 exos should be perfectly viable.
There's going to be a Galio here on the carousel for Vomendeth with a Rod as well, so a really strong pickup either for Amp or for LeBlanc reroll, depending on which he goes for. I want to mention Pepeglad with the duplicators. It is going currently for probably an Elise 2 upgrade off of that, so maybe playing into Dynamo as well, which is interesting to see considering Benzak is also coming.
He already did duplicate, I think.
Yeah. I mean, he must have, unless he's a high roller.
Probably has. Getting
like high roller.
Yeah, it's an incredibly strong unit. Elise has been very, very strong for a while and can definitely help him get through this early stage of the game and maybe allow him, thanks to the map, to reach level 9. But he's going to be in contention with Benzak for the same game plan. And Benzak already has 1 Aurora guaranteeing waiting in the memory bank. Both of them will be trying to go level 9. And what's interesting is that we might... I was expecting with that amount of gold to see somebody already gunning for Urgot right from the start.
Alright, hear me out. The plan for Pepeglad. Fast 9, pivot amps.
I'm down.
Better cap, similar items. Why not?
In the meantime, he is still streaking. Gonna try and make that into a 5-win streak to not only cement his gold lead, because right now you can see it across the board. It's kind of close, but most importantly, get an HP lead, which will give him a lot more time when it comes to deciding what he wants to cap around. Only player remaining at 100 HP. He has taken down everybody else trying to match him. And so far does well. But Vomendeth and him both have the best spot in the lobby, wouldn't you agree?
2-item Elise. That's like pretty much optimal. He just, and there is that in the shop if he...
Interesting shot, Vi as well. I wonder if you want to lose some econ to hold this option of maybe having 5 Cypher in stage 3 and just switching to a loose streak with extra HP to work with.
I mean, technically,
maybe not right away, but yeah.
I mean, you could actually go level up now and take in a Cypher.
At the very least, hold it and then see if you get some kind of augment, or if you not able to really maintain the win streak, have the extra HP to work with, so to go for a big cash out in stage 4, maybe on 4
Yeah. You buy them. You go to 6, you play Z, you don't go into the Cypher yet, but you just make sure you prolong the streak, and you're like, if you're spending for this, 3 econ? That's not even that big of a deal.
Yep, I think he has the opportunity to
hold anyway!
He doesn't want to. Could have the opportunity to try and cap super high. The moment he loses a round, could slot in the Cypher, and then go for extra resources, will not do so. And Scipeus has Kindred 3, but no Shivanas.
That is a bad news indeed. No stacks on stage 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to find ways for him to come back from that, but it's going to be so rough.
You just pivot into Marksman after you get Zaya. You sell Kindred and you play the Marksman, no?
I guess
if you didn't find the Nitro.
Terrible shop glitch for Coinade, however.
Ready Graves 2 Senna?
He had it before, I think.
Oh.
I mean, just ignore that. It's fine. We have upgrades. We can econ. We have stacks. What else do you want? We just need this to... Oh, I just want to say that Rod needs to turn into belt and we're Gucci.
Ooh, that's a money right here.
Pre-level to 6, 70 in the bank, waiting for the Draven, but he doesn't even need Draven. He's already cashing out 290 unless he will be interrupted.
Is there consideration to play Amp from this spot?
I mean, he already slammed Shojin. He's ready.
Yeah, he's playing
LeBlanc because you just have Spatula to work with.
Yeah, but if it was LeBlanc, he would have probably already slammed the Nashor as well.
I mean,
probably waiting to see the 3-2 augments.
Too much. Yeah, he probably doesn't want to slam too much, not wanting to take any kind of risk of beating someone that's really weak. Looks like it's going to be more than fine.
Gold galore. Holy printing.
And that was Elias, if I'm not mistaken. This is a player who we saw really angle Urgots very often in Cup number 3. I think he was one of the players that I first started seeing really playing for this comp as often as possible when he had a high cap.
Our second choice is being Silver Arguments. Vomendeth being on the... Oh! Well, we have the brand... No! They will not take the Volta approach with just a branching out. We'll go for a stable reroll. And given so many resources provided by the gold sub, Till opts to pick up another Econ Argument.
What do you guys think about leveling to 7 and rolling there?
I think he's going to do that just a little bit later, going to do that on 3-5.
3-5, yeah, okay.
Not being too greedy, but yeah, he's going to have the opportunity to maybe get a couple of thresholds of Cypher higher than he should have thanks to that. That's going to be a lot of money for him, but you have to be careful because once you hit, then the extra money isn't as useful and you need to make sure you don't have too much money and not enough of the rest.
Yeah, the thing is he needs to reach the save or the threshold where he can guarantee 290 cash out. And if he waits 2 more rounds, I believe if he rolls even at the 3-5, he should be, even after winning, he should be safe at hitting the threshold with 4 or 5 Cypher. Just from the kills and while winning.
Speaking of having pushed level 7, Experian has picked up a Fire Sale and gets a Jin 2 right off the bat. So that's looking like a premium Exotech situation. Chassis, Pulse Stabilizer for the Jin, 2-star Jin already in, 5 Exotech. He's in a very, very good spot, and I believe Double 61 wants to contest him, maybe. And he's gonna have a rough time, because he's not ahead in economy, not ahead in
Double had
HP.
salvage bin.
Yeah, you're right. But what does it go towards?
I think we have 3. I think we have 3 Exotech players. That being Experion, Double, and Lyris.
I don't think Lyris is playing Exotech.
I think it's Urgot.
We're pretty sure the Collector is a dead giveaway that he's playing either Marksman or Urgot.
If he doesn't have the execute the pistol, what was the name?
I mean, I'm fairly confident that he's been stacking up the Vanguards as well, so he's definitely at least gunning for the Vanguards and not the Exotech. That's what would make the most sense. Oh, is Zeri here?
And the defense?
People got Diz just finally lose his win streak, had been tempo leveling all throughout with the very early duplicated on the Elise to try and have this kind of win streak Dynamo game. I think it's the only real way to find success with Dynamo on this patch, which is win streaking most of stage 2 and 3, be able to go 9, and then eventually bleed out to maybe a 3rd, playing around. Obviously, a lot of 5 costs are able to find on 9.
Alright, do we think that Vomendeth will ever sell that Zeri?
Well, I mean, he can hold on for a while now, but his bench might be getting full soon because I believe that he's going to be rolling. And
I mean, that was actually perfect item for him. He wasn't just playing defense; it was also Shojin for the.
Oh, he won the round. So yeah, he's rolling deep.
Oh, there's a LeBlanc upgrade.
Extend the win streak now.
Oh, 2 Zeri. Oh,
hello. Classic.
That's not right. That is not right.
You buy it.
You cannot do this to the people in the lobby.
You have to. You must.
You have to, but it's just,
you're so rich.
It's tragic.
You should definitely buy.
Come on, do it.
How long do you guys think it will take for pings to come through the moment?
Oh, I've already heard one.
After he upgrades, like 10 seconds for 2 pings.
I think faster.
I think he's not buying it, though.
Yeah, looks like he's not buying it. Yeah, we're so rich and denying
you have to buy it.
Come
on, buy it.
Come on, buddy. Doesn't want to do it. Interesting. So that shows a little bit of him being maybe insecure about his odds of hitting, despite having so much gold, which is very strange, no?
At like 4-5, like after everybody rolls down. Like,
yeah, exactly. Or you can just keep it in.
The placements.
Like, yeah, it can fit in. Oh, I love what he's doing right now. He took 5 Cypher out because he does not want to cash out on 330.
Yeah. I mean, he could take out even the he could take out even 4, just to become a bit stronger. There is a school where it's worth you still play for the 330, but when you are not playing for only one carry, because like there are cash outs that are technically on 330 better than 290. But of course you can't get as griefed on 290 as you can on 330.
As predicted, goes to 320, so we'll be cashing out 219. In fact, probably hoping for the Radiant or the Masterwork. Gets it.
There it is. Radiant item has been found.
Oh my God.
I see. A little bit of French genetics coming through yet again. We saw it from Volta, and now we're seeing it from Vomendeth. Just, it's unfair, man. These French players get away with just too much.
He's built different, man.
I can tell.
I mean, honestly, deserved. That's
yeah, LeBlanc box right here.
We weren't done. I see. Please continue. I'm gonna step away now, Kenobi. Feel free to cast the rest of the game by yourself. This is too much for me.
As you can see, the script is being followed. The French players.
I spoke way too soon, apparently. I forgot the LeBlanc and Galio from the orbs as well.
And back on 7 if you so want, or he can stack for so long. Oh my. Sorry,
what is
I'm gonna sit down for a moment.
Which cash.com do you want to play? Do you want to stick with LeBlanc reroll, or would you like to pivot into Amper Urga? Please decide, sir.
Jesus, what is this? What? Scene? Hello? Finds a Necton, which also goes on board pretty well. Like, hello? Is this justified?
I don't know if it's justified, but it surely is happening in the meantime. Skipeus with 36 stacks off. Oh no, man.
Oh wait, he's actually stacking. Oh.
Oh yeah, I know what he's stacking. He's stacking the losses.
He's going for Kindred 4. This is
not staying alive long enough, my dude.
She was buffed, right, Alan? You said.
Didn't even find an infinity yet, man.
At stage 4. Like she's perfectly fine on stage 2 and 3, but like not for much longer. Oh no, El Nosabe indeed. We have a hacked argument now coming in, being paid
the Spirit Link. Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if we see a roll down here, at least until Galio 3 at 30 HP here with this amount of gold. And yeah, you're one copy off of each. I think there should be a big roll down here for
everything.
Wow, level 7, 40 gold already with LeBlanc 3.
I mean,
pretty insane setup here from Vomendeth.
There is a justice. Look, 2-0. No Galio.
It shows some restraint here. I like it.
Wait, where is their second Zeri? She got lost.
Oh, and Bensak is going to go for late cash here. Probably getting 290 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And little Regius. I think he's cashing out next turn.
Yeah, he's cashing out next turn for sure.
It should be around 50-60.
Pretty unique spot, no, from Bensak to play Dynamo into a Sniper cash out to find it as a way to maybe spec this comp a little bit higher.
For sure, but
all the help it can get, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. And he was probably deciding that he would be too weak. And US
can you
has
see the port?
Oh, what? Everything's there.
Port?
Yep.
Am I looking at stage 4 too?
Yeah, everything's upgraded. And he can just wait until he goes level 9 now.
Huh? 80 HP?
There's a cash out for Bensak. Picks up the innervating lockets. Pivots
One more
off
round.
of Cypher. Finds an early Zac.
That's
One more round.
Now
We'll give him the Aurora from Memory Bank. We've seen, thank you, Observer, for showing up, that it was 6,000 already. And so he will be getting that Aurora soon. And he needs her because he's still 3 items on that Morgana gonna be removing. But cashed out an unfortunate artifact, unfortunately.
He didn't 3-4 Justified.
Yeah.
Why? Isn't like it's not doing anything on Leona.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's like when you're playing 1 item less on Leona.
I mean, it's useful on the second cast, I guess.
What second cast? We are not getting 2.
he also has Pandora's as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. He has Pandora. Maybe he will reroll it during PvP.
Wait,
and it's
exactly,
enough for now.
It's so impactless. I would just roll it right away. I don't think this item gives you enough. You should use the spike that you just got with the upgrades to roll past it before.
I mean, the lobby is spiking pretty hard. Can you afford to not be at your strongest right now? Vomendeth has hit Galio 3. We've seen Liret's board. Experion, we haven't checked on him, but he's everything upgraded except Zeri. So that's still pretty scary. Epoglad also pivoted. Wait, pivoted to Exotech from his position? Come on, man. We said we were cured. What are we doing?
No, he didn't. He has just showed in Zeri.
Oh, he's going 9? Oh, he's going level 9. Okay. Never mind. We're saved.
Oh, okay. Skippo's got cured. There is no more...
Oh, yeah, cured. He's gonna get cured of his life soon.
And Scapeus trying to make this work, trying to use this Kindred to, give his board some kind of power, but he's locked into a very low capping Dynamo comp, very few stacks on this Nitro turret or robot. It is just looking pretty doomed for Scapeus here. 7 loss streak as well.
He went for Nidalee 3.
Yeah, Nidalee 3 on the 8. I mean, there is a potential. Look at the damage coming from MF, almost taking a quarter of the Leona HP.
Yeah, MF casting mostly on Leona during her ultimate does nothing.
2 MF ults and Leona is barely a third of HP. All good.
Yeah, we have a problem here. And meanwhile, Liret just sitting pretty up there. 9 wins, 80 HP. Gonna be going level 9. Experion as well, in a very, very comfortable position. Both of them cementing their position in this lobby and gonna be fighting for top 3 basically already.
I see the issue on this board. The items are on the MF Kindred. Right, Panda?
I think Kindred's single target would not be doing enough in most of these fights. It's really tragic for Scapeus. There's some of these games where you lock in your augment 2-1 and you're forced to make the best of it. And it really... I mean, there's no real way to just sack the entirety of the augment.
Oh, wait, we might have a kill. We might have a player death on this round. Because Scipius is going against Bensack. Bensack dies for sure. Scipius can live on 1 life if it's 1 unit. Leona is still up, but she's not tanking as much as the previous one. There's no 6 Vanguard. The Zac have been spawned. The aura casting. It looks like Zonya with the Zonya survives. Can she
does
do
at least
it all?
cast and win this?
Oh, no, doesn't. And Bensack goes down here.
That being said, Bensack on 24 points, not in the worst position to go 8th here, is still going to be slightly above or around the average, I would say, in terms of point finishes.
I mean, it's more of the bottom of the, more towards the bottom of the leaderboard finishing of the top 24.
Yeah, I think so.
So now we are looking at the Vomendeth board. We hear pings in the background. There is a Salvager optional for the Vomendeth if he chooses to opt out of that Sparkle the Guardian to get like triple tank item. But we see even more AP items. We'll see if he chooses to like change a bit the itemization on the LeBlanc to get more damage.
Yeah, the Salvager could give him an Infinity Edge here and then make an Archangel on the LeBlanc or something similar to balance out his items.
We see one slot. Oh! And we're back.
Oh my god, Coinid's board is incredible. And he's on 6 Annies.
Oh, I assume that's what the pings were when we heard earlier. Coinid, of course, does have shop glitch, so he's continued to get more and more extra rolls across all the PvE rounds, hitting spikes at the start of every stage, basically. But this board should be more than good enough for a top 4 from Coinid, maybe more than that. We haven't seen Graves really pop off to a huge extent today yet. This could be the game to do so.
Yeah, it's looking like Scipius is going down.
Oh yeah, I mean, you cannot be surprised, like this is a pretty much well-capped board with the Stand United item collector, just smurfing through, having the anti-heal from the Blistering Strike, pretty effective with the Graves altogether.
And it's a very sad finish from a narrative standpoint for Scapeus, a player who has been around in Tier 1 scene, basically in TFT and EMEA for really as long as I can remember, since all the way back to set 3 or set 4 and 5 especially. And this is a player who is not going to be playing in the Tier 1 circuits next set most likely with this 7th place finish.
Most likely. In the meantime, Double finds a Mordekaiser's 3, but it's looking like it's not enough combat power. Can he hang out with someone like Experion in a few rounds when Experion gets to go level 9. Oh, well, he's actually level 9, so he has already added a legendary double 61 coming up against Vomendeth's ball, who is still scarier and scarier, and the Sejuani is on the wrong side, so is the Mordekaiser. So we might have some problems there. Can the Mordekaiser hold the fort long enough, or will the LeBlanc outscale here?
Jin putting up some solid damage numbers here with the 3 items, but...
Backline versus backline, LeBlanc casts once more, and...
Look at that healing from Healing Corpse. I would together pair it up with the Spirit Link, providing a massive sustain. That's that. I thought he died, but he's actually ended up with full HP at the end of the fight.
Radiant Gunblade, Spirit Link, Healing Orbs.
Yeah.
What else do you want?
How much would you like?
Yes.
Meanwhile, as expected, with his start, was able to tempo to level 9, was able to find kind of the game plan we talked about. This is the only real way to make Dynamo work. It's being able to rush 9 and play around legendaries, play around Kabuko, around Zac, around this Renekton, and go for the highest cap possible with this exact board, basically.
The problem is items. He has 4 arguments where only one of them provides 1 component. We see MF 2, we see Renekton 2, but they are just naked. When we are seeing Alice 2 carry instead.
Definitely Naturist MF2 and Renekton is not what you'd want. But this Elise steps into the stun from Sejuani, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to be taking out the backline. Mordekaiser is the only one left standing. Double 61 will be kicked out. Pepoglad stays in the game. Very important considering his points. He wants to not keep falling further behind if he wants to have any shot at day 3, because they already have to be thinking about that.
That was very, very fortunate in some way for Pepoglad, because the Sejuani stun, as you mentioned, Kenobi hit both the Elise and the Zac after he split. He wasn't able to get the cast off as well, so that was almost an important win for Double. And Double now, not in the best day 1s for someone of his caliber. We talked about him making so many day 3s, obviously 11 times making it to EMEA finals. And the times he missed day 3, it's usually by losing tiebreakers, finishing 9th or 10th in the standings in day 2. So very far from that currently with his points.
Meanwhile, in Iris, 40 gold, level 9, Garen 2.
Garen,
already.
Jesus. What?
And he lost. To who?
Probably to Vomendeth?
Yeah, he's not in his pool, so I'm assuming that he had to just fought him. Yeah, and Vomendeth is still on flames.
Yeah, Koinid doesn't... I don't think Koinid has what it takes. Like, Leona is such a huge problem for Graves, especially if he's on the right side. Yeah, lost against Vomendeth. Thank you, Observer, for confirming that information. And so what you can see is that Koinid and Lires are both cognizant of the fact that Vomendeth right now is stronger than them, and that they need to find a 3-star forecast if they want to have a shot, and they're both preparing for it.
Pretty much not a bad targeting from the Graves. Taking out the early, the Garen, and like the problem is now we're gonna get stuck on the Leona, and it's never going through there. While that Aphelios got stuck to the Infinite.
Patient play from Lires. Oh, wait, not so patient. We're rolling a little bit. Maybe.
Is there any defense? 6 Leonas already.
There was 7. There was 2 in the shop.
Yes, so he might be going. Okay. Yeah, he's going deep. No, he's building Econ back up, but he went a little bit deep now that because Experion is likely to go down now, especially because Experion versus Vomendeth or the rest is not going to be good matchups for him. The tanks, the Vanguards are so hard to kill, and the only anti-armor is on that Mordekaiser, who is exposed on the side. He's going to get taken down rather quickly, I expect, by the double marksman. The Urgot in the backline will be bringing out enough damage. Looking a little rough, the front line is already collapsing. No stuns from Sejuani on the backline. And Leona finally falls down, but there's still way too much front line left. And Zeri does not have it, and Experion will be going down in 5th, ending the day with 30 points total. Pretty solid overall.
Absolutely. Koinid finding bleeding out pretty much the top 4 with that Graves open, the shop glitch. The items are okay, but he's just lacking fire.
Wait, he sold.
To go through.
Yeah, he sold Annie a while ago. He's been only on the 3 copies. I guess to reach Golden X stocks and wanted to hit all these upgrades with Senna 3 as well.
Definitely makes sense, but that means he's giving up his potential for top 1 here. Final shop glitch not going to give him anything. Sell Viego, instantly get 2 Viegos. Doesn't really matter. It's going to be so rough for him trying to beat out any of these boards. Pepoglad has reached a pretty solid point, and it's going to be also very hard to kill.
That's sort of
More money.
Will help him reach the final threshold. I'm surprised he's hoarding on the that's itemless. There is plenty of the units. Like
He has seen 9 Samiras at this point in time.
that could just replace the Ani for the value.
And Lidess is rolling as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lidess is rolling, trying to go for the Leona 3. Probably gonna now, if he sees or scouts, I think he hasn't. That Coined is holding one. He might just wait until Coined dies. But 7 Leonas, 4 Lidess, potentially gonna be that win condition for the French player.
Also 6 Aphelios and Zayas.
Imagine trying to play defense on all the front. It won't be too easy. And we see that Coin need to wait. He might be able to. No,
he's out.
Like missing slightly too much damage. Like that's one that slot pretty much I think the most important. Like having Garen or Zack instead of the Tani actually would have pushed Coinit to another power level that would allow him to get through the Lyrisborg.
Ooh, that
big
is
fight for Pepoglad.
Big Zack right there. We've hit everything. Game's over. We're done. We have everything. And that Zack is looking like an absolute mountain. However, okay, so I have a pet peeve, and I really want him to move his Renekton, because that unit is a carry and should not be on the sides. Please let your Kobuko and
next to Zack to be, I think, and
yeah, exactly.
Like the Kobuko should be on the side.
Can Vomendeth beat Lires? He's hit the Draven 3. He's level 9. Is so powerful all around. Zed's going to be doing a little bit of damage to Zaya, but it's not going to be enough to take her down. A couple of more spins would do it. Oh, Aphelios is down.
There's just too much pressure on the back lane.
Yeah.
And like,
Well,
look at
the
the
long sigils. I think for Lidess now, he's sold off the Aphelios and the Zayas. He's really just for Leona 3 as his win condition. And we're seeing Vomendeth trying to deny, but it's too little, too late. Lidess strikes again. Leona 3 has been found. This should lock him in now as a first place contender, even be able to beat out the Cypher 3.
Okay,
Yeah,
low key.
solo fronts
I
her.
think Cypher can beat this. Low key.
Absolutely not.
How certain are you?
Like 95% certain that Leona gets this.
David? How sure you
Everything,
are?
he hasn't had to sell anything. The entire board is there. Like,
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
basically
Leona
unit
clears here. I
damage.
mean, he was already barely losing the fights, Alan. He's been streaking all of this stage 5 and 6 as
The
well.
Galio was full HP at the end of the fight.
yeah, but he's gonna get stunned and then one shot. You have to remember that Leona 3 not only super tanky, but the on-hit damage that she adds is going to add up so quickly and just destroy through the rest of the board. Pepoglad gets a solid third out of these games, however. Can't really hang with Lires and Vomendeth, both having found incredibly powerful balls here.
I think Pepoglad played a really good game. I think he actually really reminds me of Enzo in terms of his playstyle from what I've seen from him in the past few sets. Pepoglad playing a very high tempo start, being able to really dominate early game and knows how to kind of snowball that early lead into this third place.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I want to say. Capitalizing on that early golden nick, it's a classic when you find a powerful enough free cost. You can, from the box, you can follow it up with the double golden Nico argument just to carry through the stage 2, stage 3, jetpack straight to the level 9 with the solid win streak. Alright, LeBlanc, show what you're made from. It's time!
Okay, so here's the fight. Leona, still full HP, becomes invulnerable. Galio gets stunned before casting. Gonna be falling down. No healing orbs can happen because nobody is dying.
All right, Alan losing his job. He is not going to be here tomorrow.
Okay,
Galio is a fraud, confirmed. Leona is the queen.
No. Listen. Like, he has to just dodge Leona's stun. How hard it is.
How hard can it be indeed?
Just put
Besides,
don't
pretty
trap.
damn hard.
Look, you put Galio on one side where the DPS are.
Even Corp. Boom.
And you
I want to give props to Vomendeth. Throwing back to one of the interview questions I had for him, which was what was his realistic goal of coming into this tournament. He said, I'll see how it starts off, the first few games, how the day 1 starts, and then I'll decide. pretty sure he's locked and loaded, ready to try and make a jump for this day 3. Very clean play from him from all the games we've seen. He's dodged the interview curse altogether and is going to put up a pretty monstrous, I have to imagine, around 33 points in this day 1. So a pretty good result for a first-time player in a Golden Spatula.
Okay, let's focus on the fight. Look at the Galio. He's going on the back lane. He's ready.
Wait, yeah, but Garen is also... Wait, Garen? Oh.
No, Garen, go away! Buddy! No. Okay, LeBlanc, you got this, right?
Hold on, wait.
Come on!
Oh, she's dead.
Oh, no! That was so close! Wait, I think he wins. Look! Zed clutches. No? No, okay! Now you are talking. Now I'm taking W. Hello? She's certainly losing. But there is anti-heal, there is everything. Galio solos her. I mean, not solos. She has... Oh no.
AP, my buddy.
No. Oh, jeez.
All right, Alan, it was a pleasure casting with you today. Unfortunately, you are being eliminated, not from the game, but from the casting team coming to tomorrow. Leona's coming in to cast day 2.
Hello?
Overdosing on copium right there for Alan.
So close. You see Vomendeth being is just... that
was his closest. And he still needs to win at least 2 fights.
It's fine. Stage 7 with just 1 shot.
Okay, we scale. Trust. 2-star Renekton, 2-star 3. GG's.
Yeah.
Don't discount the fact that Lires is going to level 10 in 7-2.
And I think this is the Zeri that you didn't buy in stage 3, right?
Has to be.
Could have been an entirely different game.
Even more resources.
Oh wait,
Renekton upgrade.
I mean, now we're getting a third item, Zed. Sure, we are back, no?
Yeah, buddy. We're so
Full defense from Liles as well, trying to make sure that you can't hit any extra upgrades from Vomendeth, holding Zeri's, holding Sejuani's, just in case.
Oh my god.
Oh? Okay, hold on. Let's look at the Galio. Galio is ready to go backline once again.
It's max Spirit Link value as well.
Oh,
could be the difference maker.
Okay, Aphelios gets targeted by the Zed right away, but he's gonna be taking a huge chunk of damage. Aphelios has gone down, so is Zed.
So is Zed. But Galio is still standing. Like LeBlanc
For
heal.
how long?
Oh no! Frauds everywhere. Help! I have no team.
Yeah, Vomendeth is kind of mad at himself because he could have denied that. But still overall, a fantastic day 2, with day 1 for him, giving him access to that day 2 with the comfortable points, honestly, and a solid showing from him. One of the rookies, and he's the best performing one by far, if I'm not mistaken.
And for Lides as well, a very, very strong game. We said that maybe he would be playing towards Urgot Flex potentially in this game. Instead, what we're seeing more and more often is players going into Vanguard Marksman and really being able to cap out this comp. Not really being that stable, go 8 and then just roll to 0 every turn and end up in a 4th or a 3rd place position. Instead, playing for Garen, playing for the legendaries, and finding a way to cap out.
I'm sad.
Yeah, we can tell.
You do look sad out, Alan, but I assume there will be also quite a few players that are going to be sad as well. We mentioned it throughout the entirety of the day. 4 players in the bottom of the standings are not going to be making the Tier 1 circuit. 8 players in the bottom of the standings will not be moving on to day 2 and will no longer have, obviously, a realistic chance of making Tac Crown, of making that final day 3 as well. So once we have a standing, we'll find out who these players are. Tragic nonetheless, of course, with how much work and effort our players put in to first make it to EMEA finals, and now not having the best day is going to be obviously a sad story for them.
We'll shortly learn about the leaderboard and who is making it through the final day, who is making to the Tier 1 circuit. But we'll go for the short break, and yeah, we'll check out everything, the analyst desk.
The first day of the Cyber City, Golden Spatula is done, or at least almost done. Myself in trouble here to close things out for the day and put the official stamp upon the business that we've been seeing. But Trouble, has been a hell of a ride getting through the first day of play. As I mentioned, of course, we'll be confirming our official eliminations, but heading into day 2, I want to kind of take a second at least to talk about the lobby we've just seen, because that was a pretty wild way to end the first day.
I mean, it had pretty much a little bit of everything, and even things you wouldn't want to see, such as I just feel so bad for Skipeus, right? He has been such a staple to the EMEA scene, and then he gets worth the wait. He draws Kindred. There's no angle to play with Kog'Maw. There's no angle to go EXO later on because there's like 3 EXO players, and he just has to pivot into Nitro, which is not good at all. But he didn't have it in stage 3. It was a complete disaster, but still not an 8th, right? A 7th place, which is not good enough, but I guess you have to take it.
Yeah, I mean, we have the contrast there of players who had absolutely crazy games. Vomendeth, of course, standing out front and center. I mean, it was talked about during the game, but I think it's worth reiterating here. His first time at the Golden Spatula level, doing the whole stack control as well, knowing his line extremely well, and ending out with a beautiful version of that composition that could have easily gone first.
You know what? I need to give props to the replays guys, because that was fantastic. Not only does he get out of his cash out a Radiant Gunblade, but also what we didn't see over there is that 2 of his Bloblets gave him 1 LeBlanc extra and 1 Galio extra. So everything was going his way in this one. Fantastic Cypher cash out. He did the tech where he also took the Z out so he can cash out 290 and not 330. 290 is one of the best cash outs you can have, particularly because you can hit that Radiant item as well. And he had a fantastic run. I personally believe that he could potentially beat that LeBlanc 3. There was particularly one fight almost at the very end where if Garen hadn't just one-shot the LeBlanc in the backline, it was very close to LeBlanc healing right there. I think he could have very easily just won the entire lobby.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a really spectacular game. We'll do a second, take a moment out as well to recognize Coined. We, of course, saw him from before being in a position, particularly in an extremely high pressure day 1. Missing out on leveling up the Aphelios before. I think that, you were saying it before, Trouble, getting that 4th place felt very meaningful as a kind of reset.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like it's the whole mental reset, right? I feel like a lot of streaks, a lot of unfortunate streaks can really weigh on you, particularly when you go into the next day and you're either looking down elimination route or you're looking to do better because the points carry across to day 2 as well. So for him to be able to just reset out of something that is so frustrating as to, I didn't click my champion to upgrade it, and it could have meant 2 or 3 placements more, is absolutely crazy. And props to him for being able to turn this around.
Yeah, of course, we've got to recognize Lyris with an incredible game as well. Doubling down, finding the Vanguard line through. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a second, but of course, we've got
Hold on. There's one thing to say, let's give him credit, and another thing to roll up on 4-2 and have Leona 2, Aphelios 2, Zaya 2, level 8, 20 gold. There's one thing to give credit and another to say, what the heck is this board?
Okay, fair enough, he took the credit away from us, but we've got our standings ready. That's the most important thing right now, because we've been waiting all day to see who'll be making it through. Remember, our bottom 4 players are not just eliminated, but will be not part of the Tier 1 circuit next season. They can still earn the way back again, but they've missed out on an opportunity that's still be key. Gipes and Sova, Sacred Norris, Ken, Tartman, and Zyko just getting it above the line. And we can see Blast at Moon capping or getting it just across into day 2.
Yeah, and I feel like the big unfortunate names right there that you see at the very, very bottom are Snoody and Skipeus. Again, Skipeus, a face that has been at the EMEA scene for the longest time, and also Snoody, the only representative coming out of Spain as well. Really had an angle to potentially even win his last lobby. Unfortunately, with the top 4, he just didn't manage to grab at least the top 4 spot in the 8 elimination spots.
The amazing amount of French players there who are incredible French players, but there's incredible French players on the previous one, and there's incredible French players on this one as well. But we've got to give credit to Conan and Solgasang. They are ahead of a massive pack of French players who are absolutely everywhere. It's astonishing stuff to see them both manage to perform so well. Colin as well, in particular, managing to grab the 2 first places in a few loss of the games. But Sologasang, only a single first place, but so much consistency, he still ends up in second.
You know what? It's really scary. It's kind of like running a race, and then suddenly you look on your side mirrors and you see 6 French players on your back trying to overtake you.
Happens to me all the time.
That must be so scary. And obviously, props to Klikornen. I think Panda was also saying how he transitioned to the EUS server because he wanted better practice, and it absolutely shows.
Yeah, I mean, a performance like this is amazing. And of course, we've got to bear in mind, these points do not reset heading into day 2. So players like Colin and Sologasang, they've given themselves the best chance of getting to day 3, pretty much guaranteeing they're going to be going forward to the crown. But for everybody else, it's going to be a case of trying to claw their way up and score as many as possible. Because like we said at the beginning of the day, you come in with qualifier points based on your seasonal performance, which means that we've seen players like Lococo before qualify even without necessarily getting that close to a top 8, just because of how consistent they've been across the entire season.
Yeah, and I feel like we might also have our interviewee ready. We have Sologasang joining us.
Hi guys.
Hallo Solo, alles gut?
Hallo, hallo, guten Tag, moin. Alles fit?
Moin, alles gut. Now Solo, I do have a little bit of personal beef with you because you did take my LP in one of our games, if you remember that.
Yeah.
You actually ended up winning with a Graves game, which you also did really, really well earlier on, and it seems to be one of your more core favorite lines. Can you give us a little bit more insights on that?
To be honest, it was the second time I've ever played Graves.
So wait, once in our game and once now?
Yes, I told my practice partners, oh shit guys, I'm not playing Graves at any time.
Can I take some credit for this?
I mean, first game, I also picked Chemtech thingy for the first time in my life in the whole set. Second Graves I came out, and first time I Chemtech. I don't even. Yeah, I was like, I don't have really opener. Other guys already cipher opening already, so I guess can't be much worse. Let's try it out, and then it worked out.
So you decided to go Graves 3, stage 3 with 40 gold, level 7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm upgrading Graves 3, Java 3 and stuff. So this Chemtech thingy, it's not the Chemtech thingy, unstable evolution, where you get like additional stats whenever the unit upgrades. I don't think I've ever seen someone pick this before, to be honest. So yeah, it was a lot of fun game.
Yeah,
I think it's just it's so rare with the augment type being what it is. But so I want to kind of to zoom us out a little for anyone who's who's unfamiliar with you. To kind of call back to some of your history here, because I believe this is your 9th regionals you come through to, but previously you've kind of capped out at 8th place at best. How are you feeling about this event? Because this is an incredible start.
Yeah, the lineup is insane. So Tier 1 League, Champions League, next set will be insane as well. So I'm looking forward to it. And this is the first time that I took off time streaming. Like, I think I've streamed like 5 years straight or so, or 4 years, I don't know, without a day of break. And this is the first time where I said like, nah, I qualified for a European Championship. I worked for this like 2 or 3 months. I need to like take like 4 days off and then just full focus, practice together with Salvi, my mouse colleague, and some other guys like Elia, Raptor, and Marcel, and Deor, and yeah. And the Skipios and stuff, and that helped a lot. Like this was the first time I did it off stream, and I had so much fun. I decided for myself like I would keep doing this. Like before every tournament, I would probably take like half a week or a week off, and then just try hard, focus, research together, learn together, practice together with a group. And yeah, it's and it paid off. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it paid off. So I'm very happy that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No,
I still need to finish it, right? I need to watch with you after this as well. So.
Oh, okay. So we're jumping back to focus mode, right? Because every time I've seen you on stream, it's like, no, we focus, we vote with you, and you keep going back into your games. What changed your mindset? What made you say, hey, I'm going to take those 4 days off and I'm going to make this happen, which you are so far?
Yeah, because I don't, there are like 4 slots for Tier 1 Champions League. And let's be honest, these are influencer slots. and I don't want to get invited. I want to make it myself. I don't want to get invited. It would be fucking embarrassing, to be honest.
So you don't want to pull a soju?
Yeah, no comment.
Oh, that's good. That's what soju is.
Can't comment on that. But yeah, I would. It's one of the reasons. One more reasons, I guess. I love my hate watchers. They motivate me to prove them wrong as well. So there are multiple reasons. And this time we got signed by Mouse to play EWC. So this time Salvi and I practiced even more, and it was very helpful. Yeah, thanks to them.
To hear, man. I wanted to ask you because I mentioned it earlier. Sorry, Counterfade. It's like you guys are driving a race car, right? And suddenly behind you, there's 6 French players. Does that seem a little bit scary, knowing how good they usually are?
The funny thing is, like, the first lobby was like 8 French, right? And I was scrimming, and we had to pick, right? Every player could pick the next player he wanted in his lobby. Yeah. And I was like 16th pick, and we were scrimming, and then Ensos messaged me, "Solo, you need to pick." And I was like, "Well, I checked." When I looked at the table, I was like, first lobby is Coco, is Coco, is Volta, is Bensak, is doubled. I was like, am I reading this table wrong? Who am I picking now for? Am I picking for me or for the next one? And then when the admin said, Solo, you have 30 seconds to pick, I was like, okay, I pick this guy. And we finished, and then I finished my scrim game. And when I checked the table again, when I asked around, this is legit. These guys, they are civil war in France. Actually, civil war in France. It was pretty funny. I mean, to be honest, like, it's good for the rest of us, so can't complain. It was just, I looked at it and I was like, what's happening here?
Well, I mean, I want to give credit as well, of course, to the other German players. You know, all 3 of the German players finishing in the top 16 as of today as well. But so we don't want to keep you for too long. We know you've got much more work to do because this tournament is far from done. Just before we let you go, I think you've kind of done this to an extent already, but is there anyone you'd like to shout out or kind of recognize for your day 1 performance again?
Oh yeah, shout out to Salvi. We've practiced together ever since 4v4. This time even more. And yesterday I stayed up till 5 a.m. 5 a.m. and we talked. I talked all night with Scipeos. This guy is actually so knowledgeable. I never knew. I was like, yeah, this guy's pretty good. But when we talk, and this guy like knows so much. With Marcel P, Dehua, Raptor. I actually booked a coaching with Raptor, the Mason Raptor, and he actually helped me a lot as well. Like I scrimmed in international scrims. Like my first lobby was like with double title dish soap and YBY1, so like insanely cracked lobby. I went second. I went second twice.
Nice.
Then we checked I checked the replays again with Raptor. And then we found out, like, I actually could have won. Like, I just did, I need to work on my item distribution. Sometimes I put them on the wrong units because of time pressure, and I use up all my removers. So, yeah. If I did that correctly, I could have won first. And that helped a lot. And then also, like, I talked in the morning today with Elia, Dehua, Brozef, and that actually, with Tech Summers as well. So, yeah, all these guys. I hope I didn't forget anyone. But yeah, thanks to them.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Solo. We'll let you go for now, especially because we've got the Americas version of coming up pretty soon away. But again, it's wonderful to see you kind of embracing learning so much from so many different places. I can see that people in the chat are very excited to see what you've got for us tomorrow. So thank you so much for coming and spending a little bit of time with us. Hopefully, we'll be doing this again tomorrow and the day after as well. For now, have a great evening. So, Trouble, as we wrap things up today, of course, everything's going to be kicking off again at 1600 CEST. If any of you folks would like to check things out on the social side of things, of course, Compete TFT over on X. On TikTok, it's Teamfight Tactics, and everywhere else, it's Play TFT. And if you'd like to hear more from our specific casters here today, of course, Impetuous Panda, it's the same on X. Alan ZQ TFT, Counterfeit Cast, you can see below my name. Trouble Inc, G_Trouble Inc, you can see on the screen, and Kenobi_TFT. Thank you guys so much for watching. Again, back here at 1600 CEST, we've made our first cut, but we're a long way away from finding champion and our 9 going forward to the Cyber City Tactician's crown just 2 weeks away. So we hope you'll join us tomorrow. But now, though, we'll say goodnight.